Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This video is being made from the premises of the DSS in Abuja. You all know who I am. My name is Oyedepo Nyako. I'm the special counsel to Nnamdi Kanu. On my right is Barrister Nnamdi Kanu. Behind me is Barrister Patrick Ageze, who came from Enugu, and to my left is Barrister Mandela Umeborok. All of us, all four of us, came to the premises of DSS to meet with our client today to discuss what happened in court on 24th on the way forward on his case. But we were not allowed by the DSS to meet with our client. We came by few minutes to 2 p.m. Until now that I'm speaking to you, which is some minutes to 5 p.m., we have not been allowed to meet with our client. So we're just about to leave, and we have our suspicions. Our suspicion, which is credible, is that the DSS and the federal government of Nigeria, they are not happy that our client requested the judge handling this matter to withdraw from handling the case. If not this reason, what other reason could explain this unconstitutional behavior of preventing lawyers from meeting with their clients who is under trial? So we need the world to know that this thing furthers what the government of the day or the DSS has been doing that actually complicated the trial of this case, that culminated in our client being frustrated and losing confidence in the judge who was handling this case, and which resulted on 24th September in our client requesting the judge to withdraw. So we decided to make this video to inform the world about what is happening, and we are going to back it up with a press statement, another press statement later. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Arrival of Pastor Jerry Eze for Papa David Oyedepo's 70th birthday. This is the arrival of Pastor Sam Adeyemi and Pastor Nike Adeyemi of Daystar Christian Center. And this is the arrival of Kings. This is Dr. Akintayo arriving for the 70th birthday celebration. And yes, the Delta State Governor has arrived. His Excellency Governor Sheriff Oboriwori has arrived, and he is accompanied by his wife to celebrate the Colossus amongst men, Bishop David Oyedepo. And this is the arrival of Pastor David Ibiyomi for Salvation Ministries, accompanied by his wife. And this is the arrival of Mama Idahosa. Oh my God. This is the gathering of kings to celebrate such a gem, such an icon. My God, this celebration is something else. Mama Idahosa and Dr. Pastor Paul Eneche just arrived for the celebration of our Father. And this is the arrival of Bishop Feb Idahosa. Man, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. This is beautiful. A life spent on Jesus is not a life wasted. And this is Pastor Ayomitide Isaac Oyedepo. Pastor Isaac Oyedepo just arrived too for the birthday. Wow, this is really beautiful. See Pastor Isaac Oyedepo and Mama Faith. Yes, Mama Faith Oyedepo just arrived, and Papa is here in company of Mama Faith Oyedepo and his senior pastors, Bishop David Abioye. Wow, this is beautiful to watch. This is beautiful to watch. Papa has arrived. Papa is here, ladies and gentlemen, accompanied by Mama and his senior pastors. This was wonderful to watch. We're celebrating a rare gem, an icon, a ministerial legend. This is Bishop Abioye and Bishop Thomas Aremu. Wow. Wow, wow. This is the gathering of kings. The governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Governor Sanwo-Olu, has arrived for the celebration of my father. And this is His Excellency former President Olusegun Obasanjo arriving for the birthday celebration of our daddy at 70. This is wonderful to behold. This is wonderful to behold. A life spent on Jesus is not wasted. This is wonderful to behold, ladies and gentlemen. And this is Pastor Leke Adeboye arriving. This is Pastor Leke Adeboye and Mama Fulu, the wife of Pastor Enoch Adeboye. Wow, this is Pastor Matthew Ashimolowo arriving. My God, this is the gathering of kings. Too many great names in one gathering. This is beautiful to watch. This is beautiful to watch. That was the city choir ministering there, and then you'll be seeing former president giving a speech also. Oh no! Ah, my God! Kai. Oh my God.
Today, we are all witnesses to the heart-wrenching situation in Gaza and other Palestinian territories. We cannot discuss war and peace, conflicts and resolution, or humanitarian imperatives today without reflecting on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict that has been raging since 7th August last year. Of course, the conflict predates this period and has been simmering for a better part of half a century. What it tells us is that the international community has failed to live up to the spirit and aspirations of the United Nations to rid the world of inequality, violence, and domination of one people by another. Justice is antithetical to revenge. Freedom is an inalienable right and a natural entitlement that cannot be denied to any people. The Palestinian people deserve their independence. They deserve to have a home of their own in territories already recognized by this very assembly and by international law, which is being routinely ignored. Nigeria continues to urge efforts to bring back on track the two-state solution that offers the prospect for a new beginning for the region. Nigeria reaffirms to supporting United Nations peacekeeping operations. We recognize the need for Africa to build strong and professional armies to meet the multiple challenges we face. Consequently, we reiterate the call for international support to operationalize the African standby force, in addition to the provision of requisite support and resources to ensure the upgrade, take-up, and effectiveness.
Today, I want to tell you a truth nobody has ever told you. There is nothing my wife and children will do that some of you will not complain about. I know it. Do I care? I don't. As my VP Shettima would say, I don't give a hoot. My son, Sheyi, donated 500 million naira to the flood victims in Maiduguri. That happened days after my wife donated the same amount. Instead of thanking me, you grumble, wondering where my wife and son got so much money. If a child of the Jagaban is 30 years old and is not a billionaire, I will do a DNA test to be sure he is really my child. What is 500 million naira? How can a 29-year-old son of Abubakar Malami, the former Attorney General of Nigeria, own billions of naira assets in Abuja and Kebbi, and my sons wouldn't be richer than him? Come on, that is not possible. The children of a snake must be long. No be so? During the campaign, my wife said she borrowed 2 million naira from Shettima's wife. Don't let that confuse you. During the campaign, my hands were shaking and my voice was trembling. No be so? They were part of the plan to confuse enemies of progress. See me now, hale and hearty. Anyway, I am planning to reshuffle my cabinet. If you want to join us as a minister, please do not contact my chief of staff to submit your CV. Don't say that I did not warn you. If you have something valuable to offer the nation, send your CV to VeryDarkMan, Nigeria's #1 investigative journalist, for vetting. I know people who are hoping to see me fail as president, so they would say that the Yoruba failed. Iro, it won't happen. I am bringing new blood and instant prosperity to Nigeria. Until next time, I am the Jagaban. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria, where might is right and woe to the weak.
I've told you the story before. I was visiting a friend of mine, and they asked me to stay for dinner. I agreed because the wife is a very good cook, particularly when it comes to chicken. She's a specialist. And so we were at the dining table. Himself, myself, the wife, a young man, and then 4 ladies. The woman gave me one fat leg of a chicken. I finished it quickly. And then she asked me, do you want more? I said, if you don't mind. So she gave me another one. And I went to work on that one. And as I was going, the way I was going to finish that one too. The young man sitting on my right, or was it on my left, coughed and said, Daddy, I want to tell you something. So I turned. As soon as I turned, one of the ladies grabbed my plate and began to run towards the kitchen, and the other 3 followed her. And they were all laughing. And I was wondering what's going on. I've not finished, but that might diverted my attention. I had the testimony later. Because they all ate what was left on that plate. Everything each one asked for. He got it. She got it.
No, this rally make my blood pressure go up.
And the people who are asking a platform for him, who are supporting him.
So, you should get a filter sometimes, filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonaba? Now, I'm
not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my godfather.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you took my time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you, sure.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. One second.
Do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before. My God.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome. It's Saturday, September the 28th, 2024. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. This is another episode of Have Your Say 247. We appreciate all of you, those who have joined us. This is a wonderful day in New York City. I hope it's wonderful wherever in the world you are joining us. We have a lot going on around the world. The Middle East is on fire, and Nigeria is preparing to celebrate the Independence Day, 64th Independence Day. And the question is, are we going to see more protests or more promises? We have Bishop David Oyedepo turned 70. Yesterday, there was a big party for him, and all the who is who in the Nigerian Pentecostal church showed up for that event. So we want to talk about that. As they get old, the church leaders, what is going to happen with the next generation of leaders who are going to manage the affairs of these churches. Also, the Bobrisky incident is getting more interesting. You all read about VeryDarkMan's, Nigeria's #1 investigative reporter. Who wrote this crap? Investigative reporter exposed the fact that Bobrisky didn't actually spend 6 months in prison. So we are going to talk about the fallout from that. A lot of people are in trouble as a result of that story. And there's this question about what the Very Dark Man is doing, whether it's journalism or not. So we talk about that. And then we also have the fallout from the Edo State election is still ongoing. Meanwhile, in places like Anambra State, they are having local government election today. We want to know what's going on there and what does that mean for the concept of states conducting local government elections, because it's not just Anambra State. It happened last week in Kwara, in several other states. Quite interesting if you compare what the states are doing with what INEC did at the federal and the state level. So we're going to talk about that. Of course, the vice president spoke at the United Nations. He called on the international community to cancel our debts. Forgive us, please, again. And also called for a state of, for the Palestinians, end to the war and the state of Palestine. So we're going to talk about that. And from Nnamdi Kanu, we also understand this week that the judge left. Basically, the judge recused herself, Binta Nyako, from the case and handed it back to the Chief Justice of the Federation to reassign. So what does that mean for the case? It's going back to stage one, you know. So we talk about all these things and others as we have our say for Saturday, September 28, 2024.
So I was actually surprised that a high court have refused to obey or abide by the determination of a Supreme Court judgment.
And then take the only part that is against him and then refuse to apply the part that is in favor of him.
This cherry picking of what was contained in the Supreme Court judgment is what I'm against.
Yes, that's correct.
It should be implemented holistically.
Yes.
I'm not against facing any trial.
Judgment.
After all, I'm innocent. They have not been against me. But there cannot be any trial when key sections of the Constitution and a key Supreme Court judgment has been violated by a court of law.
So you'll be patient for the case to go back and come back to the court?
This is my 4th year in solitary confinement in detention. The 5th year will not kill me.
Sorry, what if the case is also reassigned back to her? Will you still be comfortable?
It's not going to happen.
No, it won't happen.
It won't happen. It doesn't happen.
It doesn't happen that way. It doesn't happen that way at all.
Thank you very much.
These are the things that the public must understand. Most of you journalists, the legal correspondents, you don't take time to actually study some of these rulings and judgments. Go and study. In fact, I'll give you...
Bring that envelope. Bring the envelope.
Look at it here. Look at it here. Look at it. I'll give it to her because I think she's a bit more...
Give her the Supreme Court judgment.
Can you hold this for me?
She can...
I want to let the whole world understand something. Very, very clear. In all this is judgment of the Supreme Court. It made it very clear that even that the impartiality of the judge is questionable. And is here. Where is it? Please do bear with me. It says it here.
I like
what is it. Page? What is that again?
13.
Where it says all these things are online. Is it not page 18? All these things are online. So I suggest that the journalists in this country actually take out time to do some basic research. It's not difficult, just minor research. You will understand the vacuousness, the emptiness of all the charges against me.
Okay.
They kept switching the charges. They said I committed this crime in England, isn't it?
Yes.
I made a broadcast in England.
Yes.
And in 9 charges leveled against me, this place where I committed this crime was London in the United Kingdom.
Yes.
When my lawyers came to see me, I had a discussion with them about how I'm going to defend myself. I told them that no court in Nigeria has jurisdiction to try me. Because since this offense was committed in England, so they said, it's only a UK court that can give a Nigerian court the authority to proceed, isn't it?
Yeah, based on that, they removed London.
Based on that, they now amended the charge again and removed London.
Location of the broadcast.
Location of the broadcast. Contrary to section 196?
174 of the Terrorism Prevention Act 2022.
In violation of their own laws. In violation of their own laws. And you want me to stand trial under such circumstances? Is that possible? Nnamdi Kanu to stand trial where all these shenanigans are going on? It's not possible.
Because
looking at it is to realize that Nigerians have always been very deeply committed to democracy, but we are finding out now that our leaders have never been committed to democracy. They've been committed to the acquisition of power and the use of power for self-aggrandizement, but not governance. Governance is about providing for the people. It's about addressing the problems that affect the people. It's about improving lives, livelihoods, and people's welfare. Nigeria is in deep misery and suffering because insecurity is too high and the economy is not working for the people. Now, why do we have these two problems? Because the level of corruption in government has continued to rise each year. And because corruption is rising, there's no way you can guarantee security for two reasons. One is you can't do procurements that enable the government to do its work because the resources are filtered away. The second thing is that Nigerian citizens are also watching. The picture they see of those in government are people who are stealing the wealth of the nation. And then they ask themselves one question: how come they are able to steal the wealth of the country and we can't? Oh, they have security with guns, we don't. So what have Nigerians been doing? They have been procuring guns. When the leadership does not live up to the expectation of the people, people learn lessons. And lessons can be positive, lessons can be negative. Because the corruption is so high, Nigerians are also learning very terrible lessons of what they will do, which is the ideology of self-help. So our key argument is this: everybody knows that the center of corruption is in government. And what the leader of government needs to do is to seriously sanction those among his team that have been shown in public to be corrupt. We have had ministers in this particular government where massive allegations have been released against them, and it's now a year and nothing has happened. This is a signal that this government is not ready to punish those among them who are corrupt.
All right, let's begin our conversation and bring in our guests who are already in the studio. If you want to join us, please turn on your camera so that we can bring you up. I can see the Righteous Man. Righteous Man, welcome to the show. Kene, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Dr. Damages.
Yeah,
good morning, Mr. Righteous Man.
Ikena San Antonio, welcome to the show. Of course, I can see CM. CM, your camera is not on. Okay. CM, welcome.
Good morning, Dr. Damages.
Yeah, hi. How are you?
I am good. It's been a long time that I haven't come on board.
Yeah.
I was worried that they have shut you down, but sometimes I see that other people are hosting. But I noticed that, except I think last week I saw a glimpse of you, but I thought they shut you down. But I'm glad that you're still on the system.
You tried, but it didn't succeed. So, welcome everybody. Today is an interesting day. There is growing worry, crisis in the Middle East. Hezbollah leader was killed. And everybody is now at a point where there is fear that the crisis there is going to expand, and with implications to places beyond the Middle East. We're also preparing in Nigeria for the 64th independence anniversary. The government is saying that there won't be too much celebration. Of course, most of them are here in New York City attending the United Nations General Assembly. And we will touch on that, what happened there, and what is going to happen in Nigeria on Tuesday. We also, Tuesday you have the Sowore group promising that they will demonstrate, protest, fearless in October. I think that's the word they are using. So all these are things we are going to touch on, but let me first go around and just find out if there is something big that I'm missing. KJ.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. You have captured all that I probably want to discuss. Yeah, for now, that's very interesting. Ready for you. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Righteous Man.
Dr. Damages, good evening from here, and all the panelists.
The only thing that is left, maybe it has not been brought to your knowledge, is the collapse of the national grid or what. We don't have light now, and it is very difficult to get fuel, gasoline. You know, the area where I'm living, we are buying it at the rate of 1,300 naira, and to power generator is just difficult. You know, to get your set charge and our system is very difficult. So it's just like that. We're back to square one again upon the increment of the pump price of PMS is still not yet available, and that's just the story.
All right, thank you, Reckless Man. Akene?
Yes, I think you have a lot to discuss today, but I think there's one other issue that, though it has been ongoing for a long time, but I don't think we've really discussed it on this platform, which was about Lady Army that was discharged after being allegedly molested by her superiors. So I would want us to really talk about this because it's very painful.
All right. Yeah, I have the video of that woman's interview. Probably we'll get to that. Ikena San Antonio. Go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Dr. Damages and the panels. For me, I don't think there's anything to that is important now, except the reason why I come on board today is because of election in Anambra State. But besides that, I think all is well.
All right. Thank you. Man of Prestige. Oh, sorry. I think I skipped CM. CM.
Okay. Well, what is the time now? Well, we say good evening, everybody from the UK. Good evening, Rudolph. Well, I wanted to say that Anambra election, there has been an update. APGA is sweeping the polls from Nnobi to Ogbaru down to Agwata, everywhere. No bagger. APGA, because Anambra is APGA land. Anambra is APGA. APGA is Anambra. No way for APC. Not at all. They didn't even field their candidate. 326 wards, no councillor, 21 local government, no chairmanship candidate. So just in case somebody will now tell me Anambra will take over governorship next year because they couldn't get a candidate for chairmanship in 21 local government, not only, and then 326 words, nobody. So that is the news today, and it's reassuring.
What about Labour? CM.
Well, Labour, P2B will hold ground in Agoleria. So, I think we have to concede that to Labour, but APGA will sweep from Nnobi down to the rest of Idemili, whether they like it or not.
Actually, Labour cannot win Anyocha because Anyocha is APGA.
APGA. So when it comes to presidency,
so that when it comes to presidency next year, nobody should put something on nothing and they expect it to stand just in case. Thank you.
All right, we will get to that hopefully. Man of Prestige, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning out here in California. Good evening, Dr. Rudolph Okonkwo in the Eastern Standard Time, and the CM in London, I believe is good evening. The same thing with Nigerian time. I think we have pretty much covered everything, except I don't think that make any sense. What Dangote said about other refinery being built in Africa, particularly the Ghana, that they proposed it to be about 300 barrels per day. So Dangote said that's not going to happen. He said, it's not possible for them to build that. South Africa has proposed building a big refinery almost about a decade ago, and nothing has taken place. So he was just talking about the intricate in building a refinery of that magnitude. It's not easy to accomplish. So he doesn't foresee any other person in Africa challenging him. He's like the dominant. I mean, he came out and said that.
Anyway. Thank you, a man of Prestige. Mr. James.
Yeah, thank you. I have nothing to add. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You said you don't have anything to add. Thank you, James.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to AFO.
Hi, Doctor. My name is Afolabi
Afolabi?
I'm Afolayan.
Afolayan, okay.
Yeah, I'm joining you from New Jersey.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you driving?
Yes, I want to find a place to park.
Okay, please. When you do that, we'll bring you back.
Thank you.
All right. The flagship.
Good afternoon, Rudolph. Thank you for having me on the show, and good afternoon to everyone. I don't have anything to add to it. I think we're pretty much good.
All right. So let's start with, I think the best place to start is what will happen on Tuesday, which is when Nigeria will turn 64 years as a nation, independent nation. The question that we always ask during this event is, are we independent? Do we have anything to celebrate? The government already said we are going to, not to throw a big party, not like David Oyedepo did yesterday. We want to take it easy. But beyond that, there will be people who will try to protest, like the Sowore group. And there will be people who make promises. You find the president who will speak, most likely who will say, I can feel your pain and things will get better. Just give me time. I'm trying to clear the mess that has been accumulating. This is a summary of the speech that has been there for a long time. We are fighting corruption, which is not different from what all the other presidents they've been saying during this period. So, but for you, KJ, I want to frame this question now so that we move the conversation forward, different from what we know they will say. What do you want the president to do? Like a radical speech, different from what we typically see, that will give Nigerians a different sense of where we are as a nation. Should he tell the truth and say, look, we are messed up, we don't know what we're doing? Or should he, what do you expect him to do?
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Rudolph, for that question. Thank you, every other member of the panel who's from the Righteous Man, Kene, Ike, CM, Man of Prestige, Mr. James, and the flagship. Now, here is what I would say. Just saying Nigeria is messed up and it's not good enough, because we have heard that many times. Remember that Babangida once said he doesn't even know how the country is going because everything has been scattered. He was expecting the country to have collapsed since, but somehow, one way or the other, they were still going. So he made that confession, yet he didn't change his style. And many other governments have said that made that same statement that they've not changed. Many of them also have said we don't even know how the petrol is still running, because everything should have stopped by now, but it's still going on. So what I think he should do that would maybe get the Nigerian people to probably give him a second chance is to say, look, going forward, my entourage is going to be 8 people, unless, of course, you have a part to play. In other clients, what people who countries do not have money, as they are coming to the New York now, they will look for experts like you who have been living in the country, who know the language of contracts, who understand the nitty-gritty of negotiation at this level. They use them as point people. They stand in and negotiate with the ambassador. That's why you have an ambassador in a country. You have a mini office already running as Nigeria. You don't need to import everybody to come, even those who do not understand the language, because you know very well in America that language we use in Nigeria is totally different from the language that the Americans speak. Words have different meaning here, okay, as it is down in Nigeria. So you look for experts and use those experts who are everywhere in the world to negotiate with you, to go to those meetings with you, to tell you, Oga, this one they're telling you, this is the meaning of this thing they're telling you. So you don't walk into a trap because the language has been so prepared that you don't have a total understanding of what it is. But, so if for him to say he wants to change his path, first and foremost, that's one of the things to do. Reduce your entourage. Go and put that plane in a commercial district. But if you want to retain the plane that you so like, sell the rest of the ones that are the presidential fleet. Return the Air Force officers and all who are working in that fleet. Reduce it. Reduce your members of your cronies that you have given all kinds of position, whether they are working or not. Reduce the number of your ministers. Reduce the amount that you are collecting for extra code each time you travel. Reduce also, call the National Assembly to meeting, say from now henceforth, all of us are going to collect civil service pay. So if you are working as a civil servant, only when you work with extra, overtime that you get extra pay. If not, everybody bring everything to the level of the civil servants. Okay, and then refuse, because listen, you know in America that once you're the president, you don't feed off the people's money. You feed off your salary. Nobody's going to give you largesse. You feed the whole community because you're president of America. That should also apply in Nigeria. Everything that has to do with utensils and all that they keep buying every year, because every year they change costs, change food, change everything in Aso Rock. Even they change the gas cookers in Aso Rock. Stop all that nonsense. Then we know you are serious. Bring your 36 or 37 now, because in Wike is also a governor now. Bring all of them to a table and say, from now going forward, let us spend the money where it is needed in the people. I'll give you a very clear example. You see, Nigeria, sometimes we think we are in a space where nobody is seeing us. And now the vice president, through his representing the president, went to the new UN and said something very interesting, that this thing happened in Nigeria is an climate change, ecological problem. No, they can see you from the satellite that these dams were getting ready to break. That's not a natural occurrence. It is stupidity, because that will happen every year. And then you come to the Wall Street and tell the people who already saw what was going to happen, saw the minute to happen, they have a space, what do you call the area view of the shots. They are telling them that what is going on in Nigeria is climate change. Some of those things are what we should change if we are really serious to build a nation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, KJ. Righteous Man, have you bought the Unity fabric that Remi Tinubu is selling?
Dr. Rudolph, I am not a hypocrite, and I refuse to be one. The center cannot hold. There is nothing meaningful, nothing useful, nothing good for Nigerians that will come up on October 1st as a result of the presidential rehearsal of what had been written already. When you are reading a speech written by somebody to promote your ego, it's different from you speaking from your heart. It's different from you pouring out your heart. Mr. Peter Obi does not speak from a written document. He speaks out from his heart. And that's why he said what is going on is that lunatics have grabbed Nigeria. That's what he calls them. He called them lunatics, political lunatics, people that have nothing to offer to the Nigerian people. So I am not expecting anything from the seat of power on October 1st, because all these things are just a jamboree. These guys know what they are doing. They are not after the welfare and the life of Nigerians. They are after what they can make out of Nigeria. That's their interest. Their interest is not about me, that is a common man on the street. Their interest is not about any other Nigerian that is not part of the syndicate. Their interest is what they will grab, what they will make out of the geographical expression called Nigeria. That's their interest. So it's going to be as usual. We will still hear the same songs and music. We still see maybe displaying of an image as a symbol of 64th birthday of Nigeria. There is nothing going to come out of it. Imagine in these 64 years, I am talking to you now from the former seat of power in Nigeria called Lagos. I am telling the whole world to hear that we have no electricity at this moment, and there is no PMS, there is nowhere you can get it. If you get it, it's 1,300. And I mean, if Nigeria is a nation, the Nigerian people would have been on the street right now. But because we are not a nation, we're a geographical expression, the creation of Britain America is functioning because Britain did not create America. Americans themselves stood and created a nation for themselves and pioneered it to be the way it is supposed to be. And that is why those who are there now are enjoying and seeing civilization. That is not the same thing with Nigeria. Britain created Nigeria for their own good. And they succeed in planting those who are not going to make whatever they created to work for the benefit of those who reside here. We that reside in Nigeria, we are not happy with what is going on.
All right, thank you, righteous man. Kenneth, though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand.
I don't know. You were once in a singing band, you know. So the thing is, Nigeria are 64, right?
Yes.
So I want them to celebrate their 64 years of failure. But while they are doing that celebration, they should be able to tell us why corruption has remained a pervasive issue in Nigeria, where from the executive to the legislation to the judiciary has become a bedrock of corruption. And that is why you have the so-called senior advocate of nonsense and their irresponsible but privileged children making noise up and down on social media. Nigeria should also be able to tell us what they have achieved since that 64 years in area of insecurity or security per se. They should be able to tell us how they have combated terrorism, the Fulani herdsmen terrorism in Nigeria, the Boko Haram terrorism, and the terrorism from the government himself. They should also be able to tell us what they have achieved in the area of infrastructure, from dilapidated roads to lack of electricity. Here we have righteous man crying every day that they don't have electricity. Righteous man, I can only sympathize with you. There's nothing we can do about it. Nigeria has become a giant of Bongo in Africa, where the only thing that they know how to do is aesthetics. President flying a private jet every year. The vice also changing houses every year. And when it comes to real infrastructure in Nigeria, in Africa, Nigeria is zero, number last. So we have no road, we have no electricity, we have no good source of water, where in Nigeria, a lot of people, a lot of children still die of cholera because of bad water. Then in terms of insecurity, they should also be able to tell us how they have defeated nepotism, where you have a president, the only people that are capable of steering that government are his family, his friends, and relatives, where somebody that is not qualified to be in the CBN, he's made the CBN governor. Someone that has no qualification whatever to be the minister of power is handed over the power sector. So the inequality is just something that has eaten deep into the fabric of that country. Nepotism especially, and paddy me, show me who you know kind of business in Nigeria. So at 64, Nigeria is a total failure. Nigeria, instead of showing us what they have progressed on, I think is more of a retrogressive achievement. So Nigeria, to me, is a failure.
All right. Thank you so much. Ikena San Antonio, what is your view on Nigeria?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Jackery Damages. So I want to start from local, then I go to the center. For Anambra State, where I come from, the local government election is going on today. Unfortunately, everybody that Soludo appointed will win today. Guarantee none of them will lose election today. It's a trend. If you are the governor of the state, everybody in your state that will win the election will be in your party. So That election was predicted the day they announced it. It was predicted that everybody that he put on transition state will win. So it's unfortunate somebody like Soludo, who called himself an educator, a professor, have really, really failed in the Anambra. Failed us so bad that a non-entity, somebody who doesn't have education, could have done better. And as educated and somebody who have traveled out globally, understand the concept of governance. If you don't vote for, if your local government does not vote for Soludo, you will not get anything allocated for your local government because Soludo will hold it hostage. And he said that. Then if we go to center, unfortunately, I don't know what, even people that are in this panel, somebody saying, giving what they should do. I don't know what you expect for somebody. The president of Nigeria does not have any reason to be in that seat. The only reason why he's in that seat is to grab as much as he can grab. Everybody that are in the Senate and in the House, they want to grab, including the people that was voted by the Labour Party people. Everybody keep on giving excuse, especially the people. I'm gonna center on the people that was elected by Labour Party. They give excuse. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do. Well, if Nigeria is a place where governance matter, they would have done what happened in America when Obama was the president. The little people are forgetting what they call that caucus. They started giving Obama headache for 8 years. They made Obama's life a living hell. But unfortunately, Nigeria, you cannot put Nigeria democracy or anything that is normal. Nigeria is 100% a failed state. Then I will go to the people of Nigeria. The people of Nigeria, unfortunately, they were busy watching Big Boys Niger or Big whatever Niger, 1xBet, all those rubbish things. They focus on those things. But when I look at people say, oh, my child cannot go and demonstrate because they will kill him. Then I ask them question. The life that your child who went to college, who went to university, come out for the last 5 years, end up driving keke, is it a life? So if you call that a life, unfortunately, you don't understand the concept of life. Righteous Man says that people in America are enjoying. I think, I'm sorry to tell you, we're not enjoying. We sit over here and work so hard to earn a living. But unfortunately, people that are living in Nigeria think that we are enjoying. We are working for every single dollar that you get paid. You work twice to make that dollar. So don't say that. We are stuck here because Nigeria is a failed state. Our people fail us. And because our people fail us, we contribute billions of Africans and Nigeria as a whole contribute a lot of money towards American economy. Because why are we here? My brother, I would have gone home a long time if Nigeria was a better. If P2B won this election, I would have been in Nigeria now. But unfortunately, we keep on blaming. Nigeria is in the state of, my grandmother said, no mekwata. You cannot fix Nigeria. Because if you try, they will take your life. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I like the fact that you corrected Righteous Man about this concept that people abroad are enjoying. It's very common in Nigeria. But there is nowhere that people are not struggling. So it's important. Along the same line, I just want to correct again. I've been told by my lawyers to make sure that I let it known to people, even though I've said it before, that Rudolph is not a doctor. The doctor we have is Dr. Damages, but people mix it up. But they said I should make sure that I make it clear. Otherwise, I may have to explain later. CM, welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Rudolph. Any specific question or just any specific question?
Nigeria's Independence Day. And is there anything that the president could do or say on October 1 that will make you change your perception, what you now feel about the country?
Well, putting me on the spot. I think it was either one of the essays I read written by Professor Ken Dibe. He said, and I quote, Nigeria is a country conceived in hope, but nurtured into hopelessness. The base phase that explains that hopelessness is now. Maybe Oke wrote it far too early. This is the time to say that Nigeria was originally conceived in hope, but delivered, nurtured and delivered into hopelessness. Now, what will President Tinubu do? We've never had it this bad. Not because we do not know. You can't put a career criminal in charge, a master certificate forger, and you expect Eldorado to emanate from him. If truth be told, what he will do that will gladden my heart is, fellow Nigerians, I hereby tender my unreserved apology and resign. That's all. If he can do this, I will put him in the same bracket with Abraham Lincoln, who made the famous Gettysburg Address, the Emancipation Proclamation, that today the world remembers. So if he can do this, to me, he will go down in history as a man who came, saw, and surrendered in the interest of humanity. But the question is, can he do it? Because Nigerians have never suffered like this before. We've never elected a president that have given lukewarm service to Nigeria like this. And these are people, they say they came from the activism class of Nadeko and all those things. I mean, it's a Nigeria today is a terrible shame. It's a big mistake of the British. It's staring us in the face. This is not, in fact, I wish Nigeria as a country do not exist. Given the shame we have become to black civilization, Nigeria is a terrible mistake the way it is now. With somebody like Tinubu to be president of the most populous black nation in the world, he should resign. That is the greatest honor he can do to not just us, but to humanity. Let him just tender immediately and resign and go into oblivion. It's as simple as that. Thank you.
Hold on, before you go, CM, what would be the reason? What would he say in the letter of resignation? Because it might just be the problem that he doesn't know what to say.
And anyway, Rudolph, I'm not afraid of this. That he came, he saw, he was overwhelmed. That's all. That okay. He cannot, he can't be, I mean, you can't scratch the problem. You have a 4-year mandate. You've done, I mean, for 48 months, you've done at least 16 months. 16 out of 48, is it not how many? I mean, you calculate it. So you can imagine, look at where we, and there's no hope. If he had a plan, where is the plan? NNPC, this is Tinubu's economics. Dangote will build a refinery, private. Then NNPC will say, we will sell it. We will sell the thing. Why can't NNPC repair their own? Instead of Dangote to sell to Nigerians or the rest of the world, they will first of all sell to NNPC. NNPC will sell to us. I mean, I can do the business now. I mean, remember I'm Igbo. They can bring me in. I can do it. So this is the shame of a nation. And Nigerians are suffering. Look at a liter of petrol. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, CM. Man of Prestige, welcome.
Yeah.
What do you want from Tinubu?
Greeting everybody again. I've greeted before. I don't have that much hope in Nigeria just because of the antecedent coming from previous governors and what Tinubu has done so far. Has pretty much regressed the economy. To the worst start in my lifetime. But having said that, I don't expect any more to come from the whatever is going to speak on Independence Day. Is going to be the same rhetoric. It'll be written by it'll be written by so-called expert, but it's not just about speaking or it's about delivery. If you don't deliver, what's the purpose of speaking? I mean, anybody can just come and speak or whatever being written for them. They come and address it. But I'm going to offer them. I'm still going to offer him an advice. He can be one of the most consequential president if you can utilize the power that he has right now. Because if you look at the Nigerian structure right now, I don't know if Buhari has as much power as he have, because he's structured that the whole Congress, the three judicial power, they listen to him. Whatever he say, they're gonna abide by that. So he could have used, that bullpen, to revitalize Nigeria. Because how long, we had our independence. If you look at the Western world, initially they used the black labor, to improve their economy. But later on, after giving us independence and everything, they pivot to economical revolution by using the machine. And look at where they are. But at a certain time, we need to start doing something and stop blaming the Western country. Take the bull by our horn and start rebuilding our country. But I'm going to offer Tinubu advice, okay? I have some bulletin point that I would like him if he can implement that. They're listening to me. They may not, but I'm still going to say what I have to say. So in my own opinion, there has to be some political stability and governance. What do I mean by that? You have to promote, accountability, transparent, rule of law, so that the people will have confidence in the government, because that's very important. Because if you poll Nigeria right now, about 90-something% of the population, I don't know, maybe you're close to 98 or whatever, they don't have confidence in the government, because everything they say they're lying, nothing is true. So that's very imperative for you to do that. And one more thing I'm going to advise him, all this local government, decentralize your power, they need to have it implemented. Look at what happened in my state. I paid too much attention about what happened in my state. They won the whole 27 local government. How can you do that? And 305 councillors. We have 305 councillors. APC won everything. The 27 local, they said there's no election that was held. I think it was last week, the same time with the Edo election. What kind of impunity is that? How can you believe that? There's no challenge. You have to win the whole local government. This is exactly what's happening. Set up to capture the whole country. They want to make it a one-party system without no opposition. But that's a theory for that's going to be a four state in my own opinion. And one more thing I need to do is about strict implementation of anti-corruption. That is very paramount for Nigeria to move around. They have to implement strict implementation of anti-corruption, group. I don't know how they're going to do such kind of independence, that if you do something, if you steal money or whatever, they put your firing spot. I'm not a proponent of firing spot for that kind of stuff, but in this case, Nigeria needs, that strict corruption to be implemented. So the governors, they will think, before they do anything. So, maybe one more thing I have to do. There has to be a dialogue for the whole ethnic group. You have to do that, because if you don't do that, nothing is going to transpire. You have to call and ask them, the Igbo, the Southwest, what do you all want? Why you all agitating? Come to the table and talk. You have Shettima that went to the UNN and we're talking about Palestinian state, that they need their own Palestinian state. But you have the same problem in Nigeria. You haven't addressed it, but you are going to the UN and addressing a different nation. None of us, you haven't done anything in your own country. So that's Nigeria for you. I don't know where we go from here. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Mr. James, is there any way to be optimistic? Can you give us an optimistic view?
Unfortunately, the government is not willing to turn a new leaf. The only thing it would have done that will please me on October 1 is what Murtala Mohammed did when he overthrew Yakubu Gowon's administration on July 29, 1975. In all the then 12 states of the country, they set up commissions of inquiries to probe corrupt politicians from 1960 to 1975 to sanitize the system. Unfortunately, he will not do it. That's the only thing he will have done that will make me have a change of mind. Let me put it that way. And anyway, the truth is that the country is beyond redemption. We should call a spade a spade. I remember there's a verse in the Bible, 1 John chapter 2, verse 17. 1 John chapter 2, verse 17. It says the world is passing away, and so are its desires. But he that does the will of God remains forever. The country is passing away, Nigeria is passing away, and the desires of Nigeria. Those who prepare for the future will live forever in the new republics. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. James, thank you so much. The flagship.
Thank you so much, Rudolph. I think I would take the same position as CM if there were to be a dreamland. What I would expect to hear from Tinubu come October 1st would be that, fellow Nigerians, I am sorry. I made a bad move. I underestimated the job. I started poorly. However, I'm going to tender my resignation and hand over the government. But the question then comes to me, if he decides to do that, who would he hand over to? Would Shettima do a better job than Akpabio? My answer is a very clear-cut no. So what I would think he should say would be, considering that I underestimated the job and I can't do it as I thought I would in my old age, I'm going to try to clean up the government as much as I can, and I will hold it up until 2027. And come 2027, I will do everything within my power to make sure that a well, clean, and clear democratic election is conducted without me in the race. And then I would hand over to whomever Nigeria decides to elect as their president. That's what I expect him to hear, or what I expect to hear from him. But would he say it? I don't think he will. Having said that, I'm not expecting anything different come October 1st. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, the flagship. Mr. Shaw, let me come to you.
Good evening, Rudolph. Sorry, Dr. Rudolph. Yes. Good evening, Dr. Rudolph, and good evening to everyone who's watching. So what's the question? Is it what do I expect from Tinubu on the...
Yeah. But is there anything that he would do that will give you a reason to be optimistic about the next?
There are so many things. There are like 1,000 things he could do or say that would give even the most hopeless person hope. But he's not going to do them. So let's not waste time on that. I keep saying it. The hardest person to wake up is the one that is pretending to be asleep. These people are pretending to be asleep, so there's no way we're going to wake them up. If they're genuinely sleeping and you tap them, they would wake up. So I'm not going to start listing out the things I expect of him. We've been saying it for a long time. They don't need us to tell them. They know what the right thing to do is, but that goes against what they stand to gain. So I'm not going to waste time on that. I'm just going to spend my 2 minutes to do something. I know, I shouldn't break the rules, but something that I just found out, the last couple of days that I just wanted to share. Kene, I know you're quite quick with things. Kene, can you please help me check the date of birth of Monday Okpebholo? His date of birth. I was just looking at his WAEC result. He wrote his WAEC in 2008 or so when he was 38 years old. That's what struck me to say, why is he writing WAEC in his mid-30s? Or meet yourself. What day was he born?
You mean the APC guy?
Yes, Monday Okpebholo.
He has multiple dates of birth, so I don't know which one is correct.
Please just check on Wikipedia his official date of birth. I know it, but I just want to check for me.
Okpebholo. I don't even know how to spell that last name.
Monday, Opehol or whatever it would. Opek. I can say it if that's going to take time. He was born on the 29th of August, 1970. Right?
Okay. Yeah, we have 1970 on Wikipedia.
Yes, 29th August. If you Google August 1970 calendar and click on image, you would see that's a Saturday. I just want to find out, in Delta State, in Edo State, people from Edo State, is it different to the rest of the world where, someone is born on a Saturday and is named Monday? I just saw that and I thought to myself, what is actually going on? You were born on a Saturday.
So you see, hold on. You know what is going on now? the very black man is actually being dethroned as an investigative journalist, and
I'm taking over.
So he's taking over as the lead investigative journalist in Nigeria now.
You see, look, my friend, I was brought up in Benin City. The truth is, I'm not defending him because they are all dirty people, all politicians in Nigeria. The truth is, probably they named him after somebody called Monday.
Okay, I mean, that's why I said from those who grew up around Edo State.
Nobody should quote me. I'm not defending him. Probably he was named after somebody called Monday.
That's all I was looking for, some sort of angle, something to say, okay, maybe some of us don't understand what's going on. So it's good. I can see that my friend said we dwell on irrelevancies. This is the problem. We let little things like that slide. They become bigger problems. Then we start to tackle the monster. When we see little things like that, let us tackle it. When it is small, let us challenge those things. When people are not qualified, let us challenge it. When somebody wrote his, I mean, he could write WAEC at whatever age because the qualification is, just write WAEC. You don't have to pass. But when your result is saying you failed, I don't know anybody who's failed Christian religious knowledge. You are not the devil. Why are you failing Christian religious knowledge? You fail government. Everything is fail. So when they are small, it's not about him. It's not about AP. It's about Nigeria as a whole. These are the things we see on a daily basis that I'm saying we should challenge. So it's not about him. Similar to the Bobrisky case, and I'm going to log out in a second. When the Bobrisky thing happened then, and I brought it up, I saw a lot of people turn up their nose at it. Oh, how can we discuss this? It's a bigger issue. Now you can see why the Bobrisky case is bigger than you thought. So when things are small, nip it in the bud while you can. But you leave it to fester, now you're faced with a monster, and everybody is coming and speaking grammar and all of that. But, I wish Nigeria a happy birthday. For those of you in diaspora, send money to your parents and your siblings. Let them buy their Ashwebi to wear on the 1st of October.
Which one? Is it the Unity one? Or
the Unity, that's the Ashwebi now. Yeah, that's
okay. Yeah. All right. That's the right one. So let's go to Ikolola. Welcome. Ikolola, can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. Thank you, everyone. Good to see you all again. I'm going to start with a little story. Someone told me about last week. Someone sent money to another person to keep for them. And the person, being an elder person, took the money and kept it. But the funny thing happened. This person that was sent money to keep loaned it out. So when the person that actually sent the money said, "Where's my money?" He said he loaned it out. So now the person that sent the money said, "Look, I want my money. I don't care what you did. I just want it back." So this person that was telling me the story said, "Why would this person that sent the money be so callous?" You see, it is how we think. It is how we think. We add emotion to everything. So I made it so simple. I said, "You cannot give out what you don't have." I said, "Give me a pen." He said, "I don't have a pen." I said, "Because true, you don't have a pen, so that is why you're not giving it to me. Why would someone loan out money that is not theirs?" So I will tell you what I think Tinubu can't do, not what I'm very sure that he cannot do, or he doesn't have in his heart to do, and never has in his mind to do. I would love Tinubu to tell the people of Nigeria that the looting is going to continue, the hardship is going to continue, the economic downturn is going to continue. So they should brace themselves because he's got 4 more years or 3 more years to go. And if by any chance that 27 comes, that he's going to do all he can to rig himself in against their will. So they should be ready to do whatever they can to make sure it doesn't happen, because that is what is going to happen, So maybe Nigerians will come to their senses and then realize that they are at war, that they are being slaves. Because I cannot understand how a people in the last Edo election could see what is going on and still go and vote. I mean, you should be able to say, look, APC got not one single vote. So I'm not that well, I don't have that wishful thought to come and sit here and say, oh, what a man doesn't have, he cannot give. What is not in a man's agenda, he cannot give. What doesn't make a man, he cannot give. So if you come here and say whatever good things you have to say, it's not going to happen because it is not the generic formation of the man. I don't know how we will understand it. So I don't see the difference of some people on this panel with the people in Edo State that voted APC. I don't see the difference. They're just wishing for something that would never happen.
All right, thank you. Let me go to Alaba. Alaba, you're next.
Good morning, fellow Nigerians and fellow panelists. Today I will be speaking on behalf of my veritable president, President Tinubu, and I address you as a president of the Nigerian country. 64 years ago, our forefathers grabbed this company from the British. And since then, we have gone through a lot of things as the Nigerians. We have gone through a civil war, we have gone through military rule, and we have gone through a change of outfit that we call democracy, whereby the military simply changed Agbada. I personally want to apologize to all of you, particularly the obedient, for the charade that we call an election last year. I want to promise you that immediately I will be putting a motion before the Senate to have the Constitution amended. Immediately, INEC will be dissolved, EFCC will be dissolved, a new organization will be established that will properly look into all the abnormalities that is happening in this country. I will make sure that all those who have stolen money from this country will be thoroughly looked into and they will be put to trial. I want to remind them that it's either they would either pay with money or with blood. And I want to make it clear, we do not spend blood in this country. So everything they have taken, we would attempt to take back. Now, on going forward, I want to sympathize with many Nigerians who are suffering and are going through heavy losses. I will call the labor union immediately to my office and offer them 200,000 as base salaries. I would make efforts to reduce the impact of bribery and corruption in this country. I will try to make my people happy. I will try to do all these things and also ensure that our election going forward, we would adopt the option A4, whereby votes will be counted in the open. The people will line up. All this paper thing is giving too much room for political shenanigans. This country belongs to all of us all, even though most of us own second passports, and our children are studying happily abroad. I would establish that every local government in this country has a media house and also a private media house so that people's voices will come up to be heard. There are several things to do to save this country, but it is important that because I started as a drug dealer does not mean I would not want to leave a legacy of the best president that ever lived in this country. Nnamdi Kanu will be released immediately, and so many others who have been in prison unjustly. The right to protest will be fully enthroned. I would appoint Sowore into my cabinet if he wants to serve, and if he refuses, I will make the offer straight away to Obi. Nigerians of great intelligence will be invited to this government, irrespective of their party affiliation. I will reduce the number of political parties that exist in this country to 3 or 4. Thereby, we can focus on issues. Also, constitution will be amended so that an independent candidate can emerge. There are several things we can do to save this country. I would appease the Igbos in all areas and angles and let them know they are part of this country. My time is up now for this independence celebration, but I assure you I intend to live as the best president that this country ever had. Thank you all very much.
All right, thank you, Laba. That was a nice attempt at speaking for Tinubu. The what you missed is if Tinubu should say something like that, the first reaction will be if you mention the name of Sowore, Sowore will say, "I don't want anything from you. You're a thief." A lot of people will come out and say, "You have not talked about what you did." If you remember in Nigerian history, Yar'Adua was the only president that got in there and said, "Look, the process that brought me into this office is faulty." So for Tinubu to even begin to make any speech and promise anything, he has acknowledged that the process that brought him there it was terrible, or that with the role he played in the whole. You can't be calling people and saying that you're going to try criminals if you are part of the gang. What will happen if you should? They know these things you are talking about. All these things we are talking about, you think they don't know? They know all these things. And one of the reasons why they will not do this, why someone like Tinubu cannot do that, anybody really, is that the moment you start talking, somebody who knew what you did, was with you when you were doing that, we come out and say, "How can you try me when I was with you? We were together. We did this." That's why they don't do these things, we think. It's not that they don't know. All right, let's welcome Mama Echo. Mama Echo, welcome to the show.
Uwese. That is thank you in Benin language. Alaba, did you enter my sweetheart's mind to be reading that speech to us? You know, say Tinubu na my sweetheart now because he get wetin he belong to my children. Because if like say you just enter his heart, begin they read to us, we didn't go read tomorrow. But if like say na inside dream, now go read such speech. All right, what are we talking about? What will be your question, Turkey?
So, what will you say to Tinubu if you had the opportunity to change the perception of Nigerians as we mark our 64th Independence Day?
Rudolph, my apologies. Can you put me in the backstage? I'll be back in 5 minutes.
All right.
All right, thank you.
I will say to him to first of all apologize to my children for stealing their mandate. Secondly, he also needs to tell us what we know that is truth, but we want to hear it from his mouth. The Chicago saga, and also the drug issue. Then, to appease my people from the East, release Nnamdi Kanu immediately. Then, moving forward, all the baggages of people that are with baggage that he has in the cabinet, he has to remove all of them and look for worthy Nigerian, home and abroad, with capacity, with integrity, with accountability, with compassion, with honesty, truth, transparency, empathy, love for humanity, and above all, the fear of God. And if you have a problem to select those people, he should give us the opportunity to help him to select. Because we'll take them through what proper interview process. I'm not the one who will do it. I have capable children, home and abroad, that are smarter than me, that believe in this same cause with me, that will do the selection process. They will hand them over to him. But he must tell us, he must assure us that he will give them a free hand to carry their assignment without fear of anybody and without the interference of his office, without the interference of his Remi Tinubu, without interference of his son Sheyi, and without interference of Iya Loja, his daughter. So this will be what I will tell him. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mama Icho. Did I miss anybody? I'm not sure. Everybody spoke on this. All right. I want us to move on to the next topic, which is Nnamdi Kanu. I wanted that to be handled before we talk about Bishop David Oyedepo. Nnamdi Kanu went to court this week and made several submissions in court. Let's listen to him speak here.
That a high court have refused to obey or abide by the determination of a Supreme Court judgment.
And then take the only part that is against him and then refuse to apply the part that is in favor of him.
This cherry picking of what was contained in the Supreme Court judgment is what I'm against. Yes, that's correct. It should be implemented holistically. Yes. I'm not against facing any trial. After all, I'm innocent, they have not been against me. But there cannot be any trial when key sections of the Constitution and a key Supreme Court judgment has been violated by a court of law.
Are you concerned so you'll be patient for the case to go back and come back to the court?
This is my 4th year in solitary confinement in detention. The 5th year will not kill me.
Sorry, what if the case is also reassigned back to her? Will you still be comfortable?
It's not going on.
No, it won't happen.
It won't happen. It doesn't happen.
It doesn't happen that way. It doesn't happen that way at all.
Thank you very much.
These are the things that the public must understand. Most of you journalists, the legal correspondents, you don't take time to actually study some of these rulings and judgments. Go and study. In fact, I'll give you.
Bring that envelope. Bring the envelope.
Look at it here. Look at it here. Look at it. I'll give it to her because I think she's a bit more.
Give her the Supreme Court judgment.
Can you hold this for me?
She can.
I want to let the whole world understand something. Very, very clear. In all this is the judgment of the Supreme Court. It made it very clear that even that the impartiality of the judge is questionable. And is here. Where is it? Please do bear with me. It says it here.
I like
what is it, page? What is that again?
Where
it says
page 18.
all these things are online. Is it not page 18? All these things are online. So I suggest that the journalists in this country actually take out time to do some basic research. It's not difficult, just minor research. You will understand the virtuousness, the emptiness of all the charges against me. They kept switching the charges. They said I committed this crime in England, isn't it? Yes. I made a broadcast in England.
Yes.
And in 9 charges leveled against me, the place where I committed this crime was London, in the United Kingdom.
Yes.
When my lawyers came to see me, I had a discussion with them about how I'm going to defend myself. I told them that no court in Nigeria has jurisdiction to try me. Because since this offense was committed in England, so they said, it's only a UK court that can give a Nigerian court the authority to proceed, isn't it?
Yeah, based on that, they removed London.
Based on that, they now amended the charge again and removed London.
Location of the broadcast.
Location of the broadcast. Contrary to section 196?
174 of the Terrorism Prevention Act 2022.
In violation of their own laws. Violation of their own laws. And you want me to stand trial under such circumstances? Is that possible? Nnamdi Kanu to stand trial where these shenanigans are going on? It's not possible.
Gentlemen, this video is being made from the premises of the DSS in Abuja. You all know who I am. My name is Oyedepo Nyako. I'm the special counsel to Nnamdi Kanu. On my right is Barrister Nnamdi Kanu. Behind me is Barrister Patrick Ageze, who came from Enugu, and to my left is Barrister Mandela Umeborok. all of us, all four of us, came to the premises of DSS to meet with our client today to discuss what happened in court on 24th on the way forward on his case. But we were not allowed by the DSS to meet with our client. We came by few minutes to 2 p.m. Until now that I'm speaking to you, which is some minutes to 5 p.m., we have not been allowed to meet with our client. So we're just about to leave, and we have our suspicions. Our suspicion, which is credible, is that the DSS and the federal government of Nigeria, they are not happy that our client requested the judge handling this matter to withdraw from handling the case. If not this reason, what other reason could explain this unconstitutional behavior of preventing lawyers from meeting with their clients who is under trial? So we need the world to know that this thing furthers what the government of the day or the DSS has been doing that actually complicated the trial of this case that culminated in our client being frustrated and losing confidence in the judge who was handling this case, and which resulted on 24th September in our client requesting the judge to withdraw. So we decided to make this video to inform the world about what is happening, and we are going to back it up with a press statement, another press statement later. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's it.
All right. That is where we are with the story of Nnamdi Kanu and the court. So let me start with you, KJ. Why is this case different and difficult to settle politically?
It's different and difficult to settle only because the man is Nnamdi Kanu, an Igbo man from the East. If it was any other Nigerian, the case would not be difficult. It would not be. It would have been settled a long time ago. For those of us who have followed this case right from when he was arrested in 2017, you will notice that each time he appears in court, his own case seems to have a different tone. The people who go to court have different, they wear the traditional clothes to the court, and the court does not find it offensive. But Nnamdi Kanu wears Isiagu to court. They said the Isiagu is intimidating the court, so he should not come with Isiagu any longer. Now, he requested for change of clothes. The court granted that, but the court never followed up on that. Till today, he's still wearing that. The other defense they had was that he said he doesn't want to change into another cloth, which obviously is not true. So now, the courts find it difficult to even obey their own rules, because I know that Binta Nyako gave many rulings saying he doesn't want this man to appear before her again in these clothes. Yet he still appeared the next court meeting, and nothing was done about it. She sat and still listened to him. She has given a ruling that he should be moved from the DSS detention center to Kuje, where he can now be able to meet with other members of his family and be able to circulate among the people. That's, in other words, have a freedom to go outside and see the sun. They refused and they rejected that. She has also ruled that his lawyer should have free and unfettered access to him whenever they desire. That was also rejected by the DSS. She also ruled that he should be given enough time to go outside of his almost like a square box room where he's staying, so I can receive sun and be able to meet with other people. That was also turned down. She also granted another thing that he should be allowed access to his doctor who will examine him to find out exactly. You can see that he's looking a little bit bloated. Now, for him to be able to properly taken care of, they also rejected that. You can see many times they also brought doctors who we do not know what their intentions were, who tried to give him all kinds of medication, but because he is Nnamdi Kanu, he refused to take it. He was not intimidated by them, so he refused those medications brought to him, inside those dungeons. So what am I saying? The reason why it becomes difficult for Nigeria to handle, or for the court in Nigeria to handle, is because they don't want to stand by their own laws. Because if they stand by their own laws, even the last judgment by the Supreme Court has already said he should be set free, and that no court should try him. This is rulings that he had more than 5 rulings in his favor in Nigerian law, not West Africa, not international law, Nigerian law, but they refuse to accept to their own rules, their own regulations in their own court. So basically, to answer your question, it is difficult because he is IGBO or IBO, Igbo man. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, KJ. Kenneth,
Yeah.
what do you make of what happened in court this week?
Well, thank you, Mr. KJ. I think you've said it the way it is. But about what happened in the courts is just a clear indication that Binta Nyako is a partial judge, is an incompetent judge that is filled with, should I say inefficiencies? But no, you just hate for Nnamdi Kanu, and especially because of where he comes from, which is being an Igbo man. Because of that, she has relinquished her responsibility to someone else. Because, in a system where justice is one-sided, you tend to have people like Binta Nyako in the Supreme Court, or have them as judges. In the same vein where you see people like the wife of Wike and some disgraceful senior advocates parading themselves as saints. And when they are being exposed, you see their irresponsible children jumping up and down in defense of their father's criminal activities. So in Nigeria, you have a lot of people that were accused of being they were accused of treasonable offenses. These people were released. The likes of Sunday Igboho, the likes of Asaru Dokuboden, what's the other person? Even the Boko Haram terrorists, they were all released. But Nnamdi Kanu is still there. Even when the court, the Nigerian court itself, found him not guilty of that charges, yet he's been held in the DSS dungeon. And I bet to ask, where are the so-called activists? Where are the so-called human rights people that are championing that they are human rights activists, they are fighting for the less privileged, they are fighting against injustice and all that, and using that to confuse gullible followers? Where are they now? Why can't they come out and say, no, this is not justice? This justice is somehow, this justice is not justing, if there is any language like that. Where are they now? But they are quick to visit Nnamdi Kanu in the DSS office just to buy cheap popularity. See, Nigeria, the day we start telling ourselves the truth, maybe that will be the day that Nigeria will start seeing the daylight. But as it is today, Nigeria is a country where hate, is more important than having a peaceful deliberations or peaceful coexistence. Nigeria is a place where, because you are an Igbo man, the court, the justice can be tilted to hold you captive. But because you're a Yoruba man or Asa man, you are free to do whatever you want to do, and nobody questions you. That is the truth. Whomever that differ from this is also filled with hate.
All right, thank you, Kene. A man of prestige. Have you been following the case?
Okay, sorry. This case been going on for a long time. We know in the Nigerian space, there's no judiciary. Everything is just centralized towards the Aso Rock. I mean, let's call it what it is, because justice doesn't exist. Or sometimes there's what I call selective justice. So until, like I stated before, we have to reshape our judicial system, the three branches of government. But let me go back to what we're talking about in Nnamdi Kanu. I mean, the Supreme Court has ruled and everything. He's supposed to be released. And, everybody, even the people that don't like him, the no injustice has been perpetuated to him. It's about time they release him for peace purpose, And I praise him for his courage. Like he stated, he's been he's been behind bar for 4 years. One more year or 2 more years is not going to kill him. And I'm looking at him, the man looks good, judging by what he has been for 4 years and the ill treatment that has been meted to him, and he's still strong. So I give him a kudo for him. Like I said, certain kind of narrative that he perpetuated, I was never a support of that. But if you look at it deeply, everything that he professed has come to fruition in reference to Nigeria, where we are right now. Nothing is working, corruption, everything. So we know that country is not a functioning country. I hope Tinubu can use his power. He has the power to pardon him. I was looking at how long he's been in power, about 1 year, 6 months or something like that. I believe during Buhari time, Buhari met 208 pardon. I think Jonathan 10. So Tinubu hasn't done any pardon here, because I was thinking maybe if there's any kind of pardon with Sowore and the other guy from Southwest, but there's no pardon in it. So I think that was pretty much done by the justice system, So it's about time that he do it for the sake of Nigeria, because I believe if Nnamdi Kanu is released, South is going to be at peace. That's just what I'm saying. If you want a united country, you need to do the needful. I mean, it's not going to take you. So anybody can come here and say, there's a process, the judicial system. What judicial system? Tinubu is the omega of everything. He can do it. Just for the sake of that country. Supreme Court has released Nnamdi Kanu, but we know it's going to happen. So, I mean, I get tired of talking about that, but I hope he do the needful. That's how I see it, because he can do it. So, but it's a pity. That's where we find ourselves. That's all I have to say for now, Dr. Rudolph.
All right, thank you. Kolola, you are next. What is your take on that situation? I also want to point out that the Ezebo of Edo State, who threatened that he will invite IPOB to Lagos to protect the market, is still being tried and is still locked up. Go ahead, Ikolola.
Oh, thank you for adding that to my submission. I think, as some people have said, he's in that situation because of his ethnic origin. And not only that, because if we just put it at that, then we are losing focus on every other thing that makes Nnamdi Kanu. There must be something they're very afraid of. We might not know. And they might know, and then Nnamdi Kanu himself does not know what they are very afraid of in him being released. Because as you see it, IPOB is a very powerful force, which if they have organization, if they have coherence, if they have a head they look up to, it might be unstoppable. So, and it's not just, I just don't want to say it's because he's an Igbo man. As something they're very afraid of, which Nnamdi himself does not really know. And because if you look at it, this Fulani headsman has ravaged the southwest, part of northern part of the southwest. They've ravaged most of the middle belt. What has kept the east going? Is it not IPOB that has saved the villages? So if they can do it, they are very afraid of something. So it's not just because his ethnic origin is Igbo. They are afraid of something, and Nnamdi Kanu himself does not know. So it's unfortunate. This is what it is, and I am not looking forward. I'm not looking forward to that funny-looking guy that wears glasses and speaks in a very funny manner to do anything. He's just going to go on and on and on and on for another few years where he's there. Well, hopefully, I don't know what will take him out, but if it's not chaos, if it's not violence, if it is not, I hope he carefully leaves and Nigeria comes back to normal. But if that man is going to do anything, it's you know an Iroko tree from when it's small. It's not when it's so big and grown that you say it's Iroko tree. Right from its little seed, you know, this is an Iroko tree. That man is not going to do it.
All right. Thank you. Alaba, why is political solution difficult?
A political solution is not difficult to resolve this issue. Like someone said, they know there's something about Nnamdi Kanu that they are afraid of. But the issue of Nnamdi Kanu, although very tragic and real, is that this is the reign of injustice. It just doesn't fall on the Igbos. It falls on all. And Nigeria has no umbrella. But the situation with Nnamdi Kanu is the case of somebody who hones in on the truth, and this government is afraid of the truth. Or I want to stop calling it this government. I want to lay blame on who they really are. This elite, this what was the word that a politician used? This political criminals or talk. I think was it Obi who used it. You see, Nigeria has no judiciary. All these senior advocates of nonsense, all these elitism of we are big men, we know the law. I better pass my neighbor. I know more than my neighbor. I'm a big man. I live in Ikoyi. I live in Banana Island. I wear the white man wig. All this colo mentality that borders on our elites. Dele Faron said, don't even call them elite. We have no elites. We have boy who thinks that they are elites with all their millions and private jets. You understand? All these journalists, all these pastors, all these elites. The problem lies there because where the rule of law doesn't exist, that's a jungle. And where Nigeria is now, it has no judiciary, it has no rule of law. It has no court system. Anybody that says it's going to court is going there to waste his or her time. These things doesn't exist. Let's call a spade a spade. You see, all these foolish elites now who are destroying everything, who cannot maintain basic rule of law. I mean, basic rule of law. The man has been released by a court. Follow your own rule as bad as those rules are. You can't even do that. It shows you how the reign of injustice is going to swipe Nigeria away into oblivion. Now, this big manism is the real danger, the real monster. And the destruction that is coming ahead, for those who have vision, they can see it. And that's why we come here every day to talk to possibly, hopefully avert the imminent danger. And we talk without fear or favor. And we have no regard for anybody who gets hurt by our speeches. Yes, there's an Igbo aspect to this Nnamdi Kanu thing. But the reign of injustice fall on all. The Igbo aspect is the fact that his fellow Igbo brothers are not talking. The governors, the politicians, those that are part of the criminal gang, that is the only Igbo aspect to this. It's not because Nigeria is so unjust to the Igbo. Nigeria is unjust, yes, I agree, but the reign of injustice falls on all. That's why Nnamdi Kanu's case is special. Because that man has a hold on the truth against them. And they are afraid. These satanic, devilish people that call themselves elites, educated lawyers with wig of the white man on their head, are afraid of this man. And that is where the problem lies. The only Igbo angle is the failure of his Igbo brothers. The likes of that idiot Igbo that is in Lagos and all the governors in the East that are not standing up to this man, on behalf of this man, as their kingsmen. Those are the problem. That's the only Igbo angle to it. Other than that, the reign of injustice falls on all. And those who think that injustice anywhere is a thing they can shed an eye away from, they need to learn that injustice anywhere is a threat to peace everywhere. And that imminent thing is coming. But the only Igbo angle is that the fact that his own Igbo kings are quiet or afraid, are diplomatic. We have Igbo journalists. Why are they not doing thorough investigation, talking? I still thank that man they call Black Dark something for bringing out what our journalists should be doing instead of cowarding to injustice. Thank you all very much.
All right. CM, you're next. Unmute yourself, CM. Okay.
Okay. Have I not? Are you?
Yeah, you can go ahead. We can hear you. All right, CM is having difficulties. We can't hear you, CM. You muted yourself again. All right, so CM, try again. Otherwise, we'll go ahead. You keep muting yourself. Just leave it unmuted, and then you can talk. All right, let's go to Mama Echo. We'll come back to you, CM. Mama Echo.
All right. Greetings to the panelists and everyone in the comment section and our viewers. My voice, it gets sore throat, so if you hear me they talk like frog, because I be say, we not eat frog, that's sore throat. You see, I'm gonna wear my full regalia now on this Nnamdi Kanu case. First, I'll put on the figure of a mother to address it. Secondly, I'm coming in as the convener of Anti-Mogul Charity Organization here in US and convener of Anti-Mogul Foundation in Nigeria. So with that, we are qualified as a civil organization to fight this injustice. But I will be needing help. And I'm going to make this request because those who will be part of it will need to be screened by the few people I'm going to measure in this platform. And you also have the right to opt out if you are not going to join me in it. Because any person that will join me in fighting this fight, another fight, will have to have this core value: accountability, competence, compassion, good character, empathy, integrity, honesty, transparency, truthfulness, love for humanity, and above all, the fear of God. So, any of you that will hear me now and that will hear me later, home and abroad, because we need both teams to work to get success. Reach out to these following people. And if I call your name and you do not want to be part, please opt out. So reach out to the following people and get my phone number. And the following people that I'm going to call, please scream whoever that comes to you with this, because we do not want enemy in our camp. And use your designing spirit to know whether they are enemy or not. Because every impunity that has been done to my children will be addressed one after the other. All of our impunity, I put them inside cooler. Especially the one wanna do during election. So we won't stand with my Peking.
Hold on, Mama Echo. I think there may be a better way to do this instead of.
Well, let me finish.
No, wait, because I guess I know where you're going. Instead of calling people's name and putting them on the spot, this is an international.
Okay, make I put that for back seat.
Yeah, no, what I mean is this: if you want, if you can give out your number on the comments on the chat, and people can reach out to you. But I don't think it's a fair thing to call people's name and put them on the spot for whatever reason. I don't know what you are.
I am not putting people on the spot. I can put their name on private section.
Yeah.
I do not want. I do not want people to reach out to me coming from Agbado's camp. So I have people that will screen them before they come to me.
Okay, so you have assistants that, did they know, the people you are about to say that will screen them, do they know that their job is to screen these people before you call their names?
That is what I'm just saying now.
So you can talk to them first before you call their names. I don't just want you to put people on the spot. KJ is not feeling very, very good.
Wait now. You say I cannot talk and act good. I go put their name in comment section, good, private. Then secondly, I say you have the right to opt out if you don't want. I mean, not a year in between my talk.
No, you can't do that. I can't call your name and say, oh, Mama Echo, you have to come and do my garden today. But you have the option to opt out. That's not a way to do it.
See, in my organization, we work as a team.
You see, you've derailed the conversation now. We are talking about Nnamdi Kanu.
No, Nnamdi Kanu matter. Bring me come here. No, Nnamdi Kanu say, I want to put on two caps, the cap of a mother and the cap of an NGO. What is it?
So this is what we're going to do. Mama Echo, give us the email of your NGO and then say people, put it out there. Put it on the comment section.
I don't want everybody. You know why?
When they reach out
to me, finish, okay? If you let me land and you begin to bring your criticism, I will accept them. Okay. But not making me to land is unfair.
All right, go ahead.
No.
Go ahead, Mama Echo, land.
I will put the name in the private sector. If you don't want to work with me, opt out. I request for screening because Agbado go sending people to me. You think I don't know what I'm doing? I've sent a message across to him before now that if he did not release him during this thing, I go play the Joker card for her. And at the Joker card, me and my children won't plan. So that the people when go help me, screen people, when go help me play this Joker card, now I be the talk. These are my family. I cannot allow outsider to reach out to me when I know we are fighting a war. Or you don't understand? I can't be the one screening everybody. I have plenty things on my table. Is it too much to ask?
All right, go ahead. Finish up. We have 6 minutes.
You say some people that they fear. So I go put name for private section of the people that they will be reaching out to. But in that list, if you not say you don't want to join, because in people when get heart like a lion, now go follow me go this journey. So if you be the type when it is shaking out, don't accept this request.
Mama Echo, one more thing before you speak more. You could have actually called these people you're talking about and talk to them before saying you will know whether they want to do it or not. That's what I would do. I wouldn't call people and say, yo, you can choose whether you want to come or not.
They have the right. See, I be open book. I know they do backyard business. Okay, why are you not discussing Nnamdi Kanu matter for secret? Why are you bringing it open? And why are you asking me to talk about it openly? Why? Or is it the solution we should be discussing in secret? That is hypocrisy, doctor.
All right. So are you done?
I'm not done.
So what is left?
I want to put the name of those who will work, who will screen people home and abroad when they work with me.
Go ahead.
And I don't give my criteria. Since you thought say that they fear, make I not put them for sport. I go respect that. I go put them for private chat. And those people, when I want put their name, if you not say, you not get lion heart like Nnamdi Kanu, you not get lion heart like Sowore, and you not get lion heart like Mama Echo, opt out and not get offense against you.
You know, leadership role requires you to be able to know the people you are picking. The people you pick. So if you pick the wrong people, that wouldn't, it means that you didn't show leadership.
Let me say something.
Oga James, come. Oga Udo. Some of these people we've talked in the back. Niger Watch and CN, they helped me, they do interview for Niger Watch. And I said it openly. So that your own, they do secretariat. I am not fucking doing any secretariat. Did you understand me?
All right.
If I say that I meet you now,
Mama Rachel, you delayed this conversation. 2 more minutes. We'll move to the next person.
Okay, I know they're right. Oga KJ, you did. Ekene, you did. Where are the rest people? I said you have
remove my name from the list.
Okay, good.
Remove my name. I don't join any list.
Ferreira, you there? I better remove this green button. Make I see the people when I they call. Oga Righteous Man, you there? See, we don't already they work, so I include you for this list. Olumide never come. So I go call you later. Now all these people who do not they call you because your plate is full. So these are the people that will be helping me. You they pray. I know you now. So because I want to round up, I they go meet area father for worship media. Me I go yarn.
All right. Thank you so much.
Please, I will be reaching out to you people, and if you hear your name, you feel that as a kid, as my sweetheart, my honey pie, can I just do now? I get that right. If they look me, not my sweetheart. I be my, you won't continue quarrel again. You are my sweetheart.
All right, Mama Echo, thank you so much.
All right, I don't talk.
We appreciate it.
Begin.
All right. Oh, amazing. There's every Saturday something wonderful. Yeah, Righteous Man, you want to opt in or out?
Dr. Damages.
Yes.
I'm using torchlight in order to see a glimpse of the screen, because of the gross darkness we're in. Please, let me try to use a minute to correct the impression based on your interpretation and the man who spoke before. I think enjoyment is subjective and is relative in every case that we try to iron out. Let me give you an example. My wife wakes up every except on Sunday, 5 a.m. and goes to Lekki to work and return between 11 and 12 p.m. every day. Is that not hard working? And she comes back home and there is no light, there is no water, there is no security. So when I say those in America or abroad are enjoying, I'm not saying that they're not working for their dollars. We are working for an naira here. And yet we work so hard and we don't see the money, and it has no value. When I say those in America are enjoying, it's just subjective. What I'm saying is that you guys have all the good amenities of life to add to your life, even when you work hard to earn that money. Now we're not using torchlight wherever you are, but I'm using it here.
All right, thank you. All that we are saying, we push back by saying, let us be the ones that will define whether we're enjoying or not. It's not you, because you don't know everything that we are going through. That's all. All right. Who didn't speak on this? I think Ike just joined us. Who else did not speak on Nnamdi Kanu before we change subjects? Ike. James, did you speak? Did you speak? Mr. James? No? Okay, go ahead.
No, I've not. This Nnamdi Kanu's case is anyway. The issue is that the woman did the right thing. Excuse me, please. Let me talk to these guys to clear out of this Right, thank you. Can you hear me, please?
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. The judge or magistrate, I don't know what they call her, she did the right thing by recusing herself from the case. One thing is certain, she's acting on instructions from above. She has no personal misunderstanding with Nnamdi Kanu. So if she's playing games, it means she's acting on instructions from abroad. And we should also look at it from the perspective of the corruption that has consumed the judiciary in Nigeria. Nigerian judicial service is homogeneously corrupt from the very top to the bottom. There's no doubt about that. So you cannot expect her to go against an established order that is entrenched in corruption homogeneously. That is the problem the woman has been going through. It is likely, I'm just guessing, it is likely she has been facing some threats because this is a very, very sensitive case. So that is one way of looking at it. Another way of looking at it is, I remember what happened during the Civil War. When Odumegwu Ojukwu declared Biafra, Kingsley Ozumba Mbadiwe was not in the country. Michael Okpara was not in the country. Francis Akano Ibiam was not in the country. Zeke, of all people, was not in the country. Dennis Osadebe was not in the country. One of the reasons why they left is that they don't want Ojukwu to be the leader of the Igbos. So they were against him. And when East Central State was created, an Igbo man, of course, was the governor. That is Ukpabi Asika. It means that he has been piling with them. So this division has been there in Igbo land. What's his name? Sunday Igboho committed exactly the same offense Nnamdi Kanu committed. But the Yorubas are all united in handling this matter. I have not seen any prominent Yoruba man who is against Sunday Igboho or who has spoken publicly against what Sunday Igboho has been doing. But when you go to the East, it's a different ball game altogether. So they should put themselves, they should solve their internal problems. There's no region in this country that is immune to problems. I remember when Ken Saro-Wiwa was executed, the Igbo said nothing at all. Yet they want us to believe that Rivers people are part of Igbos. But when the man was killed, nobody said anything. So it is from that perspective, the powers that be are playing games on them because they are not united. That is very clear. Then lastly, Bola Tinubu is enjoying some privileges from this crisis. Because if he wants to contest in, the next general election, this is a very good bargaining chip. He just go and meet the prominent Igbos behind the scene, settle the matter with them. About a year or so, or less than that, before the election, they release him and make some beautiful speeches that will earn him some votes. Take it or leave it. So this is how I see it. So for this guy to be released, the Igbo leaders of thought, they need to come together, resolve their differences. I know they have no kings among them, but they have their own international society. There's a way they relate with each other. It's a very complex system. That's how they relate with each other. So they should use that mechanism to see what they can do to pull this guy out of the predicament he's grappling with. So this is how I see it. Nobody will fight this war for them. It is they who should fight it because other parts of the country, when they run into problems, they, the Igbos, hardly come to their rescue. If I'm mistaken, somebody should correct me. So that is how I see it. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. Ike, Ernest.
Good afternoon, Dr. Damages. You can hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody in the panel. This afternoon from my place. Thank God we meet again today. Dr. Damages, what is on the plate today? I wasn't following from the beginning. I'm working, so.
All right. At this point, we are discussing the case of Nnamdi Kanu that has gone back to the Chief Justice to reassign it to another judge.
Okay. Well, I think that Nigeria is what it is. Nnamdi Kanu is not supposed to still be in prison. He's not supposed to still be detained. But this is what it is in Nigeria. So my only hope and prayer is that as I saw him on television this week, I was very glad and happy that it looks good. It looks healthy. That's my concern, his health. Because if most of the time what we read or what we see online, his health is deteriorating, and a lot of stories that have been said. But when I saw him this week, I was glad that he looks good, and I hope that the government of Nigeria should not allow anything to happen to Nnamdi Kanu in the prison. It will not be good for anybody. So I think that they should do what is right and let him go. If you're talking about national reconciliation, if you're talking about unity in Nigeria, the process of for us to be able to obtain that unity, we have to start from the beginning. Most people who are in the same position within Nnamdi Kanu, they have been released for a very long time ago. And I don't see the reason why that issue should be there. But like I said here last, maybe when you were not here, I think there was a time they brought the issue of Nnamdi Kanu. I am saying it here in this platform. And I believe that every honest Igbo man should agree with me what I want to say now. The holding of Nnamdi Kanu in prison today is orchestrated by the governors of Eastern Nigeria. The whole governors of Eastern Nigeria are holding Nnamdi Kanu in prison for their political gain, for their selfish political gain. Because they know the day this young man comes out and make a statement, their political career will end forever. So they are using him as a political pawn for themselves. This is my conviction. So I believe that the people that are sabotaging this young man to be free, part of our people are part of the problem. Because I believe that if the Eastern state governors are serious and they mean what they say and they work in unity to release this young man, this man would have come out a long time. But they know they're using him for their political gain. But I'm just looking at this government that is not my government because it's an illegitimate government, and I say it every time. If they don't represent me, I don't have a country, I don't have a government in Nigeria. So, but I think that it is time for them to do what is right and let this young man to go, so that if you're talking about the reconciliation, we will start from somewhere. You can't be reconciling one part of Nigeria and leave one part of Nigeria. You talked about the man, the president of the Igbo Traders Association somewhere in Lagos during the election time, when Oluoma and his gang of criminals were threatening the Igbos. He made a statement, if the government cannot defend them, he would like Nnamdi Kanu and the IPOB to come and defend them. Up to today, the chief is still in prison. Nobody's talking about him. There are so many people that have been released in Nigeria that have done so many things that have been released. I don't know why this man, our case is different. But I just hope that the family, the wife, the children have suffered a lot. Denied a woman and the children for their father for almost how many years right now without any reason. If nothing else, for the sake of the children, for the sake of the wife, and for the sake of the people that are depending upon him for their survival, they should let him go so that Nigeria we can be able to have peace. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ike. I'll give KJ 1 minute and Kene 1 minute, and we'll move on to the next topic.
Okay,
Yes.
I just want to advise, all those who are taking part in it. Karma is a beach, as they say. What goes around comes around. They may think they are doing the young man injustice, but that injustice is going to come around. And some of them, if not in this time, because what any evil done to man by man must be avenged, if not by God, then by man. And it's going to be avenged in this season, either for true rightly to them or to their cronies in time to come. So what am I going to say? A lot of us, we have the number 6 in the government who have sworn that Abia State will be APC come 2027. He's not saying his subjects because Nnamdi Kanu is from his constituents. He's from Bende, which is my local government. Nnamdi Kanu is from Umuahia, which is almost like less than 30 minutes drive. He's not saying him that it is subject. What are they, just like Ike said, what are the positions of the Eastern governors? I said on this platform, when the Eastern governors met and David Umahi, just 1 minute, I'll conclude. Sorry, not less than 1 minute. And they met and said they handed the issue to Hope Uzodenjo and this young man called Kanu. I knew that nothing was going to come out of it because these are the people who don't want him out in the first place. And then the other man who has also gone to be with the Lord now, who were the people who said they are organizing the Igbos to bring him out. Okay? So whatever they are doing, no matter how craft they think they are doing, on this earth, each of us will receive a good reward or bad reward as the case may be. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Kene?
Yes, I just want to correct what Mr. James stated. Yes, the Igbo leaders are not helping out. They are not speaking up. Just the way, according to you, that the Igbo people did not intervene when Ken Saro-Wiwa was executed. So this is where my correction comes in. Have you forgotten that during the Biafran War, that the same Ken Saro-Wiwa aided the Nigerian army to invade the southeast, and a lot of Igbo people were cleared up. Ken Saro-Wiwa was on the side of the Nigerian army. He fought against the Indigo. He actually, Ken Saro-Wiwa confiscated Odumogo Juku's father's property in Port Harcourt. And now you are expecting the Igbo people to speak on his behalf, to Igbo people to stand against his execution. That is not possible. Now, the same Ken Saro-Wiwa later was fighting the Nigerian government for having been desecrating his land or their land, whereby rendering them with infertile land, their fish, their river, everything condemned because of the activities of oil spillage in their place. Whoever that asks for this shouldn't be crucified, shouldn't be killed. Yes, his death was a pitiful one. He deserved, to live because he's calling for the good life of his people, the same way that the Igbos or the Biafrans were calling for the good life of their people. Yet, King Saro-Wiwa aided for the killing of Indigo. So that is the correction I wanted to make.
All right.
Yeah,
Thank you. No, everybody.
No, please, I beg you, please. There's a proverb here in the Gambia that a quarrel among two people, a quarrel among two brothers does not require the intervention of the village chief. If Ken Saro-Wiwa offended the Igbos, it is not the non-Igbos who should discipline him. It is the Igbos who should discipline him. This is the point I want you to understand. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Let me add, I see and I saw you, but we have to keep moving. I'll come to you next when we start a new topic. Let me just say that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we are going to have Dr. Franklin Obunweze. Most of you know him. He will join us and he will talk about Nigeria today under Tinubu and the West versus the rest of us. He will weigh in on what's going on around the world from his place in Germany. He has some new ideas about what he thinks is going on across the globe. So if you can join us tomorrow at 12:30 New York time or 5:30 p.m. Nigerian time. He's one of our most of you guys like him more than most of our guys. So he's coming in tomorrow to join us. And then on October 6th, we have Adele Ogun joining us. And then the next week, we will have Paikide. So we are lining up some interesting guests for you as we move ahead. Let me also use this opportunity to thank people who have been supporting this platform. There are a lot of people, most people I meet, but there's one particular person, maybe two, one person that I have never met, and I want to use this chance to thank Madam Luke. I hope very soon, I see your hand, as we say in Nigeria. I hope that very soon I will be able to get the opportunity to meet you and talk about all the people supporting the platform. I thank you all. There's someone else. I don't know if he wants me to mention his name, so I won't, but I don't even know how to reach this person. But I thank you. All right. So let's go to the next conversation. I really want it to be about the Pentecostal church in Nigeria. Most of the leaders are getting old. There was an event yesterday. Bishop David Oyedepo of Winners Chapel had his 70th birthday, and it was an opportunity for them to come out and showcase who they are and their influence in Nigeria. So I want us to discuss that in terms of the state of, when we talk about the state of the country, the state of the church, and the impact of the church on the people and the situation of Nigeria. But before we do that, let's take a look at this.
At 70, and this was the moment when Bishop David Oyedepo welcomed Baba Enoch Adeboye at his 70th birthday celebration. This was such an iconic moment to behold. Oh my God, indeed, we are celebrating a colossus amongst men. Papa David Oyedepo is an icon in ministry. Ladies and gentlemen, we are celebrating an icon in ministry. The arrival of Pastor Jerry Eze for Papa David Oyedepo's 70th birthday. This is the arrival of Pastor Sam Adeyemi and Pastor Nike Adeyemi of Daystar Christian Center. And this is the arrival of Kings. This is Dr. Akintayo arriving for the 70th birthday celebration. And yes, the Delta State Governor has arrived. His Excellency Governor Sheriff Oboriwori has arrived, and he is accompanied by his wife to celebrate the colossus amongst men, Bishop David Oyedepo. And this is the arrival of Pastor David Ibiyomi for Salvation Ministries, accompanied by his wife. And this is the arrival of Mama Idahosa. Oh my God. This is the gathering of kings to celebrate such a gem, such an icon. My God, this celebration is something else. Mama Idahosa and Dr. Pastor Paul Eneche just arrived for the celebration of our father. And this is the arrival of Bishop Feb Idahosa. Man, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. This is beautiful. A life spent on Jesus is not a life wasted. And this is Pastor Ayomitide Isaac Oyedepo. Pastor Isaac Oyedepo just arrived too for the birthday. Wow, this is really beautiful. See Pastor Isaac Oyedepo and Mama Faith. Yes, Mama Faith Oyedepo just arrived. And Papa is here in company of Mama Faith Oyedepo and his senior pastors, Bishop David Abioye. Wow, this is beautiful to watch. This is beautiful to watch. Papa has arrived. Papa is here, ladies and gentlemen, accompanied by Mama and his senior pastors. This was wonderful to watch. We're celebrating a rare gem, an icon, a ministerial legend. This is Bishop Abioye and Bishop Thomas Aremu. Wow. Wow, wow, this is the gathering of kings.
I was visiting a friend of mine, and they asked me to stay for dinner.
Sorry, my videos are not playing anymore. But you got the idea.
I agreed because
so
the
all
wife
big names in the Pentecostal.
is a very good cook, particularly when it comes to chicken. She's a specialist. And so we were at the dining table. himself, myself, the wife, a young man, and then 4 ladies. The woman gave me one fat leg of a chicken. I finished it quickly. And then she asked me, do you want?
I'm sorry, guys. I'm not sure why my videos are not playing, but you hold on. I think I figured it out. Okay, let's try one more time. Okay, so we can start the conversation. If you don't mind. If something is technically okay.
So she gave me another one. And I went to work on that one. And as I was going, the way I was going to finish that one too. The young man sitting on my right, or was it on my left, coughed and said, Daddy, I want to tell you something. So I turned. As soon as I turned, one of the ladies grabbed my plate and began to run towards the kitchen, and the other 3 followed her. And they were all laughing, and I was wondering what's going on. I've not finished, but that might diverted my attention. I had the testimony later. Because they all ate what was left on that plate, everything each one asked for, he got it, she got it.
All right. For those of us who are unbelievers or people who their faith are very small, I don't know if I'm a place where Pastor Adeboye is and he's about to finish eating food, how many people will rush for the plate? And why wouldn't he, in Tinsel Apart, there was this part of passage where people were eating, and then at a point, the fufu was going down, and when it got down, they looked and they saw another person they didn't know was sitting across from them. Why don't he prepare a big meal like that and start eating, and then at a point you just walk away, and then Nigerians will eat? Anyway, KJ, the Pentecostal church in Nigeria. Oh, let me start with CN because he joined us and he didn't weigh in on all the other things we started. So let's start with CN. So welcome to the show.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yeah, it's nice to see you.
And you too as well. And I'm also extending my greetings to my co-panelists. And it's quite it's a good day, and we're discussing on, issues of our country, Nigeria. Though it's quite unfortunate that we've not got a country yet. I think we may have one in future. We may be threatening to getting one, as every now and then we just come around, ponder over issues and think of a way forward. And be that as it may, and we are now talking on the Pentecostal churches in Nigeria. You've all seen it, and we know that churches are supposed to have an impact in Nigeria, but it's quite unfortunate. What that religion is meant, to provide to every other given country is not obtainable in our own country called Nigeria. Our churches are supposed, they are multifaceted. They influence society, both politically and economically. But in our own country, the pastors are, their position is tantamount to that of the corrupt politicians we have in Nigeria. You get it? Churches in Nigeria are supposed to play a very crucial role in our community. By what did they do? Developing, providing some social services that, particularly those that the government unable to reach out to the community. The churches are the ones that provide all this, like education, healthcare, and some welfare programs. And that is what churches are meant to be. These are the certain impacts they are supposed to provide to the society. But look at now, we are watching them celebrating like celebrities. Is it the right thing? Is that is the pictures we are looking at? Is that what we should be looking at? The present day Nigerian youth that are supposed to take their country, they have been indoctrinated. They only teach them how to look up to heaven in everything. And I wonder what they are looking up to heaven for. God has given us everything. And whatever you are asking God that you think God has not provided, it is the churches that have, wired everybody just to look like dummies. Instead of these churches helping the government, to reach out to where the government was not able to get to. What they do, they even do worse than the present day government. The churches could also provide jobs, to these youths that are not doing anything. And this is what churches are supposed to be doing. But I just want us to know that all these are just for business sake. The one in Nigeria is just for business. It's not for whatever it takes. Thank you.
All right, thank you, CN. KJ, when I come to you, I want you to look at it a bit differently. So among the gifts that the man of God received were 2 Rolls Royce. People easily pointed at that, but one of his children, quote unquote children, gave like 1 billion naira so that he could use it to feed 50,000 people at the Canaan land, something where the headquarters is. So
is it the one that got a job from Verify that didn't complete?
Sorry, say it again. Is it what?
Is it the one that got the job contract from Verify that didn't complete?
No, not his. No, not. You're talking about Adeboye. No.
Okay, Adeboye.
Oyedepo. No, it's not the real biological child, but someone who is a member of the church gave out 1 billion to him to use it to feed church members. I just said that to point out that the church, despite our normal criticism, the church also they do good things. Sort of. Go ahead.
Oh yes, I agree with you. I once had the opportunity of doing church, what churches do in Nigeria. I had the opportunity of doing that documentary. I was in about 8 churches.
All right, KJ, you are frozen. We can't hear you. Let's move on to Kene while KJ takes care of his connection. Kene?
Yes. For those that are Christians, I'm a Christian as well. But my kind of Christianity is 50-50 with traditional belief. So just so you know, whatever I say, I'm not particularly against Christianity. I'm a Christian myself. When you were playing that video, what I could see on that video was a gathering of pulpit bandit criminals. And I was trying to see if somebody like Dr. Abel Damina, who appeared on that video, but he did not disappoint me. Dr. Abel Damina happens to be one real pastor that I've picked among them all the thieves in Nigeria. It's really saddening to see that Christianity has no positive impact in the life of the people in Nigeria, but rather for the self-gain of the CEOs, the pastors, where they will be preaching about vanity upon vanity, as it is in Ecclesiastes. Yet they are acquiring those vanities in the world here, thereby telling you to challenge God with your hard-earned money in the name of tithes and see how God, if God will not bless you beyond measures. Yet, from your own small brain, you have been paying this tithe, but your house or your room has never been filled with the reward of the tithe, as it claimed in Malachi. So who is lying to the other? See, it is very shameful to see that the Muslims were able to form what they call Islamic Bank in Nigeria, giving out free interest loans to their people. And even to some of these Christians who go to Islamic Bank and borrow money interest-free. While in Christendom, all they do is to acquire private jets, Rolls Royce, and all manner of luxuries. See, because of these people, you just see on that TV, the one that said that he went to Colorado and stopped snow. He drove on empty tank from Ibadan to Lagos. He went to somebody's house and they gave him chicken. And the people that gave him chicken turned to Babi Allah and began to lick his plate. And that changed their life. I want this man, Adeboye, to cook for us. I mean, we will cook for him. He will dip his and eat. They will come and eat. Nigerians, everybody, all the poor people in Nigeria will come and eat from that plate so that their problems will be solved. Yeah, man. See, you see that country, the earlier we begin to call out these criminals, the better. For the Christians, especially, for the Christians, call out these people. Stop going to that business center they call churches. Stop giving them your hard-earned money. You could help the less privileged with your money. Call it tithe. Give it to them than giving to these stupid bandits that have no respect for humanity. They will use their money, build expensive schools, build expensive apartments that you yourself that contributed to build those infrastructures will not be able to afford going to that school, afford paying for that rent. And if you default in your rent, you'll be kicked out. In the short matter of fact, they will use lawyer from the church and kick you out. These are useless set of people that are not working for God. They don't know God. They are not men of God. They are stupid bandits. That's what they are.
All right. Thank you, Kenneth. Let's go back to KJ. KJ, continue from where you stopped.
Yeah, I was about to say that I've done a documentary about 8 churches. Some of them, which one of which I'd like to mention, Word of Life Bible Church, led by Pastor Ayo. And those who are in Warri can testify to that. Up to this moment, that church still gives loan, small scale loans to women, market women, people who run. They give them grinding machine, they give Okada, they give small vehicles for transportation. They even have a bank where you can go as a church member, open an account and be able to get money to do your business. They have a clinic. They have a guest house just in case you are hosting somebody and you don't have a lot of money to put the big hotels. You can actually take your guests there and pay a little money for them to stay. So there are a lot of churches like that. I don't want to go in because there are many of them that I work with and closely I know that are out there helping. But you see, whatever has an original, there must be a fake. And so there are also fake people who are not doing the work. They were not called, they call themselves. And they've continued to do the work the way they want it. Not a lot of pastors will tell what they are doing in their ministry, except you are close to them. Now, the people we have seen in that video, Oyedepo, for instance, was one of those who inherited the mantle of Idahosa. Idahosa's mantle at the time of his demise was divided into 3, or we believe it was divided into 3. One went to Oyedepo, who was a protege of Idahosa. The other one went to Duncan Williams, who is also a archbishop in Ghana. And the third one, which we believe, went to Apostle Yemi Adefarasin. Now, these are people who served closely with him. And you see, 2 of them, one of them preaches, the prosperity, and the other ones are more of doctrinal and apostolically driven members or churches. So when you begin to look at the pastors without understanding of what their roles are, you probably be judging them wrongly. And I'm not saying that because of that, people who are rich, if you are serving God, you shouldn't be rich. There's no way I said that. We're not saying, this in the Catholic Church, you have St. Vincent de Paul. Those who are Pentecostally driven and apostolically and prophetically led are totally different sets of people who have a better understanding of what the call of God is, at least for this time. And so, having said that, in Nigeria, if these churches we are looking at are not doing what they are doing now, we will have been eating each other's meat. I'm telling you the truth. Because when you go to those churches, whether they are fake or not, they try to sell you faith. They try to sell you the hope that it's going to get better. Sometimes in Nigeria, that simple hope they're selling is what has kept the country from blowing up. That simple, whatever you call it, manipulation or whatever, is what is keeping that church, that nation from not taking, actions against their neighbors because they believe that there's something going to happen tomorrow for a change. Is that enough to build a nation? Probably not. Is that enough to keep the peace of a people? Maybe yes. But we are not saying that the church itself recognizes that there are fake amongst them. The Bible itself recognizes there is going to be fake. He said, from the devil are left, and have the world and have gone into the church. It's in the Bible. So if you're a good Bible scholar, you know that whatever is going on now is not strange. It was already said that this is what's going to happen. When they come in, they will try to behave as if they are the true people who have been called and use that to deceive many. It is happening now. There are even pastors who are doing watch. Okay, let me round up. So what I'm simply saying is that we are not looking at those who are fake, because for every original that will be fake, we're looking at those who have been called and who are able to do certain things to try to help the society of Nigeria. And I'm saying that if the church is not doing the little they are doing, irrespective of all the fake, irrespective of those who are, collecting people's money and sitting on it, there are still those who are meeting the need of people around their communities. Thank you.
All right, thank you, KJ. Man of Prestige, are you like Kene, who is half Christian, half traditionalist, or are you fully in? And what do you think about?
No, actually, I'm a Christian, devoted Christian. I used to be, when I was in Nigeria growing up, I used to be an altar boy, when I was in Catholic. But I don't go to, I attended Catholic, because my wife is a Baptist, so I joined her. So I've been a Baptist member for, I think, about 15 years right now. No, about 13 years. I'm sorry, So I've been, so I do go to church. So when I go to church, I listen to what the pastor preach and something like that, and use it, where it's suitable for me. I don't really hold them in high regard. Like something happening in my family, I have to go contact them. My wife tried to do that, but I pretty much stopped that, because I don't believe holding them to hierarchy, or some people call them man of God. It depends on who you are. You may look at them, I just look at them as somebody like you. You're a teacher somewhere, I go there to learn. But does that make you righteous, or does that make you the best? No, I don't look at it. So when it comes to Nigerian space, the churches, I look at them as politicians, because there's no different than them and politicians. I'm not saying we shouldn't support our pastor, we shouldn't pay our tithe. Yeah, I do pay my tithe, but I'm not going to give anything. If I don't, whatever I have is what I'm going to give. But don't try to slave people, poor people to come and give you whatever money they have. So in the Nigerian space, they have pretty much enriched themselves to a different level. That's where I'm against it, And look what's going on, the predicament we have in that country right now. Nobody has come out. They have not been able to mobilize, their audience, say, okay, preach against what's going on, because they are part of the politicians. So I don't really say too much about it, because when I go to Nigeria, the only church I go is, because my parents are still Catholic, where. So I join them and go to recognize, what I used to do when I was a Catholic member. So it doesn't really mean that much. But anyway, I don't like to speak about Nigeria. I'm not too much religious in that, that I have to be learning. I don't even read Bible, to be honest. But the only time I read Bible, when I go to church, I just turn my phone when the pastor is preaching a prayer. But I never sit down and start reading different verses or something like that. The only Bible I read was, probably when I was in high school. We did different kind of biblical studies. So that's about it. So this religiosity to me in Nigeria is a scam. That's how I see it. So anybody can quibble about that.
So you're just like Trump. You carry the Bible for picture purposes. All right.
No, I've been
no. I don't want to respond. That's okay. I know I'm looking for trouble. That's okay.
Yeah. But no, I'm not like Trump. Trump, Trump is a scam man. So forget about all this all this mega like Kenneth supporting him. I don't know where KJ stands, but
I'm
that's your preference, okay?
All right, thank you, man of
Yeah,
prestige.
thanks.
Ikolola, there's something that KJ said, that without the church giving people hope, that the insecurity, all the crime that we think is going on now in Nigeria will be a lot more. What is your take on the Pentecostal church and their role in the country?
Thank you very much. I had when KJ said that, and I said to myself, I don't normally go against KJ, but I think he gave me a chance today. So I'm definitely going to go against KJ on that. You know, I was born a Christian, so but in my early years, I read the whole book of Genesis, and I questioned myself, how can this be true? What is really true about this book, this part of the book that makes sense? You know, I mean, it was all wars, it was all fights, and then you say that God is a God of peace, is a God of love. Then what is the contradiction in this and that? But I got to a point where it said, man, know thyself. That was the truth I took out of it. Man, know thyself. So I started questioning a lot of things. So I see KJ as one of those people who have really lost their roots and hold everything Christianity to be all right. Okay, so man, know thyself. In 1597, this got me questioning a lot of things. In 1597, between 1597 and 1560, no, in 1600, in Japan, what is happening in Nigeria now happened. What they did was to massacre most of the Pentecostal leaders, because these people were gradually taking away the culture of Japan. And they know that if you don't know your roots, you cannot grow. You cannot grow. This men bring you different. I mean, we have a way of taking care of our own in terms of medicine, in terms of culture, in terms of language. These people have thrown it all to the bin. If you don't come to their church and speak good English, if you don't come to their church and say, oh, Jesus, and this is what KJ is selling to us here, faith. Where does it lead you? So you die in your house in faith. Is that what you're selling to us? Rather than face your problems and tackle it, you are saying, oh, God will do it. That's nonsense. Absolute nonsense.
All right. Thank you, Ikolola.
So I think, please, let me finish, Doctor. This is my last submission. So I don't think we can ever follow the path of Japan and get rid of these people. It's impossible now. But our people have to start understanding that they are being sold false message, false hope. And unfortunately, people like KJ, who have been carried away by that wind, would always support it and try to use some little positivity. You know, it's like something is 90% and 1% is doing well. And then you want to use that 1% to blank the whole 99. Come on. I mean, think differently, KJ, please. Thank
All
you.
right.
And good with everyone.
Thank you. Alaba, KJ, I'll give you the chance. Don't worry, at the end you will respond. Just keep taking notes like one of Prestige. We saw that he takes notes.
Yeah, Ikola, did you take Ikola out?
No, I didn't. He left.
Oh, I was about to attack him for attacking KJ. That's my job.
Okay,
Nobody takes my
Alaba,
job.
hold on. Let me frame the question for you. I saw Idahosa during the parade of all these men of God. I don't know which Idahosa. I'm guessing connected to the old Idahosa Benson. And you know that Prophet TB Joshua, we stopped hearing about a lot about the church he left behind. So there's always this issue of succession after the people we know, the people that started the churches, when they die. They've not been able to deal with that, just like most businesses in Africa or in Nigeria, if you want to narrow it down. The question of after the founder is gone, what happens, which goes to talk about issue of structure they put in place. So I want to look at it from that perspective. And then the issue of it comes up and they say to us, you are not a member of the church. Why do you care about who succeeds and about whether the preacher or the is accountable, whether the preacher should retire? Because we see what Adeboye, he's been saying recently, his preaching sometimes goes way off. I don't know, some people who listen to him, what they think, but take it from there.
Okay, yeah, I will take it from there. That's very, very good. Thank you, Rudolph. The Nigerian problem is a spiritual problem.
Dr. Rubo, sorry to interrupt. Can you put me at the back?
Okay.
Yeah, the Nigerian problem is a spiritual problem, says the man of dog. Same spelling, I just rearranged the word, man of dog. Okay, the thing they are selling, somebody said, is what has given us hope. Another contradiction from my man KJ, but let's leave that. First of all, those who sell the truth should not be selling the truth. The truth should be free. But whatever it is those pastors are selling is what has kept us in bondage. The Bible they are quoting tells us clearly that you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. I like to say the truth shall set you up, but let's leave that as it may. So this issue, before there were all these crazy pastors, back in those days when I was growing up, we used to have the Jesu Oyinbo. Where is he today? We used to have Jesu Oyinbo. We used to have so many of them. There can't be succession when your foundation is faulty. You cannot even transfer this faulty religion they are preaching to the next generation. It will all crumble. And all these are not new under the sky. If you go and read the history of man, you will see that all these sects that calls themselves religion have always existed. So that should answer your question, Rudolph, about succession. It's all fake. It will crumble the same way the Nigerian system will crumble. All these are generations. It won't go through generations because the truth doesn't last long. It might last a decade, 2 decades, or maybe at most 50 years, where everything comes down to crumbles. But what amazes me in the video of these pastors you show was the commentator, and that was where I wanted to focus my topic on before you brought up the issue of KJ and all the other things you brought up. The commentator, did you see how he sounds like he's worshiping those men like a slave, like a subject? Here comes my God. Oh, my God has just arrived. Blah, 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 blah. I like to be very dramatic when I when I illustrate things. But that's the part I wanted to talk about. And when I talk about these fake Christians, because I don't call them Christians. I like Gandhi said, I love your Christ, but I can't stand your Christians. Your Christians are not just like your Christ. As a matter of fact, some of these, your pastors, they are sheep. I go now into poetry. They are sheep, but inside they are ravenous wolves with eyes skinning the teeth of the saints with their teeth. But you can't blame the wolf for biting its prey. You have to blame the prey. The prey are people who believe, people who come here to defend them, to say there are some good ones, not a lot. People who come here to say they are selling. Those are the ones you blame because God has given you your discernment. It is you who let your discernment cease. And as long as you let your discernment cease, this prey, these wolves will bite on you because you are a weak sheep. Weak. You have not held your Christianity, go into your own Bible, interpret, and not follow what the Bible, what the pastor says, but you follow your own truth. Because why? Because you yourself are selfish. You want to hear the pastor say that, oh, you get a new car, I receive. You are holy, I receive. You get a new house, I receive. But the real things that make you a Christian, you don't want to do that, which is repentance, which is coming to your knees and asking God for forgiveness, which is being good to your neighbor, but you want to hold on to this fake prosperity gospel. And as long as you continue to live in that darkness, you will be in a spiritual blindfold, and that will choke death out of your soul, and you will never be able to see God. And let me warn you, both you, the fool, and your pastor, the only thing being exhausted is you. God is not being exalted through you. with all your fake testimonies. But one thing is clear, there is a God, and God will not be mocked. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mama Echo.
We don't land, though. Not interrupt me. Just let me flow finish.
Hold on, before I interrupt you, I'm giving everybody 4 minutes. So
I know.
once it's
So
time,
for that minute, not interrupt me. Una do well, To my children who are angry with me that I'm fighting pastors, touch not anointed. I want to tell you people some things I know. I am not fighting the pastors that God called. I am fighting the pastor that called God. So there are two categories. The one that God called and the one that called God. And 99% of African Western world pastor now then call God. Because one of my team members, he just walked out on me because he said, if you work with organization, I want to talk about the pastor because the Bible said, touch not my nothing and do my. Who say? Me, I get anointing. The Bible make me to understand that all of us are created in the image of God. All of us. So that some people attribute title to themselves does not make them more godly than I. It does not change the fact that we are all created by the same God. We were formed in our mother's womb by the same God. If to say I agree, therefore don't knock for my head the title of a pastor here in US. I told them I don't need it. I can still do my work for humanity without that title. So those who know, when they don't give the opium of religion, cocaine, yes, now they call it opium of religion, that has not made you to use your brain to think, una go wake up by fire. Some pastor they tell una say before una go even introduce una husband to be to una papa or your father representative, they say make una first call dead and first. Where is there for Bible? The pastors, all these pastors that call God, they have created enmities, destroyed family. And you are telling me they are anointed of God. Their stomach is their infrastructure. And all of una be their ATM machine. Shebi and then they close to God. Why is it that when they need money, they will ask you people to bring? But when you need money, they will ask you to pray to God. Who they deceive you? Are they not the one that have anointing to be receiving from God? Why are they not praying to God when they need money? But when you need money, they go say, pray to God. They don't pray to God when they need security. They go use mopo, soldier, marine, navy. They go gather them together. They go pop up with bulletproof car. But when you need, they go tell you, say, make you go to buy olive oil, water, handkerchief, and they come back for part 2 when Dr. Odo call me.
All right. Thank you, Mama Echo. Mr. James, I don't know if I know you're. Go ahead. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Okay. This is a very funny topic. Let me read somewhere from the Bible. 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 32. If in the manner of men I have fought with beasts at Ephesus, what advantage is it to me? If the dead do not rise, if the dead are not raised, let us eat and drink today, for tomorrow we shall die. That is Apostle Paul. He was criticizing the Epicureans, those who believe in enjoyment instead of dedicating themselves to the service of God. Please, I want to make something clear. I don't believe in the existence of God. I'm just quoting the Bible as a work of literature. So that is it. I don't have the time to go into explaining what was running through the writer's mind. That is, let me say Paul, what was running through his mind. The issue, but the statement says, if the dead are not to be raised, let us eat and drink today, for tomorrow we shall die. Here are pastors preaching to people that your reward is in heaven. If you do this and that, God will do that. I mean, all those kind of blah, blah. And these same pastors are behaving as if there will be no tomorrow. They are buying private jets and what have you. So where does all this lead us? It shows that religion is a scam. I've told very many people, the fear of God is the death of wisdom. Any man with wisdom should have nothing to do with that concept called God, because of the great, scams invented by man. Call it scam, banking, social security, insurance, and religion. These are scams invented by man, particularly social security and religion. In the case of social security, if you know the amount of embezzlement going on in government, in social security, you weep for man. The same thing with religion. So let us use our brains to make this world a better place than we met it. Because once we quit the sin, that is the end of us. So let's make the world a better place for those coming behind, because we are living in a world we never made. Our ancestors made this world for us. That is those who lived before us. So those who are coming after us, they should inherit a better world. Not this issue of saying people are going to heaven or hell when they die, and all those form of trash. Religion is one of the greatest scams man has ever invented. So thank you very much for giving me the time. Please, I will sign off now because it's getting dark.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chen.
I don't know if anybody has any questions.
All right. Thank you,
Dr.
Aikna San Antonio, you're next.
Dr. Jacqueline Damages, thank you, and thank you for everybody that is present. So, the pastor. In America, the worst individuals that ever exist are called the evangelicals. They are the worst individuals. They commit the highest atrocity, but they call themselves Christian. Now, when we go to Nigeria, the worst.
Sorry, you have data for that, or just quoting out of your own head?
AJ, please don't tamper with my time. I didn't tamper with your time. I was born Christian. I am a Christian. I believe in God. But one thing I cannot accept is the truth. The truth, the people that have committed the highest atrocity in this world are Christianity. I'm just going to tell you, because when they brought it to Nigeria, what do? They rape our women. They took our people and bring them to West. They are the Christians. They're wearing the Muslims. They're wearing the Hindus. They're wearing the whatever else that we people believe in. In Nigeria, they have lied to every individual in Nigeria and tell them that Christianity in Nigeria is true. No. If you want to enrich yourself right now, wherever you are, you can leave. Take 3 months, read the Bible cover to cover, read it twice. Believe me, you can quote the Bible, you can play the game. I don't even need to use Bible to play the game. If you understand human psyche, you can say, guess what? I'm seeing this, I'm seeing that for you. All you need is psyche. 2 questions. The person will tell you, what you want to hear, and you can tell them what they want to hear. Unfortunately, the countries that have succeeded, Christianity or religion is not the key in those countries. America, even though the evangelical play the role, but the people that are building America, they are not only, we have Christian, we have different people at the same time. We have people that don't believe in God at all. They are the richest. They are the richest. If religion make a country to be wealthy, Nigeria will be #1 economic country in the whole world, because we have too many pastors every corner. Have you gone to Nigeria lately? Every corner in Nigeria is church, and everybody is man of God, prophets and prophetess. Those are the biggest scam and the biggest conartists that ever exist in human life. They are conartists. So for me, there's good ones, I guess, like Donald J. Trump said, there's good ones. There is good ones, but the bad ones are more than the good ones. Way, way more than the good ones. And when you tell me, don't touch my anointed, who anointed them? I put olive oil in my face, I tell you that I'm anointed. What are you talking about? Who called them? Who anointed them? Nobody anointed them. They anointed themselves, and they're scamming people. Do you know that these people, their wives respect them more than they respect their husband? They kneel down for them. They don't even respect their husband, but they respect these people. Cook for these people. Give them everything. You build a church. You build a school. Your child cannot go to that school. You do everything for them. Unfortunately, to me, is the highest con artist and the highest scam ever step on the planet. And anybody can scam it. If you read the Bible, all you need is 3 months, back and forth, 3 months, back and forth, twice. You can memorize the whole Bible. Thank you for my submission. Dr. Jacqueline Damages, keep up the good work. Don't let them intimidate you, bro. And by the way, cashew, not nobi.
All right. All right. Thank you so much. Let's go to Pansat. Pansat, just to narrow it down so that we don't go on a tangent. My HO talked about how people who are called. How do you know the ones who are called and the ones who are not called? And so you can start from there in terms of what happens at the churches.
Dr. Damages, thank you very much for your show, and we're all happy to see you doing very well and coming back weekend after weekend now. And the rest of the panelists, I want to say hello to you and those in the comment section and those listening to us. Rudolph, I have to go on a tangent because you've put up a religious issue here, and I guess either by you or the panelists are making it a Christian issue. Usually when people are discussing religion, that means you're talking about religion, period. Muslims as well. So I don't want any Muslim somewhere in his dark corner laughing at the discussion of our pastors not doing the right thing, right? Sinning. So let me get a clarification from you. I know you're afraid of Muslims. Are you talking about religion or are you talking about Christianity?
All right, we are not even talking about that. We're talking about the birthday of Bishop Oyedepo at 70 and the fact that Pentecostal pastors all came there with their political friends to celebrate. And we use that to project, as most of these pastors are getting older, what is going to happen to the church, and looking back at the people who died and what happened to the church. And, that's the conversation we're having. How are they impacting our people? Are they giving them hope, or are they making them unable to challenge the state as it is? So that's the framework.
Okay. I want those who are listening and they've had some panelists here talking about Christianity, talking nonsense about Christianity, to just disregard it. That's not what we're talking about, because we can talk about that if that's what the topic is, but that's not what the topic is. Now, on that question that you're asking, we already know in that country, due to our constitution, and our government that nothing really works the way it's supposed to be working. If you're an engineer, you really cannot practice engineering very well. If you're a medical doctor, virtually all spheres of life, every vertical, things are not working the way they're supposed to work. That applies to our churches and our pastors. It's not their responsibility to get that society fixed. I really believe that if Nigeria is working the way it's supposed to be working, pastors will be doing what they're supposed to be doing, right? They're all different realms. A lot of us here will go out there, we commit all kinds of sins. We're so wicked. You have wickedness in your heart, and then you're separated from God himself because of your wickedness. And then you're here talking nonsense. Do you know how big this universe is? Right? Talking about 93 billion light years from where you stand right now, and it's expanding about a light year every 30 years. It's a big world. I want you to understand that when you're discussing religion, albeit in this little aspect that we're talking about it, some are using apologetics, right? Some of us, like KJ here, who is the last person you want defending the Lord, because he's going to be wussy about it and weakling, nervous about this defending the Lord amongst unbelievers, right? Rudolph being one of the biggest unbelievers we have here. He doesn't want to go directly, right? You see as I'm coming in here, James ran away. What's the other guy? From San Diego, man of prestige. They're running. Why? Because I'm bringing the light here, right? I'm trying to tell you that you have apologetics, which is to put us on the defensive. What are we defending against? We have a lot of problem in that country. What the pastors are doing is not one of them, right? We have to get things right in the country so that people can then function the way they're supposed to function, right? You cannot sit here and disrespecting our pastors. Have you been to church? Test this thing out. Go to church tomorrow. Take your bath. Get up in the morning. Go to, say, 8 o'clock service. Well, you don't want to hear that. You don't want to go to church.
No, your time is up. That's not it has
okay. Well, let me land now. What I'm saying is that you go and let that, maybe the choir will start singing first, even before you hear the pastor talk, because a church is not an activity where a pastor just come and talks. There are a lot of people in the churches. It's an institution where the Holy Spirit is there, no matter how sinful that pastor is. Now, I gotta be honest with you. I've visited a lot of churches. I've never seen a bad one. You're not supposed to do as they do, supposed to do as they say. You go in there and listen to that choir sing a few hymns for you, and see if you're not filled with the Spirit. Now, Rudolph, I haven't even started talking.
No, your time is up. We have to move on to someone else. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Pansa. So before I continue on the line, let me go back to KJ, because by the time he gets the opportunity to respond, he may forget what was thrown at him. KJ, I give you 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. If I have not even forgotten what I'm supposed to have responded, but here is a situation I find funny. Some people claim to know what they're talking about, but they don't even have understanding, on a simple understanding, arithmetic, that is primary understanding of what the Bible is. As an Igbo person whose name is taken after God's name, I have a better understanding of what I never attribute my Christianity to what the West brought. I attribute my Christianity from my origin as an Igbo person who believe there is Elu and Anna, and there's what we call Chineke and Chike Okike Obioma. Those are not English names. Those are names taken after my tribe. Unless you are telling me that the Igbos do not date back to the beginning, then we can now say, well, maybe those names were given by the white man. So that pushes aside the issue that this Christianity is something brought from the, of course, that means you don't even know your history, because the oldest Bible is from Ethiopia. It's not written in England. The oldest Bible in the world is Ethiopian Bible. That's one. Let's put that aside because I want to talk with people who have an understanding of what they're even talking about. You know, you just wake up and like Mr. James, he jumped at the middle of it and read what is just a simple scripture. You know, if you want to understand the Bible, you don't even take a doctrine just by one line. It has to be in 3 places before you can find that. But if you had gone behind, you will understand what Paul was saying in that writing. He said, do we now continue? If we say that dying is where everything, and then there's no need for us, and that there's no rising, then there's no need for us to, even bother about Christianity. We should just simply eat and die, and that's it. But that's not it, because at the end of your dying, there's another world that begins. But that's aside. And then people come and say, oh, talking about riches. I don't know where it was preached to you that when a pastor, if you become a pastor, you shouldn't have money. Okay? I don't know why it was said that people who are poor are supposed to be pastors. No. The truth of the matter remains, like I said, in every profession on earth, we have fake people, we have the real people. What people have an understanding, what people do not have understanding. Those of us who have, you have taken your car to a repairer before, some of them damaged the car. You took it to another person in the repair. Are they not all mechanics? They are all mechanics, my brother. So let's not take that outside of the context because it has to do with the church. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, KJ. I see Kene and Mama Icho. I won't come to you guys yet. Let's round up with the people who are here to speak, and then I'll come to you, give you one minute. John Abba, you're next.
What do you want me to talk about?
Oh, Lord.
See, move on. It's not part out for him. This is the Lord we're talking about here.
Your phone is mute.
Yeah. John Abba, we'll come back to you. We've been talking, since you don't know what we're talking about, I'll come back to you.
I know what you are talking about, but I don't want to, on the religion issue, I don't want to.
No, we're talking about Bishop Oyedepo at 70. That's the lead story into the conversation we're having. Did you give him any gift? Did you care that people were celebrating? Some people bought him a Lamborghini. I don't know. What did you buy for him?
Oh, it's interesting. I think it's the day he's supposed to give to the poor. He already been rich. I think it's good to see him in his 70s. And I don't want to go there for now. Thank you.
All right, good. Eagles Air, you're next.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. I have a background on listening to everything concerning the celebration of a man of God. But in me, sometimes I feel disappointed in Christianity, especially these people that call themselves man of God. I'm a core Christian, I'm a devoted Christian, but I'm disappointed for certain things that used to happen in the house of God. Why do I say so? Some people, God have blessed it. The community we are talking of, he's a very big time businessman. He has many companies, have other things that he does apart from the church of God that he manages. He has one of the greatest schools. But the most painful thing to me is that the poor ones in the church will bring the little one they have, and to make sure that the church have a school and have a hospital. At the end of the day, people who are not Christians, people who they call the pagans, people who are called the unbelievers, their children will be the one going to that school. While people that suffer, that have the faith, that call themselves believer in the house of God, their children is not able to go to that school. Then what is Christian and humanity? Can somebody tell me, is there any difference between Christianity and humanity? If when you talk about Christianity and humanity, now they come to you and begin to preach to you Christianity and leave humanity aside. Why by Christianity, when you talk about Christianity, talk about humanity. But the humanity is no longer handled in the house of God. What they handle the other place now is concern their own selves. How can somebody will come and give 1 billion naira to a man of God who is a billionaire, and buy Rolls Royce and give a man of God who's a billionaire? But in his own community, his own family, his own kindred, there are some people who are looking for a plate of food to eat. What kind of wickedness are we practicing? Say that it's a Christianity. That's why the word of God, Jesus himself said it in book of Matthew 23:23. He said that You have lived the right thing supposed to do in the house of God and begin to talk about tithes. Well, there are some people who are in hunger in the house of God, people who are looking for food to eat, but they are bringing tithes. You said that they are selfishness. So what is happening in Christianity is a disappointment. When I was in Nigeria, in my own church, they shared money. So the church want to expand their hospital. They share money. Each group, my own group, they contribute for 5 million. But I told them that, I told my pastor, the senior pastor, I'm not going to contribute that money. He said, why? I said, take me to GO. Let me explain myself. He took me that like, take GO. I'm sorry, I cannot do that. Why? I told him completely that this money, if I contribute it now, none of the poor one in the house of God will benefit from it. They are not supposed to. The man said I'm discouraged. I say I'm not discouraging anybody. Let us tell ourselves the truth. The school have a university, have the academy, have the hospital, and all the rest of them. But none of the pastors benefit from it. Then what are we practicing? They say they call it Christianity. When they talk about Christianity, they talk Christ-like, but there's no Christ-like in the house of God. What they have disappointed. See, sorry, I'm disappointed.
All right, thank you so much, Ego's Air. CN, have you spoken on this topic? I'm not sure anymore. I think you started the conversation for us. Yes. Okay, let me skip you because we are running out of time.
Yes, I started it first. Yeah.
Yeah, we want to end this topic and go to a big topic. Very dark man. Okija, you're next.
Good day, everyone. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I think, like Pansat, said something and that is very important. I think some of us are, modeling the issue. This has nothing to do with Christianity. Christianity, is a good thing, if, you read the history and look at the people that started it and, look at Christ, his revolutionary, message, and the way to live life. You'll find out that, if you decide to live your life that way, that you have more fulfillment, to focus on others and not to live for yourself. Anyway, but I want to say things, like KJ, being someone born in Christianity, like I was born in Christianity and I experienced it myself and I read and, did a lot of things to, decide if this is what I want. KJ said something about Mantu and about Oyedepo. That's not true. In New Testament, there is something like Mantu. It was in Old Testament when it was just once, when Elijah left and the mantle fell on Elisha. It wasn't repeated anywhere else. In Christianity, there's nothing like mantle. Everybody has his own assignment. So Oyedepo, whatever, nobody got what's his name? Oyedepo's what's his Bishop Idaho's mantle. Nobody got it. And also he said something about hope. That's what has been holding Nigerians back, from doing a lot of things. I don't know where he lives. I don't know if he knows what is going on all over the north and south of Nigeria, in Igbo land as well, where people, some people, they do a lot of, outrageous things, and they, some, kidnapping and the whole sort of things. People doing ritual, with human beings and things like that. Those are Christians that are doing that. And instead of directing their anger at the government, hope is like, just like a Bible, hope, this like a two-edged sword, you can use it to kill someone else, you can use it to kill yourself as well. And in case of Nigeria, the hope has been, somehow I think that Christianity has done, has not done good, in Nigeria. We have we bought Christianity without negotiating, and then just using it and the way we are using it. The pastors, instead of preaching, telling people, to be involved in government, to get out there, to take actions like citizens. They are not telling them to do that because they know that if people are liberated, the pastors, will start seeing less customers. But the way I look at it, what is happening in Nigeria is applicable to when people are in a different situation. You become a psychologist. I mean, sorry, a philosopher. He became a philosopher. One guy on Hope, I think it was what's his name? Ice Cube or so, whatever. He says something about hope that pastors are selling hope. He's selling dope. That's basically the same thing. We are doing the same thing. On marriage, someone like became a philosopher. He was having problem in his marriages, and just like some Christians, when they have problems, they become philosophers. So this man was having problem in his marriage, and so he became a philosopher. So he started wondering why God is not married, why Jesus is not married, why devil is not even married, and then God wants him to get married. So he basically the way you look at things, but you don't have to be a Christian to see things a different way. Some of our pastors in Nigeria, they are the people who are holding people Nigerians back. What's his name? Oyedepo with all his followers. If he preaches active citizens for Nigerians to participate in government, to do whatever they can, when they are not experiencing good government, to come out and ask for it. Nigeria will be a better place instead of like having a lot of so many churches and basically business centers that they doesn't transform Nigeria. It just transforms his own account and the account of his his household.
All right, thank you, Okija. Thank you so much. Let's go to Flagship.
Thank you, Rudolph. So here's what it is. First of all, I'll start by saying happy birthday to Bishop David Oyedepo. It's not easy getting to 70. I thought he was a little bit older though, but I didn't know he was just turning 70. So happy birthday to him. I join everybody else to say congrats on that milestone. There are two books I would like to mention here and also recommend. The first one is The Bad Pope by E.R. Chamberlain. I think it was written in 1969, I believe. I read that book. I've read it twice. Now, the first time was way back in the early 90s, and then recently again. And the second book is the 48 Laws of Power. I think that book is also as old as it could be. Now, if you read these two books, you will understand the model that this modern day Pentecostal church is operating in. And maybe you would have a little bit of peace of mind and not worry too much about what they are doing. I'm not surprised that for everything that's going on in the modern day church. I'm not surprised. None of it surprises me. It is expected. If you read the Bible very well, I'm a Christian. I'm a believer. Actually, I'd rather say I'm a believer of the gospel of Christ. If you've read the Bible very well, all the Gospels, for the few that they've allowed us to see, you will find out that the modern day church is the opposite of what Christ represents. It's not teaching what Jesus taught. It's not following what Jesus practiced, nor what Jesus asked us to practice, what he wants us to do. To ourselves as Christians or believers of his gospel, and to those that are non-believers of his gospel. It's unfortunate that salvation has been hijacked, and there is a business component to it now. And unfortunately, the business component is the loudest in what is being taught within the four walls of what we call churches today. So, in reference to the question you asked, Rudolph, what happens when they leave? Of course, it goes to their biological son if they do not have a trustee. If they have a trustee, there is someone in line that's going to take it. However, the church is set up in two ways. There is the church part of it, and there is the business part of it. And if you look into many of these big-time mainstream churches, you would find out that there is the ministry that is owned by the head of that church. And then there's the church part of it where the board of trustees rules over. So when they go, the business part of it goes to the family. The church part of it can go to the family, or on the other hand, can be handed over to whomever has been chosen and next in line by the Board of Trustees to take over. So salvation is being marketed today. The best thing I could say is for everyone, study the Bible and get yourself well taught and approved. What these people are teaching and preaching today is not what Christ says and what Christ recommends from us or expects from us. Unfortunately, Christianity is a business today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll say a few things, not for us to have conversation, Flagship or anybody else, but just to think about it. While you were speaking, you said for the few that they allowed us to see. So you are talking about probably some people kept some parts of the Bible or some Bible parts that they didn't allow us to see. I wonder if I'm a part of an organization and they're keeping some things from me and I will be advocating anyway, but that's something to think about. And people have said, wait. That's why I don't want us to. I just want to.
Conversation.
Dr. Damages, don't go there. Just don't go there. I'm going to expose you. Yes, don't go there.
No. But he said it that some parts that they allowed us.
Listen, go read those two books I talked about.
Okay. And the other part that
we have as Bible today, it's not all that there is. Just to let you know.
Okay, all right. So the other part that people mention here is that people should read the Bible themselves and make their own decisions, and with the assumption that people can read. You know, you are talking about a country like Nigeria where I don't think that 5% of people can read and comprehend what's in the Bible even, and you are giving them that responsibility to now read and know and be able to challenge what these preachers who are trained to, anyway, but I don't want, let's round it up so that we can go to other things, but we'll come back to this. It's never ending, the conversation about the church and the Bible. Eccentric cast. Yeah. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Yeah. Go ahead.
All right. Well, the only thing I'm going to have to say is religion is the opium of the masses. That's a fact. And Christianity, Islam, all these other religions, they all serve purposes. They have like positive effects on people's like mental and of course physical health as well. For instance, there was a survey that was done. People that are Christians, religious people actually live longer than non-religious people. That's one of the positives, I guess, of religion. Religious people live longer, and of course, religious people are the most unhealthy when you compare them with the non-religious people, but they live longer, right? And so the idea of like hope, Christianity selling hope, that's a fact. It sells hope, and hope is good, especially in a country like Nigeria where there is no hope. The political classes, messed up the whole system, the economic system. People rely on religion, and in the community that religion brings, like Christianity, right? The community aspect of it cannot be overemphasized, right? It has positive effects. People meet people, people that are in a social setting do well mentally and physically. They do well in terms of their health as well. And you can verify this for yourself. You can go do your research on this. Religious people live longer, unfortunately. I don't know if it's unfortunate, but they live longer, right? It has its positives. Of course, it has its negatives, right? And I have an example here where in my, my grandparents' countryside, my grandpa countryside, right? It wasn't my, there was a guy, right? He came from the United States of America. He did what they call crusade. He brought it to the village, right? He did a crusade, and he brought cinema. Right, I was very young, and I still remember some of the events. He played a religious Christian movie about a guy that was driving a bike, died in an accident, and went to hell, and all that stuff. I understood the psychology of it all as I grew up. But one of the remarkable things that happened, that I actually use it as to criticize Christianity and what it does to nature, right? Was where he did the crusade, right? A lot of people came, everyone in the community came, in the village, in the hamlet, different hamlets came over there. There was a tree there, one of the oldest trees in that community. This tree, it's like it's like a gathering spot for the elders when they pass judgments, you know, when they deliberate on the community matters, right? They stay around that tree. So while they were doing their crusade at night, a snake fell down from the tree. When the snake fell down from a tree and they killed the snake, and everyone there believed that it was the work of the devil, right? And then they cut the tree down the next day, right? You know, when I grew up, you know, I started looking at the whole situation. I was like, well, the snake was sleeping on the tree. The tree is like a refuge for a lot of animal life, right? It's a gigantic tree. A lot of birds live there, snakes live there, all that stuff. So the noise probably made the snake to fall, and so everyone's superstitious belief led to them cutting down the tree. So that's the effect that religion, Christianity has on the physical environment. And I've seen pictures of bishops cutting down trees, believing that it was for, you know, for voodoo. Right? And let me round up this point. So in Igbo, right, we have Ani, right? Ani is a goddess, right? Ani is the earth as a female being, right? We worship nature, and it's scientific almost. If you look into earth science, right? That's part of that's our religion. Our religion is more scientific than what Christianity presents. And anyone that's saying that Christianity and our traditional religion, Igbo, are similar, it's wrong. Our people were way ahead of Europeans in terms of their religious thinking, and it wasn't just, you know, it was they had a way of representing all these spiritual ideas, you know, and ROC and all that stuff. But if you look at it scientifically, you can see that how deep these things are, these concepts are. They're way deeper than Christianity. Christian concepts are not really that deep. You know, they are.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. What I will do now is 1 minute to Kene, 1 minute to Mama Echo, and then we go to VeryDarkMan and Bobrisky. Very important conversation. Kene.
Yes, I actually wanted to correct something, but my brother here, Eccentric, has hinted on it. Talking about Christianity originating from Africa, Egypt, or Ethiopia, that is incorrect. Christianity come to these places in, I think, in the 14th centuries, and or the 4th, I think, either 4th or 14th. But Christianity originated from the Mediterranean and the Red Sea area, then coming down to Africa. However, when we talk about religion that is at peace with God, religion that is at peace with Enunana, it is the Christian, the Igbo religion, or maybe African traditional religion, which was very, very key to worship, communion with God, than this so-called religion that believes in slavery, a religion that adores slavery, a religion that asks you to be cheap instead of being human being. I'm not that I'm talking down to Christianity. Like I said, I'm half Christian because my parents were Christians and they raised me in Christendom. And as an adult, I've chosen to follow the true religion, which is the religion that is at peace with God, than a business slave-minded religion that we have right here.
All right, Kenneth, thank you. Mama Echo, 1 minute.
I belong to that group that was in Mumu before, following what pastors say. But today, I discover God for myself. I believe in Christianity because Christianity is a way of life. Jesus was not a Christian, but it was his way of life that they saw in the life of the apostle that made them call them Christian. Having said that, my uncle Passat, if you want to talk to somebody, go straight forward. We are here to pass information so that my children can begin to unlearn things that they have learned that is not helping them. So coming to condemn every person that is talking about Christianity is wrong. Say the one you know and let others say their own so that my children can learn and unlearn. Never read bad, they see my time.
1 minute, that's what I gave you.
I know now. Why you go there? Already obstruct me. You know, it can never be. You give her 12 seconds, join on top. I mean, these are not the look. Now let me how you go do. Okay, they found my trouble today, but I leave you.
All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, we discuss.
Rudolph, please let me have 1 minute. Not only for the one I asked privately, but the one to respond to Mama H.O. She deserves an answer for what she said. It's okay. I'll make it very brief.
I
Mama,
didn't finish my submission on you, so don't answer me yet.
No, don't.
All right, we have to take a break.
We'll
take a break. We'll come back.
Rudolph, please, give me 1 minute. 1 minute. Right?
Don't answer me, because I've not finished my submission.
All right. Okay. All right. I won't answer you. Let me say that.
When your mazolo bio, akwa mazolo bio, Max, if you bunye go kwanu mo no fube nazo olaga ni piazugo, ulaga do ni piazugo, akwa wilo chio biko rapuzo, kona bazia. Onyo mazoro because abamba wazara dasari ibya unyane gana mo ulaga dori biazigo mo ulaga dori biazigo abamba wilo chira bigora buzoro ona wazia. Mazi welcome up. Odoguna kwerezineka. Onyoma nigadelemo. Mazi ni mazi ngame. Ibu go with melody. Where you for? Odogu na chalanoka. Is it one them nigga delemo? Olaga doni pesigo. Mo olaga doni pesigo. Amama wilo chilo. Bigora buzo. Anabazi. Say. Sorry, if I were to go Mulaga doni piazugo, Nazaboy. Mulaga doni piazugo. Amama wilo chilo, biko rapuzoro, anabazi. Odogu kenano mikechofo. Ama kwa mnika kugogia. Waligwe kwelo. Ikechomo bele bege. Hey, you want? Ebu kampune kene. So chukwe mekalumo ike chukwu negaje esi nwanne mekene ịlapụl ife niile na-eme wee bịa ka gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom ga-adị ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu isili maxi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme wisdom onume ekene gị gbamanwe iyo iyo biko lapụ na-abasị ya duru joy na bugwa Hausa Sokoto ujembe mwilo anu solo nwe ma n'ọfịa n'ara onye nwụrụ zuru ike.
All right, welcome back to the show. Thank you for hanging in here and staying with us. We are going to move a little in a different direction, and that is okay. So there was an interesting story that came up this week. I believe it started this week, and that was Bobrisky. It may look like a serious story for most people, but the implications are a lot. One of them is really about who is a journalist in Nigeria, what is defamation of character, what is the place of corruption in the judicial and the system, including the one that is of interest, the prison system in Nigeria. We've had in the past that people go to prison and they actually don't go there. This is the first case where there are evidence out there that something like that actually happened. They're struggling to give us a reason why it happened. So we could have that conversation, and but I will be also handing it over to forefathers to lead in that conversation. Tomorrow, like I said, for those who just joined, we have Dr. Franklin Obunweze joining us to discuss the state of the world, because as we speak, I've been busy here, I've not paid attention to the news. But as we speak, the world is really on edge with the situation in the Middle East. It may be likely that it's going to expand and go beyond there. So we have to talk about that. He will give us an insight into that. Also, he has good insight into Nigeria that he wants to share with us. So he will join us tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. New York time, 5:30 p.m. Nigeria, for the conversation on 90 Minutes Africa. And next week, which is talking about October 6th, we have Dele Ogun. For most of you who have been looking forward to him joining us, he will join us to talk about the fatherless people and other things. He has a new book coming out too, so he will talk on that. All right. I want to thank everybody that joined me, those that supported us by supporting the channel, those on the comment section, Oscar, Blackstone, T. Majek, Madam Luke, and I know that Kulata, I know that Man of Prestige, I know that Forefathers towards the end does that too. Alexander Gomez. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate all of you. I will see you tomorrow. So, Forefathers, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. So what was the topic in discussion?
We are the next topic we wanted to talk about was I think it's Very Dark Man and Bobrisky. I don't know if you are familiar.
Yeah, I'm aware of it. Yeah, Very Dark Man. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it, Dr. Damages. Greetings to every panelist, and greetings to the ones on the chat and the viewers. Obviously, this is a new dispensation. I'm a very, very I'm a panelist too, so try to bear with me. I've not said anything all day. So this issue of Very Dark Man and Bobrisky. So I don't know, who do we start with? Let me see. I think KJ is first. I think it's good to go from KJ and down, isn't it? So yeah, KJ, please go ahead. What do you think about this Bobrisky and Dark Man? It's a good thing that he revealed it now. The fact that people are not going to prison when they are supposed to be in prison?
I'm going to talk a bit on the Nigerian prison situation. It's not a new thing to some of us who have lived in Nigeria that prisoners sometimes are not in the prison. Okay, they are actually supposed to be in the prison, but some with a very good arrangement, some of them don't spend their days in the prison, but rather in a confined home. That is not a secret. All the people, government officials know that. They know that. So when this kind of things reveal and it look as if it's a very dark man that's bringing it to the fore, we begin to just laugh. You know, not be today. Not be today. Water enter coconut. You know, so this has been going on for years in Nigeria. Those who have the resources, okay, are able to bring their people. The former chief of, the NSA guy, maybe for prison in wife get belle, born Pekin, they do naming ceremony. Why didn't they talk about that one? You know, so but on the issue of the very dark man and the issue of Bobrisky, I want to say also that, well, he is a journalist, yes, thank God, but he didn't practice what's supposed to be. Since he got the information that was going on, he should have cross-checked with the other person who is also involved in the story instead of just blowing it out and hear their own perspective, so you can have a balanced news that you're putting out. But then haven't not asked from the other party and you went, to the press, as the case may be, it's an infringement on the right of the other individual as a right to respond, and for which you can face consequence for that. And I don't think that journalism has come to the point where just to display 2 6-pack, 9-bit journalism. I don't think so. I don't want to take a personal swipe at him, but I'm thinking that Nigerian journalism has gone beyond the point that we are trying to use the very dark man now to portray. And just revealing informations, just throwing it in the mainstream doesn't really bring justice. It doesn't in any way bring justice. And if the justice system don't want to follow up, you can't even do them anything, because there are other stories which he has talked about and nobody followed up. If that is how the journalism work, then what's his name? The ordinary president Ahmed should have the biggest platform in Nigeria, because I've been revealing a lot of things which we have not actually talked about. So I think to just round up, I'm not totally thinking that anything is new which I revealed, which we don't know before. It has always been there. And I don't want to call them names of people I know who are major people who were in the prisons and will not stay in the prison confinement, but rather they are in the guest house, enjoying their life, watching TV and reading newspaper. Thank you.
Thank you. So you don't think? So I wanted to ask him. So you don't think that it's a good idea that the very dark man revealed the information?
Revelation is I think the wrong word here. Those in government sector already knew this was going on. I don't think it's taking them by surprise. The only thing is probably that they will just try and look, which they've always done. You see, if it's revelation in the States here, people can now go after it. Other news agencies will pick it up and they will pursue it to a logical conclusion. But there, who is picking it up? So it's as good as, just like the lawyers have threatened, they're going to take him to court if he does not retract the story. Is he going to retract the story, or is he going to go ahead and publish the other one? Remember that on this platform, I said a friend of ours who is in the National Assembly revealed that there was budget padding. He was suspended. He had the evidence. He has everything. He was suspended from the house. Since that time, he has not found his feet. In fact, he had to go and do a PhD just to while away his time, why he wasn't allowed to participate in the governance of Nigeria. The revelation is when he had to do someone when no gets ground. Then you reveal, and then they can be followed up. When the people who are in authority that are setting up the whole system, how are you going to reveal? They are revealing to them what they don't know. They already know that. Okay, that's where I stop.
Thank you. Kenny, so what do you think? How do you see this development?
I think this development has exposed Femi Falana and his privileged children. It shows that Femi Falana isn't actually what a lot of us thought he is. in terms of his qualification to being a senior advocate of Nigeria. To me personally, VDM did not do anything wrong. VDM did not accuse Femi Falana of any involvement with Bobrisky. He rather played an audio, recorded audio that was sent to him by someone where Femi Falana and his children's name were mentioned for getting involved in a crime, something that is supposed to be illegal in that country. VDM says, if what this guy says is true, then I'll be surprised to see you in this light. He did not say you, he did not accuse him. So he just played a video and said, if it is true, and then for Falana's children to write to VDM asking him to apologize. Apologize for what? This is the kind of intimidation that all these people use against Nigerians to close their mouths, to subdue them, and to threaten them. And that is why they keep perpetrating evil in that country. VDM rightly exposed the bad deals that has been going on behind closed doors. And these same people will come out, oh, senior advocate of Nigeria, and we'll be referencing them. See, if Nigeria is a country that knows what rule of law is, the likes of Bobrisky shouldn't be in the street, because Nigeria has a law against LGBTQ, which Bobrisky is guilty of. Bobrisky, when he was charged to court, he admitted with his own mouth that he is a male. Now you are charged to court, you are sentenced to prison. What the law expected is that Bobrisky should be sentenced to prison where other prisoners are. However, he was taken to a private lodge. And one former director of prisons and rehabilitation missions was on Arise Note spewing rubbish that why he was taken to private lodge was because they were confused. They don't know if he's a man or a woman. They don't know if he should be paired with male prisoners. He will be busted. I don't want to mention. So these are the kind of clowns that we make leaders, forgetting that the law stated that you are either male or female in Nigeria. And Bobrisky admitted that he's a male in the court. So he should be paired with his fellow male prisoners. No secret cow when it comes to the law. But in Nigeria, some people are above the law because they are in their higher authority or they have money. And VDM, being a God sent in that country to exposing this evil. Me personally, what VDM did was correct and right. If Fabi Falana and his privileged children, that their mates that went to law school, some of them are doing recharge card business, some of them are doing call center business, but because their father is a son, he's now using them to collect money from people, going deal. Look at Fars making deals of 10 million for his father, idiot. Because see that country, the earlier we start telling ourselves the truth, the better for us.
Thank you. Thank you. I think I agree with you by and large about this matter. Sorry, Ferrari, because we are coming to you after Okija, eccentricas. Okay. Okija, please go ahead. What do you think about the Bobrisky, lodge business?
I don't know what I hear that it was a transaction, but I don't think Files, he was involved in a transaction to give Bobrisky the apartment or the flat or whatever, to take him to a flat. I think they were talking about something different. They were talking about pardon.
Yes,
pardon or whatever. That was what his involvement, their involvement in the
if you know Okija, just one word. There's a law in Nigeria called that is actually tilted as innuendos. You may not say it, but the matter that you inferred to it means that you have said it indirectly, and you can be taken to court on that.
Yes, and that innuendo, Fars the bad man, or the bad boy, admitted that he indeed spoke with Bobrisky while Bobrisky was in prison. Now, that has nullified whatever innuendos that they are claiming.
Okay,
It's the case
Yeah,
that the
well,
BDM
well,
fight against
anyway,
them.
it's my time. You know, but even if he spoke with him while he was in prison, he didn't know where he was. So I don't. So I don't want people to, you know, bring a fuss into Bobrisky and the apartment issue. You know, if you want to talk about, you know, the other deal that was being done, and I don't think, you know, that one was consummated. The deal was consummated. So, but anyway, basically, you know, what do you expect in, you know, from you know, a country like Nigeria where you don't have a prison where, you know, people can just go to place where the, you know, the highest security prison in Abuja and free terrorists, you know, where prisons have been invaded. People don't go to court. If a criminal is going to court, his gang members will, you know, will stand on the road and you know, shoot at policemen, and they run away and they free their gang members. So it's Nigeria is just a crime scene. It's just, you know, basically, you know, what is obtainable. So I wasn't surprised that this thing happened. And there was, you know, like a big man I know in Anambra. He went to prison. And what he did, he had a freedom in the prison. He was in prison for sure, but he came. There was no water. He dug a borehole in the prison. He dug borehole, you know, in the prison, and he renovated the prison. And you know, they had big screen TV. He brought a satellite dish into the prison. And he had his phone, and they were bringing in, you know, different women, you know, to him, you know, like, yeah, whatever he demanded, they brought for him. So that's a country that doesn't work. So we are here just I don't know why some people are saying that saying, you know, VDM journalism. I don't know the history of journalism, but I know that there was, you know, in the olden time when people started exposing secret, that there was not like, you know, all these people went to school, you know, to be journalists so that they can expose secret. People, it was citizens that started, you know, writing things, printing things, and then doing investigation, giving tips to people, you know, who had a printing press, and all this, you know, all of a sudden, you know, journalism evolved, and so decided that, you know, people have to go to school now to become a journalist or whatever. But I mean, everyone is a journalist, you know, even if you're passing across information, you're a journalist. So I think, you know, in this age and time, because of the way Nigeria is, we need more of people like VDM to come out there and give us, you know, like, because so now people trust him, so they you know, they're able to, like, you know, call him, you know, because they believe that, you know, he's someone that they can trust, unlike a lot of journalists. Because there are some people, you know, you give this thing, you know, they will bury it, or they will contact Bobrisky and say, oh, I have this on you, and they'll give, you know, collect the money and, you know, die the matter. But this guy, people like him, people like David Hundeyin, you know, people trust them. They know that, you know, if they give, you know, something to them, and if they verify that that's, you know, authentic, that they will bring it to the public. So I like, you know, VDM. I have some issues with him, but I like him. He doesn't need to be a journalist, you know, to give us, you know, whatever comes to him. Yeah.
Yeah. I think so too, that truth is truth. Even if it's a normal citizen that finds out, they should let people know. A secretary cast, yeah, thank you for joining us. What do you think about this matter?
I don't think there's any precedence on that type of law. I don't think anyone has been arrested for abusing the Naira note. So there's no precedence for that law. But I think, I mean, I was looking at what the law says. It says if you abuse the Naira note, you'll be jailed for 6 months with an option of paying 50,000 Naira. But the problem is, the truth is, everyone here knows is a lot of people abuse the Naira note. It's almost like a common thing people do, you know, and you know, I don't know if this stipulates really what constitutes abuse of Naira notes. If you look at CBN's, the way they explains it, right? It could be just dirtying the currency, right? Or making the currency look dirty or whatever, which a lot of people do that, right? So there's no precedent in that law to lock people up for. So those type of laws, you know, there are laws, vigorous laws out everywhere in the United States of America and anywhere in the world. But the thing is that those laws, you depend on the precedents to carry out judgments, right? Personally, I don't want anybody to get locked up. You know, I don't think it's a crime worthy of locking people up. You know, our politicians do worse. They should all be in jail for jeopardizing our economy and our country, right? If those guys don't go to jail for doing worse things to our system, to the country, things that affect our families there, right? I don't think Bobrisky maybe tearing money, cutting them up or whatever. I didn't see the video. I don't think that warrants, this. I don't know, this much publicity and the push to put them in jail and all that.
But don't you think that if the law has been spelled out and the number sentence and you're supposed to be in jail for is not being done,
those are obscure laws, right? So those type of laws, they cherry pick when to actually prosecute those laws. They cherry pick them because they're not I don't know how to categorize them. They're not like the top laws, to pursue, right? Those type of laws, yeah, like I said, there's no precedence, right? And we're not gonna say that Bobrisky was the first person to ever do that to our currency. We would not say that.
It's not. No, it's not.
Not being honest. Yeah, that's the truth, right? So I don't know what's going on here. If it's some kind of for political reasons, if he or she is involved in politics or whatever. It's not a non-issue. That's what I was trying to say. It's a non-issue. There's no precedent. I think 50,000 option can be given. If someone breaks the real law, the law should kick in and deal with the person. I think this is just cherry picking the law. And it sounds kind of like a witch hunt. I don't know. I don't know what the Bobrisky person did.
I think they've jailed some other person for it before. I think a musician or something, or one other main lady has gone to jail because of this.
Did you also know that if you spray money, how Igbo people, our people spray money like it's a tradition, that also it's against that same law. That same law that you quoted. Yeah. So in that case, every politician that sprays money when they go out to show off that they're rich should be locked up for that. So that's the thing. That's the problem with it. Why are we focusing on this instance here? Does it have something to do with her identity, his or her identity as a transgender woman? Does it have something to do with that? I think so. It might be because the transgender people are kind of like a minority. I understand societies always like to pick on the minorities. I think they're trying to set an example here. That's why they're trying to pick on Bobrisky. But if we are honest, a lot of people have broken this law. The people that spray money in traditional weddings, people that spray money in churches, all should be prosecuted.
Yeah.
For the law. Yeah. If we're being fair. So that's my take.
I don't know the last time anybody saw anyone spraying money in Nigeria. Maybe they've actually stopped it. It would be nice to hear from people that are in Nigeria whether they've seen anybody spray money lately, because this Bobrisky case has brought it to the fore, and maybe some people, it has in a way worked to deter people from spraying money. Ferrari, thank you for joining us. So what do you think about this matter?
First of all, on the issue of whether it has stopped spraying money for father, it hasn't stopped anything. Now you just put the money in the box or you give me in bundle. So it hasn't stopped spraying. So let us stop deluding ourselves. This issue is about five things. One, it's about Nigeria being a crime scene. It's about the system of government that we practice, which is big manism. Three, it's about journalism failing to be the light in the darkness. And I love that man's name, Very Dark Man. It's synonymous with that country, very dark country. Thirdly, it's about the truth. And fifth, it's about selective enrichment that Nigerians love to practice.
Sorry, Ferrari. when you use dark as a derogatory term, it's kind of racist somehow because we are referred as dark people because of our skin color.
No, dark is not. Don't go there. I'm not even going to engage that. That's not what dark is. Dark in this case, as there is no light, there is darkness. As we see righteous man in darkness in Nigeria without electricity. That's what I'm talking about. Let's not. Okay. Now, dark, very dark country. It's a crime scene. Let's start with that. You see, the issue of Bobrisky going to jail, a lot of people, is an injustice that was done to Bobrisky. I said it a while ago. But a lot of people who wants to claim that they are Christians or they are MAGA or they are anti-gay will push, oh, let him go to jail. He's trying to be a man. Will make all that crazy noise, but forgetting that injustice to one is injustice to one. Let's leave that as it may. But what VeryDarkMan has done right now is to bring out the contradiction that is that country. You understand? The contradiction of our system, which is big manism. How the big get away with murder. They should have a movie on that. How the big men get away with murder. How the big men in Nigeria get away with crime, get away with abuse. So when I come here and I argue that the Nigerian system is like apartheid, but apartheid that is not based on color, but based on class, on the big man against the poor man, people will want to disturb me. You understand? Everybody already knows that in Nigeria, you can be sentenced to jail and you can have somebody represent you in jail. Those who are acting surprised on this thing are fooling themselves. Nigeria is so corrupt, so gone. If they sent me to jail now, I can pay somebody money to go represent me in jail. That's how bad Nigeria is. And if some people are sentenced to jail, they can be in a VIP room somewhere in London while serving the jail. These are true. These are not innuendos. These are not fiction. These are facts. But people who come here to speak big grammar wants to make us believe that, yeah, this is happening in Nigeria. Know how rotten that country is. And journalists who are supposed to be the light of the nation have failed in their job in bringing out this darkness to the light. But thank God, time is catching up with all of them. This age of technology is catching up with the darkness in Nigeria. And that is what will expose all of them. And this is what the internet is doing for us. This is what the internet is putting journalists to shame. Particularly journalists who carry tripod and are always afraid they will kill me, they will do that. The internet, the new technology age we are in, is changing things around. Forefather, remember I used to argue that maybe to change Nigeria would take 100 years. But with this new technology and everything, we might not have to wait that long. It might just be 10 years or 20 years. That is if it changed. Although the country in itself geographically might not change, it's the minds that we are trying to change, which is the mind of Nigerians that we need to change. So that country is rotting and gone. Imagine prison officers collecting money to remove charges from people. Imagine them putting someone else in a VIP room. These are crimes against the country. But people here are discussing the trivialities of the VeryDarkMan issue, which is is Big Fat sleeping with Bobrisky. That's not the issue. Is Falana a good man? Falana has never been a good man. Those are not the issue. The issue is the big crimes and treason that is being exposed. That's what we should be talking about. How gone that country is, not all this tripod journalism we want to talk about. And it's good the internet is there. That's why a lot of people need to use their medium for this type of operations to change that country, to let Nigerians see how dark their minds are, their country is, how gone, how rotten, how disgusting it is.
Thank
Not
you.
to be defending it as how innuendo. And one man said this, they're going to sue him. They're going to let them go sue. The truth is always going to be the truth. And I'm not here to argue people's religious perspective or sexual orientation. It doesn't interest me. My interest is for Nigeria to be good, for light to come into that darkness, for that crime scene to be broken, for the real criminals, not the criminals they are arresting.
the real criminals to be locked up. That's what's important.
Thank you, Ferrari. That these people that should be in prison and there's no second this thing about it. Jonaba, thanks for joining us. I really appreciate you coming in. You know, I was in Nigeria and I met a David Abba. I don't know whether in Benue they have a lot of Abbas, but it's all right. It is what it is. So, thank you for joining us. So, what do you think about this matter?
Thank you for having me and the fellow journalist and my jealous KJ. Yeah, your 6-pack is already in the past, so don't worry about you went to school for journalism and then this young man showing 6-pack and you don't, and your own is you are so a respected journalist, so don't worry. But the only thing is that everybody's supposed to support that young man for his brave, and these are how Nigeria is going to change. And the change is that when people hide information from you and from the public, they are trying to cover up. But the more people know, the more people become ashamed of what they do. So it's a good exposure to our system, and I wish we all can have a little of that guy in our life. We will have a better Nigerian by now. He's brave. Whatever that is working for him, I think I'll pray for my forefathers to be protecting him all the days of his life. We come to what he exposed about Bobrisky. It's not, to me, Bobrisky is just a selective justice about how Nigerian system work. I think she should be free as any other person. I'm not interested of what he does or what he do not do. A lot of things happen in Nigeria that's way worse than whether they use that as his spray money or not. Then they should arrest the president first. He's been spraying money all his life. So that's not a big deal to me. And it's still happening to today. Even in America here, there was a time the Nigerian people took them to court in Brooklyn, New York, because the FBI was coming and hiding and exposing, and they say, no, this is our culture. And they won the case. But in Nigeria, they use anything they want to use against people the way they choose to. And they stop it. Until today in America right now, every weekend you can find where Nigerian wedding is going on and people spray dollars. We're not even talking about the value Cherekambia money that they have there right now. So I don't know why that's a big deal. But Bobrisky, the issue that he's not in the prison. When I was in prison many years ago, there's a guy that they go to his house. He flies to Kanu all the time, every weekend, and they take him to the club. And he come back to the prison. He's a good friend of mine. I mean, we are not there for the same case. And so this thing is happening in Nigeria. Nigeria is it's not new, but it's okay to bring it to the limelight. But the elite and the rich, especially in Nigeria, where people don't know their basic human rights, they even get protected that the innocent Nigerian walking on the street. If KJ, my brother, do that now, they will handcuff him, say, why you grow in Benue and you marry from data. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonaba. I appreciate it. Let me just make one announcement about, our female women here. Whenever you want to say something, as long as it's not going to be more than 2 minutes or so, you are free to interject, because we don't have a lot of women here until it becomes 50-50. They should have reserved that privilege. So I thought I should state that. Okay, Mama Echo, thank you for joining us. So what do you think about this Bobrisky business? Not being in prison. Should we ask for special suit for Nnamdi Kanu and Mefele or something? I don't know. Maybe we should come up with some kind of ideas.
Very dark man. You be correct, Picky. Now me born you. I am a lioness. Lioness, not the born goatee. It go born lion. So those when you know very dark man, tell her make you reach out to me. Because we get plenty fight like this one, go fight. This selective judgment. It has come to an end. Gone are the days when we go just do the talk. When we don't do the talk, we go do the do. Because I am in a business to leave a better Nigeria for my children. And me and my correct children, like Very Dark Man, and we go fight the fight. So Very Dark Man, wherever you are, look for Mama HO number. Reach out. You see, my children, when they're hungry, when they go thief yam, una lock them up. The one when thief bread, una lock them up. Then the one when he commits sin of money laundry, una collect bribe, like remove money laundry, una call they put say na spraying of money. They say breeze blow, foul nyash open. The new Nigeria we are working to build. Injustice is injustice. Whether you be a $10, you commit injustice, you will pay for it. Whether you be Dangote, you commit injustice, you will pay for it. And if you come be my picking when they for worry, when they run street, if they catch you, you go pay.
What time?
You see this nonsense one that they do. With the comfort now, neatly. And all those policemen and soldier men, when they carry my children, una go collect their phone, tell them make they do transfer with the comfort now. Many of una, that rubbish one that they do to my children, 90 pass. Because a lot of you, we will make sure we strip you of your uniform. You will be dismissed without benefit. Since una say, my children not go fulfill destiny. They say, pikin when not allowing mama sleep, into not go sleep. Bad government and the oppressors that says my children will not fulfill destiny. Una not go sleep, close eye again. Mama HO with her children, they are coming to change you, home and abroad. So children of looters, all the children of corrupt politicians, corrupt businessmen, one of these son of Oba of Benin, now na resi place, Irolekpa, we go disgrace una papa, Oba of Benin no go let una stay. Una go rockety kata, go to Nigeria, one and spoil. All of una when they collect contract for government to repair road, una no go repair. To do supply, una go supply fake one. We they come for now, except una matter not reach Mama HO table. If he reach her, me and my children, we go pursue na kitty kata. Because una tell my children, say they be leaders of tomorrow. It is time we go enthrone them into their leadership position. So therefore, what be that in name? Interior Minister, I praised you yesterday. Your work never finished. Who is that fucking godfather? When he say make Bobrisky not serve in prison term, you go arrest him. You go thanks in your punishment 100 times and times we don't give Bobrisky because he's a criminal. Now he does for Nigeria. Bobrisky, it is better you begin to dress like man because you don't tell us for cause you are a man. So this your useless dressing. When you take destroy my children, when they teach on our life with that, you go stop her. If not, the next place when they carry and go and do the region, you see we are gonna pack my children together like sardine, make una put Bobrisky among them. If we not see Bobrisky among those children of mine, one are put for prison like sardine, then the case never start. Now they hear me? Now they say now part. We go to part 10 of this matter. So all the godfather must be brought to book. Akpabio, your matter dey cooler, make I tell you. Because I remember when you tell us off your mic. You see that matter? We go bring her out. I come from Niger Delta. I be correct Uroboke. You dey hear me? My place they give oil to Nigeria. I suppose to they collect check, especially when I can't be physically challenged. When I supposed to they pay me and my other counterpart, I supposed to they issue check into our account every day. But no, when I can't begin to collect oil where. When I not even get oil for that place. When I can't they collect our oil where. All of una when we collect oil where, we go come take her from una hand. Una they hear me? All of una when be big man, una rich without no industry. When be say now looting. But what they and their children when they abroad. All the money when your papa, your mama thief from us. Una go vomit there. This abroad not go cut me out now. Because of all will go back to Nigeria and repair her. The one wanna bury for ground, we sabi where it dey. All of now when do CBN with dollar, with pounds and euro for inside Nigeria. There, we sabi all of now. We dey commot, we go collect everything. You see all those my children wanna put for street. Growing up, that is where it pains me. Growing up, not only mad person. 9 days street for Nigeria. How come at this point in my life, I see my children, grandchildren that were supposed to be in school, they are traveling from Calabar, they are traveling from the east, they are traveling from everywhere. Delta State, that they come Lagos at the age of 7, at the age of 8, at the age of 9. What do you not do for Lagos? They say they go hustle. The one when he leave Delta, they go Benin. What do not go do for Benin? They say they can't learn Yahoo. Hey, since when? Because people like Sheriff Oborori, I be what they call you. Sheriff, hear me, and they come for you. You sit down there, Sheriff. Federal government enter Okwama community. They level and crime. They tell you a whole governor. Say you cannot reach there when they are doing their nonsense. You can't really sit down, Murukete. You can't allow them to level down the Okoma community. When I can't work out, come on, say it don't finish. We just start the fight. You don't hear me? Sheriff Oborori, in August here, federal government, my senior boyfriend, Steve Tunubu, is saying give you 26.20 billion. Sheriff, before I go visit your matter, go and build Okwama community. Not only just build, you will empower them. Not give them fish, because if you give them money, now fish. But if you give them opportunities to make money, now be said, you they teach them how to fish. You they give them hook to fish, and you they show the river to fish. In so doing, they will continue to fish. Sheriff, your number them handle. I put your matter for cooler. I won't fight for my pikin. Nnamdi to come and fish. When I finish with that one, I they come for you, Sheriff. One your way. I won't tell you where I come from. For Akbaro talk. You they hear me? I be omo buko huo. Of your mouth your huo. I Johnny obuko huo. Or your seme. One you now go to Akbaro talk. Go and ask of Obukokwo. He was a great warrior in his day. And I learned that every war he goes to, he never loses any battle. That spirit of my grandfather is upon me. In this battle that I have to fight and put the political power in the hands of my children and the economic power in the hands of my children, I will surely win. Because the spirit of my grandfather upon me, the God that formed me, my mother's womb is upon me. So I fear nothing, no shame.
Thank you, Mama.
Finally, I know someone go travel for me. Those when you go travel, go consult for me.
Mama Isho, you don't make mention of Okoloba, you only talk about Leokwama.
Wait, we go talk that one. That one I know for now. I just wanna go travel for me. I beg, make una travel, because una go. As una sit down, they consult, they mention my name. My name, Hannah Ejebare Opukoko, alias Mama H.O. When una call that name, turn down, I go destroy inside that shira. Now they hear, and those of una when go plan for me, just thinking of it. The person when send message, make I tell you, say, just thinking of it, it go buy you, it go wipe away your entire generation. So you see, I'm not the fear. And for your general information, person when don't die, when they don't bury, it they die again. My left leg left me on the 28th of January 1999. It has been buried. So you see this one, they don't bury. So person when they don't bury, they die again. So those of you to say, I will catch her, oh my show. I bet before you start to plan my death, buy your caskets, buy rice, buy gari, buy yam, buy pepper, buy salt. Because I wait on your casket and dig your grave. Because I then they go bury you. Before you bury me, yeah, people, the oppressors of Nigeria. Me and my children that you have oppressed for too long. We have reason to oppress all of you. And we are setting ourselves free from your group. You know what? Because me and my children, we are queen, we are king, we are prince and princess. That is who we are. Whatever you define us now, that is now who my children are.
Thank you, Mama Icho. Thank you. I appreciate that. Madam Luke, thank you for joining us. I think this is the first.
I leave work, John.
There's a lady that is on the panel. This is the first time I've been on the panel when she's here. So okay, she says. Is it okay with everyone? Okay, please go ahead.
Now work I did work.
Please go ahead.
I just job come up for work. But okay. So we're talking about the necessary distraction. I'll be where they happen now, right? So now at the best for KJ, at the best for this my brother where they owe money, where we no fit contact each other. At the best for Mama H.O. Look, if you're there America, at the best for you, Kenya at the best for you, Paul, you are not excluded. Everybody where there America, yeah, at the best for all of you now. For two reasons. One, because none of us be Jay-Z for here. So our memory is supposed to be fresh. Let's talk this story. When they arrest Bobrisky at first, as you know, because in the spray money. If not, all of us were they jail. Even up to today, we see the spray. All of us. Home and abroad, we see the spray money. So it's not because of that. Now, what you call a shock me now be say, when I hear say they special place, everybody be yeah. Why would they deceive ourselves now? I be una no know say in real life. Now person we don't know anybody. And person where they pay for the real people, then they stay for inside jail. Anywhere in the world. Is it a new thing? I don't know that thing before. So what's the injustice? Why are you deceiving ourselves? That's not one reason. Two, good luck administration. What is one of the high points of good luck administration? It was the LGBT bill that refused to pass. I will not forget. Of course, we could not even debate that like this openly, right? But from that time till now, 10 years, just sit down and think calm. How far the conversation? And ask yourself, if that bill appear for our Senate today, what is the probability that it no go pass? So why is there the best of the way they America? Not be so that they do it for a year. So they will just put them for your conscience, right? You understand? So who is the best person to actually promote, to put down for everybody conscious? That's what Bobrisky represents. It's just a matter of time. I say, oh, the way they America now, so that they carry on out. This is American strategy. That's the way you say you know one, so you go there your face 24/7 before you know. Is it like even though not pretend all of us they pretend that first time. So this is a continuous story. But what we should learn for here is, instead of us to actually focus on who will lead us, let's pick a course and sit on it. Let's pick electricity today, power, and sit on it for 10 years and use the same strategy where I know go work. So this is that's why when we will come, so we all of a sudden everybody begins to say, injustice, you know jail. That's not new. All of us know this. We will be adult. That now when you know get by, you nobody now you go actually sit down for inside jail. So what is the noise about? So it is not about that. It is not about she's spreading or he's spraying money. It is that agenda, right, that is playing out in our conscience. That's why I ask yourself, if that bill appears for Senate today or 8 years from now, that election cycle, what is the probability that everybody in the results will not be the opposite? It will be overwhelmingly supported, because for the past 10 years, we they see stars. They are normal people like us. We they see stars. We they see that now billionaire will never get among them. And she or he, Bobrisky, she will be the first billionaire. So all those things, now so they happen. Now support, then they gather. Once the conversation, why be saying now only she, they always did the picture? What now only she did Nigeria? Now only she be celebrating. Now only, so those are the questions, those little things that we don't pay attention to, right? So we too, as a people, forget the leader. Let's form a cause, right? And shove it in their face every day. They do, you understand? It's now we learn from every situation, every scenario. So that's what I'm seeing.
I think his audio is faulty. Okay.
Can you
I don't
give me
know.
a minute? I don't want to forget.
Yeah, please go ahead. So when he comes back, he can resume.
Okay. So while I was making my giving my opinion on this issue, I did not call out Bobrisky because he's a she. My reference to that was because of the defense that the prison, the former prison director was trying to give, as you know, as to why he was, giving a private lodge instead of the prison yard. So that was why I called it out, because Bobrisky admitted that he's a male. And because of that, it's a common sense thing to put him where the male counterparts are instead of putting him in a private lodge. And again, Bobrisky isn't the only person that was arrested. He wasn't arrested because he's a she. He was arrested because of naira mutilation. Now, we had a lot of Nigerians have been arrested, just that they are not celebrities. So we didn't hear about them. It's on the low key. But if you just search now, you see a lot of names. And one that was also popular was Cubana chief priest. He was arrested at some time, but money talks, and he wasn't sentenced to jail. He paid himself out. So unfortunately, Bobrisky couldn't pay himself out. However, he paid himself out of going to jail and giving him a private lodge. So that was the correction that I was about to make. And Alaba, I hope you got this, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Luke, thank you for joining us. What do you think about this Bobrisky business? Thank you.
Hello, my lovely Dr. Damage's family. I greet you all. I don't have much to say. I would only start by saying, wherever you are, Bobrisky, I praise you. I admire you. I totally adore you for one reason. I have never seen any woman who tried to be a man and looked so damn good. You hear me, sister, brother, sister? Each time I look at you, you're always on point. You're always put together. I am just so in awe of you because you have chosen to be who you want to be. And I'm that free-spirited person. I don't do religion. I don't give a rat's ass what anybody, Bible or Quran or whatever says. I'm a very free free-spirited human being. And I love the way Bobrisky carries herself or himself, the outfit, the fashion sense. Having said that, very dark man, you are an epitome of masculine, what will I say? These are two beautiful people I adore in their own sphere, doing their own things. Unfortunately, the kind of Nigeria we have now, they have been forced to be pitted up against each other. And the more the divide continues. I don't know what we're fighting for here. I don't know what is anybody's business, how anybody chooses to dress, or whoever's all they choose to PDD with. I don't give a right. I don't care. As long as you're not harming anybody, you're not killing anybody, you have the right to do your thing. And if people complain that you are instilling the values to their children, then they mean they never had control of their children in the first place. Bobrisky was once a child. She chose, or he chose, what path he wanted to do. So having come to say that, what are we talking about here? When Mr. Peter Obi's phone calls were leaked out, I didn't hear this upcry of invasion of privacy. So I don't know why it's coming to Bobrisky now. In Nigeria, anything is free game. And I'm glad Very Dark Man was able to release those audios, because there is nothing you can do in Nigeria that is going to be open. There is nothing you can do. You go through the right way, he's not going to favor you, because the courts are compromised, the police compromised. Bobrisky only used the system to his advantage. Do I blame him or her for that? Absolutely not. When the former EFCC boss was incarcerated, do you know what kind of jail he was in? He was chilling in his house. When Abia Kari was jailed, he was chilling in his house. So why is Bobrisky's case a big deal? My dear Bobrisky, if you got the money, buy whatever justice you can, because that is the country you live in, and I do not fault you for it. Keep on looking good. Unfortunately, haters gonna hate. Those religious bigots somewhere, and those ones who don't even look half as good, the female side, they're gonna come after you, and you're gonna always be a target.
But are you not encouraging people to break the rules?
What rules is she breaking?
That's by not going to prison the proper way. And
did your president go for prison?
No,
for stealing the mandate?
Two wrongs don't make it right, does it?
Was your judiciary able to convict felons in Nigeria that are
two wrongs does not make it right.
Or your police able to convict people? Where is Beta Adu today? Was she ever charged? Excuse me, I don't believe in justice for the poor man. Okay? I don't believe in justice for the poor man. So I'm saying, Bobrisky, that's your godfather, eh? Hold him or her tight. Because that is what Nigeria needs. Who know man and who know woman. That is why I don't care about Nigerian topics. You think I care about Nigeria? Like I said, when I picked up the American passport, I knew that Nigeria was never going to be my home. And I only came into this topic because it had to do with Bobrisky. Your church, your politicians have no bearing in my life. I only came in here to discuss Bobrisky and the Very Dark Man, because that's the area of Nigeria I choose to discuss. Why they should not be fighting each other? Yes, sir.
Okay. No, I'm not. I'm just waiting to.
Hold on. Wait. I raised my hand up first.
Sure.
This is based on your topic, right? So,
is it not my turn?
There's a
is it not my turn? It's righteous man. Sorry. My listening was delayed.
I want to leave.
Righteous man will not like it too.
Somebody behind.
It's my turn. Oh, it's my turn.
And if you're not going to answer questions, let me round up.
Okay, let me give him a few seconds to answer this question. If you want to answer a question,
it's not a question. It's there was a news that just came out. The House of Representatives summoned the EFCC chairman and the prison controller general over this Bobrisky issue. So why is it a big deal? Like they're making it a big deal.
This is a smoke screen. There ain't nothing happening. Okay, it's a smoke screen.
Yeah, why is it a big deal? Why is the House of Representatives getting involved in something so minute? You know,
because somebody top there has been touched. Somebody top there has been touched. So they want to do a quick smoke screen and everything's going down shortly. So stay tuned. That's the way it rolls in Nigeria. After 2 weeks now, you're not going to hear a biz. You'll be focusing on Boko Haram.
It's a shame. It's a shame.
That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you. Why is anybody blaming Bobrisky? This has been going on. Is it because Bobrisky is doing it?
No, Madam Luke, I don't think. Yeah, Madam Luke, I don't think. Personally, I don't blame Bobrisky. My taxation is on Femi Falana. My taxation is on Femi Falana trying to flex his muscle against VDM's exposure of his involvement in corruption.
In Nigeria, when you are touched,
it is not going to happen.
Okay, Madam.
It is not.
That is fine. That is fine. The battle continues.
We will follow it to the end.
That good. That's what I'm saying.
Please wait for my joker card. We will follow it to the end.
Please do. What I'm saying.
My begin, very dark man. He will not suffer for exposing the
That
truth.
is very true.
I
All I'm saying.
when I play my joker card, una go sabi.
That's good. All I'm saying is may the better.
He can never be Nigeria as before. It's not
May
going
the
to
stronger
happen.
hand win. May the stronger hand win is all I'm saying.
There is
He's a very
another
dark
stronger
man.
hand win that will go after them.
Very Dark Man and Bobrisky have been going at it for a very long time. It's a personal
When
vendetta.
are we going to start?
Hold on. And Very Dark Man is coming from an area where Bobrisky.
Can I say so? Is it my turn?
No.
Yeah, it's his turn next, but it's your turn next. Let them just finish the exchange.
1 minute.
Forefathers.
1 minute.
Sorry, righteous man, it's your turn. Thank you for
1
being
minute,
patient.
please.
I'm going to come to
1
you.
minute, please. Very Dark Man and Bobrisky have been going at it forever. Either because of the petty rivalry because they don't see how a man can look so good in Nigeria as a woman and get away with it. So a lot of men are really, really upset about it. A lot of women are really, really upset about it. But you know what? In this life, you do whatever.
Madam Luke, it's not true. Madam Luke, is not true.
See, I am not after their petty fight. I am after the injustice. And
okay, Madam Echo. Is Bobrisky not going through injustice too?
Righteous man, don't worry. Your turn is going. You know they are ladies. Now let them have their
Is
say.
Bobrisky not going through injustice too?
Start somewhere.
What
He
is
was
that
supposed to be charged for money laundering, and there is bribing that stopped it. Why should we cover that up?
You need to stop there and go all the way to the top. You can't start with Bobrisky. Go there. No.
Okay. I think we are seeing this from different points of view. Let's go to righteous man.
This interior minister.
Oh my God, but
we will continue with Nnamdi Kanu and the case continue. I go tell me say, may we continue to una not see the country when I put for ground for my children.
Baba Echo, okay, let's go to righteous man. Righteous man, thank you for your patience.
Check comment section.
Ekene, hold on. Please.
You are looking for further. Sorry. For further, there's a you post link. People are waiting to join.
Okay, let me post link.
If your Mr.
Can I talk?
Is your screen full? You have a full screen?
No.
Okay, because people are waiting to come in. You can put me on the backstage if you want to.
No, Madam Luke, I just want to address some issues that you raised, okay? Yeah. Can I talk for further?
Yeah. Yes, of course. Go ahead.
Yeah.
It's your turn.
In Imo State, between 1976 and the early 80s, there was this man called Area Scatter. If you were born then and you lived in the East, between 1976 to early 80s, there was a man just like Bobrisky called Area Scatter. And he comes to the market. He was just like a woman, so beautiful, let me not say handsome. And The people did not see anything evil. They saw it as a means of entertainment. Okay? He was not given any negative name. I mean, any Igbo man that grew up between 70s and early 80s will tell you about area scatter. He's from Imo State. Olu precise.
Okay.
He ties two wrappers, you know, makeup, wear. In fact, in the market, people will gather, he will dance Okorobo, you know, he will dance, people will spray him money. Nobody insinuated anything evil or saw him as somebody that is in the negative aspect of life. So I don't know why people are making something out of Bobrisky. This is a life he has chosen to live. He's not harming anybody by his appearance, by his look. He's not a criminal. He has not looted Nigeria. He has not committed any ritual thing that, you know, claim the life of any individual. I don't see the reason why Bobrisky should become a topic.
And let's be honest, the she is damn gorgeous.
Now, wow, this kind of, is that where we are now?
Madam Luke, Madam Luke, hold on. Madam Luke.
It's a bit cook and it's a bit do.
Oh, wow, this is where we are now.
Madam Luke, how you take no sense at
the issue on ground is not Bobrisky dressing. The issue on ground is money laundering that is being hidden and bribed. And then those are the issue. Let us not forget the issue.
Yeah.
Let us not forget the issue.
Yeah,
okay, the issue is money laundering. Money laundering. Who was involved in it? Is it Bobrisky?
Match break there.
Mama Echo, remember, it's his turn. No. Where are you matching break now?
I'm responding to Madam Luke. It's not the issue of dressing.
It's his turn. Okay, but
I know. It is not the issue of dressing. It is the issue of money laundering. It is the issue
of there was no issue about money laundering. The issue right now is also not about money laundering.
So
they already threw the money laundering case out.
I beg, man, let righteous man talk.
It is not dressing that is the issue. So, Mr. Righteous Man,
Mama Echo is freezing the issue.
Focus on the issue.
Okay, Mama Echo. I was addressing what Madam Luke said.
Madam
Her submissions.
Luke is getting attention from the main issue. Madam Luke, you are deviating our attention from the main issue.
No, but it's that point of view. It's that point of view, Mama Echo.
The main issue is
Mama Echo.
The main issue is not addressing. My children.
Mama Echo.
Wait. My children take Kirikiri, they suffer.
Okay, you know she's a lady. You have to let her.
No, you go talk. Make you understand. My children, they take Kirikiri. They suffer for stealing bread.
Oh, Mama Echo, Bobrisky have done his time. The EFCC, they throw the money laundering case out. If they throw the money laundering case out, they brought the case and they throw it out. No, if you want to talk about the law, if they throw the case out, we'll still follow the case like that.
Blow you for nose. They're not throwing.
Mama Echo, take it easy now. What is this now, Mama Echo? Take it easy.
Mama Echo, I don't go come Colorado. I know they come Colorado anytime soon.
I sympathize with you, but let's let the panel flow now. Let's let the panel flow. You know, a lot of people are waiting. Mama Echo,
yeah, I'm waiting tirelessly.
Righteous man, please go ahead.
Honestly, I don't know what to say again, though. but what I'm trying to say, I don't know, I'm confused here. Nigeria can confuse. You see, this platform is a microcosm of Nigeria. When you come here, confusion of a audit all the time, we just surface. I'm confused. But the question I want to ask Madam Luke.
Focus
Madam Luke.
Not the dressing, okay?
Madam Luke.
On the issue.
Okay, Madam Luke. How will you justify that Bobrisky they do?
You know, can't you hear what she says? Her godfather. Her godfather. Use your teeth to count. Use your tongue to count your teeth. I beg.
Okay. Now, who is that? Is God? Is he or her?
It's a he. Let me tell you, it was mentioned. It was mentioned. It was mentioned 2 years ago. It was, and that person has the biggest house in Banana Island. It was mentioned. Go and get the code and connect the dots.
Okay, so the godfather of she is in Nigeria, right?
Of course. Why do you think she called and she was given a private cell?
Okay, so was the godfather meeting her in the private cell?
Is it a he or are we talking about Bobrisky?
It's a very big he. It's a very big he.
Okay, it's a he. Okay, Bobrisky. Okay, good. Because I'm
Father, we're getting all these things wrong. Bobrisky said it several times that he does not discuss his private life in public. So any other thing that we are talking here, it just be a speculation. And remember,
he admitted that he in court.
Mama Esho, he admitted timelessly, cross-dressing is not anything in LGBTQ. So we miss all these things. Mama Esho, you are a
Excuse me,
woman.
Mr. Paul H.
Is it just a cross-dresser?
There is a big difference between cross-dressing and transgender. Bobrisky
I agree with you.
She's not a cross-dresser.
Bobrisky said he does not discuss his private life in public.
That's
and
not
he
what
said
we're
it
talking
clearly.
about.
No, but what I'm saying, Bobrisky said it clearly every time that they are arresting that he's a male. So if he said it is a male, he's just a cross-dresser.
No, he's not a cross-dresser. He's not a cross-dresser. He's a transgendered.
But he said it. It is what he said.
Okay, so let's settle this. Let's settle this. Let's settle this. As Bobrisky declared that he's a transgender.
He's a
never.
He
said he's a male. Okay, if he's not declared, then Madam Luke, you can't call him a transgender now.
Forefathers. He has boots. You know, it's my turn.
No.
It's my turn.
Sorry. Let's allow Rajatman finish. Yes, Rajatman, please go ahead. Yeah.
I just want to ask a simple question. I beg. I'm still confused. Is Bobrisky the problem of Nigeria?
No.
Yes, he's part of the problem of Nigeria. He's part of the problem of Nigeria. And I tell you,
all of us now the problem of Nigeria. All of us
for Nigeria because
Righteous man. Righteous man, please say your own so that it will get to me, please.
Answers, don't bother.
Righteous man, please. Righteous man, you are not a moderator. Please just say your own. Don't ask question. You're slowing us back.
Don't say your piece. Don't bother asking.
Just say your piece, please.
Oh, Diego. Yeah, man. Forefather, where I am so much concerned this night because my head is aching me here with all that I've been hearing. Honestly, the two madams we have on the platform today, honestly, everybody, in fact, we have to go and take paracetamol this night. So, Fubara, the governor of Rivers State, he has his boys have decamped to APP, and they are conducting their local government election next month. So I was thinking that it could have been part of the topic we are going to trash out, the future of Fubara in Nigerian politics, whether Wike have finally lost the battle. You know, before I began to hear Bobrisky and Hishi and the Godfather, and for me that is in Nigeria, Bobrisky is not my problem. There is no electricity now. I am in band A, and yet we have no lights. Band A. The glimpse of light you are seeing in my house is we just went to buy black market petrol this evening. For me to be part of this program, I joined it before, and my phone, my system shut down because it was not on charge. No electricity to charge it. I had to send my gear to go and hustle for fuel, and we bought a liter this night at 1,500. You know, for me to be part of this program, that shows you the love I have for this country, and that shows how I cherish this platform. But when we come to this platform and make Bobrisky as the topic of the day, my head get confused because that is not my problem. If Bobrisky let him sleep in the mansion. If he likes, let him be paid 1 billion. It's not my business.
No, righteous man. The issue is about.
It was only one of the topics of the day.
Yeah,
it was not the topic of the day.
and it's not necessarily about Bobrisky himself. It's about the fact that when people are sentenced, they don't necessarily serve their sentence in prison, or they give them lodges and stuff like that, and that is
but it had been happening in Nigeria. It was. Are you not of it today? Now let me tell you. Let me give you this gist. That this lady I came in contact with about some years back. I just came back from Germany. Then I now encountered her. Her husband had issues. He was living in Thailand. And he was deported to Nigeria. When he got here, do you know from the prison where he was attending clubs and having chill time with good friends. So one of the pictures he sent to the wife saw Gulda, one of these beer, this thing by the side, and was, who are you carrying on your lap and with Gulda bottle? What's going on? Where are you? I thought that you were detained. You say, I know that they normally find a way to have a chill time, a good time. That's about 20-something years ago or thereabout. So it's not a new thing. It's not a new thing. It's not a new thing. It is only the poor in Nigeria that goes to prison. The rich in Nigeria does not. They sort themselves out. Either they place them on house arrest, or they just find a chilling place for them to be there. Just like Madam Luke said.
The point is that it's not official. It is breaking the law to do that. So
is there any crime that is official in Nigeria? Is there any crime that is official?
But you deal with the one you can catch now. But they keep catching.
The 2023 election, did you not see crime? Who have been caught? Who have been persecuted? Who have been jailed?
So what is your
Did I not tell you people in the platform here that during 2023 general election, they brought ice seed to spray where people were voting so that a Labour Party will not have dominance of voters in that war? Didn't I say it here? What had happened? What happened?
What is your argument now? We should leave a crime unpunished because others get away with it. Is that
no matter how you talk about it, just like Madam Luke said, look, we can speak good grammars, we can say whatever we want to say. Nigeria is a failed, captured state by the elites and by what Obi described as political lunatics. They are not thinking about the well-being of this country. What they are after is what satisfies them and their group.
So, but
Mr. Righteous Man.
But that is not an argument for anarchy now. You can't say people should not be punished for
directly. The answer is yes.
Oh my, anarchists.
No, because that is what they have set the tone for, and that nobody should be getting away with it. If you want to live a lawless life, then let everybody go to lawless life.
But Madam, look, we have to be careful because when things get lawless, the real victims are women and children.
What do you mean when things get lawless? Things are already lawless.
So if you think this is bad, it will get worse.
I want you small, Mr. Righteous Man. You want me to tell you the truth? Una when it be men, now fair me and my children. Period.
Thank you.
Accepted.
God gives us you people to take care of, to protect. Una jolo for body. The big day they should keep my children up and down. Now let it do and sabi they do with that. He said, make una protect.
Father, what's going on?
I'm trying to read you know, Righteous Man, your submission is going to be over soon. Because you keep throwing it back to them.
I think I'm going to get out of here, I think it's my turn now.
If you people say, leave me alone.
I think it's my turn.
We're going to get to you. Mama Echo, Righteous Man, just if you want to round up 30 seconds so that Paul can speak. Okay, it looks like Righteous Man is done.
Now, finally, as I round up, My prayer for Nigeria is that the electoral laws should be changed. If not, the same story, the same ranting, the same shouting, all that we have been criticizing will continue after 2027. Unless the electoral laws are changed, unless those opposition parties comes to form a formidable force to chant and channel for a good and a better new Nigeria, nothing will happen. The old folks will still have their way. The same story, the same crying, we will continue to cry even after 2027. That is where I'm rounding up. So dwelling on the criminality and crimes in Nigeria, it has no end, and it cannot end today because we are discussing it here. Simple.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, righteous one. Paul, thank you for joining us, Paul. So, yeah, what do you think about this matter?
Yeah, thank you. This is a very heated topic. I can see it from the perspective of the ladies and the like. But let's just even look at these things very well. I remember EFCC tried when Jonathan had good relationship back then with Ibori. Jonathan have good relationship with Obasanjo. You understand? So when he had good relationship with Obasanjo said, do me a favor, arrest Ibori. It's kind of hard for Jonathan to do that. Somewhere along the line, then they started losing relationship. So Jonathan Ibori was arrested. Ibori was arrested in the north. You understand? I can't remember the state. If I go online, I'll see the state. Ibori bought super silent generator. They're charging him on the case in Delta State that he stole money. They arrest him in the north. They judge the case in the north. He was in the prison in the north. Ibori buys super silent generator, put everything there. Even when Ibori was leaving, the DPO and everybody, they asked him, oh, guy, go carry everything, go. Ibori was chilling, enjoying himself. Now, I
testify. He was in Kaduna.
Correct, thank you.
People were trooping to go and visit him there. And I know people who went to visit him there on a daily basis.
Wow. So this is James Onanefe Ibori that was end up arrested, caught in Dubai and arrested. They extradited him to the UK. Now, I say another one again. Former managing director of Oshonifa, Cecilia Ebru, who happened to be my sister. Yeah. You understand? Also had this case with former CBN governor, Lamido Sanusi, and the trial and everything. They did play bargain and everything. She forfeit 192 billion naira. They sent that to a prison, the Ikoyi prison, and everything. Cecilia Ebru did not spend one day there. But because Cecilia Ebru, as at then, she don't have the backing of the government, she still try everything possible because they also make reference of other people that do the same thing. So they fought and fought and fought. They put Cecilia Ebru in a 5-star hospital. Cecilia Ebru, they only sentenced her for 6 months in prison. The whole 6 months, Cecilia Ebru was in prison, in hospital in Victoria Island for the whole 6 months. That's how she did that time and everything. My brother, if we cannot use the big name to make as a reference case, you understand? And you want us to start with the small one and everything. Already, the system has been compromised. You understand? You, forefather, you live in the UK, you saw David Beckham. You understand? Driving ticket and everything. They know some of these people that when you drive, if you get all this speed ticket and everything, you have the money to pay. So your driver's license will be losing strength. You understand? When you have the money to pay, they revoke your driver's license. Just imagine as a young guy, you want to drive that sports car. You want to do like Nigeria to go pay one driver to be driving you your nice sports car and you want everybody to see you on that steering. So which means it's not only about the ticket. They even put another thing that your license going to lose strength where they will revoke your license from you. You understand? Because they know that you have this money to pay. They did that with Celeste Babayaro when he was in Chelsea. You understand? These are the type of things you do. But in our own case, where you see every big man, you understand, they go scot-free, but every day they put these young people, EFCC will post them, police will do crime fighter, they will post them, while the case is still on and everything. We cannot use that method to grow as a people. Then I go back to this Bobrisky on the other side of it. When people talk about this Bobrisky, my fellow Christians people or the other Muslim side, they want to demonize it because of what Bobrisky do. See, when this gay thing started coming, the gay to the lesbian, homosexual, to this one that they call LGBTQ, Bobrisky is just a cross-dresser. It's not part of it. That's why every time that they arrest him, twice now they've arrested him, he identifies himself as a male. You understand? If he identifies himself as a male, let us take him as a male. Maybe behind the scene, he's doing so many funny things, which maybe some of us maybe also do, some of us will do, but because of they've not caught us, who appear different. Some people dress very corporate as a man, but they do the other side. Some women do the same thing. They dress very well as a woman, they do the other side. You understand? But Bobrisky identifies himself time without number. We're just not comfortable. If I want to fight my big auntie, call Mama Echo, I'm an Urobo boy, mother, father. As an Urobo woman, you don't even see Urobo woman armpits. You can't. You understand? That's like you have seen a nakedness. Our culture, talk less of seeing cleavage, talk less of seeing everything. You understand? My brother is changing naturally as human being. We started by walking naked. The thing that they call culture, we give it to ourselves. You understand? And we grow with it. Some other person will fight it. My forefather cannot take all your glory when it comes to culture. Today, I'm also a father. I'm also a man. You understand? We can tweak it a little bit here and there. You understand? Back in the days, how many women in Nigeria can you see even wear ordinary trousers? You understand? Back in the days in Nigeria, even prostitutes only smoke cigarettes in their hotel. Women don't smoke cigarettes in the street of Nigeria. You understand? Yeah. Which means they still find a way of hiding it. And everything. There are some things that are just not accepted. But guess what? These days it's changing. You understand? We must understand that the only thing that is constant in life, it is change. If you don't try it, you will not like it. As a man all my life, being a skinny person and everything, it's going to enter your head sometime. You understand? So what do you think? Me, as a man, as a skinny man, what do you think? I like my women big because I don't want my kid to be skinny like me. As a short woman who also dream to date a tall man. As a tall man who want to date a short woman because it probably calls you tall, you were tall like a Nepa, you were tall like this, long John, long this. So things like that, the psychological parts, you understand, the things that when you close the door that affect you as human being. So they come in different ways. You understand? Some people these days fight their way like we level these things with the Gen Z. You understand that the Gen Z just do their mind. Some of us, just because of we're big in culture, so we just don't want to offend our parents. We don't want to offend the society. We don't want to offend the community that we find ourselves. So we try to do certain things. It's like when people ask me, Paul, what religion are you? I say, my name will tell you everything. I'm a Christian. Ask me how many times I've been in church. You understand? So these are the things. You understand? So if I want to call myself Christian, I'm the Christian that my mother take me to church. My father take me to church. Am I practicing it the way I like it to be back in the days? The answer may be no. Do I believe the religion? The answer may be yes. The way they practice it these days, am I really enjoying it? The answer may be yes and no. So it comes in different ways.
Thank you.
So if we want to talk this Bobrisky case, it is simple. People have been breaking that rules in Nigeria. I just make mention of notable figure like Cecilia Ebru, somebody like James Ibori. So many people have done it. Tafa Balogu, you understand? Tafa Balogu, they've done it. At the time, Tafa Balogu wanted to leave the country. He was caught in Badagry. You understand? When
what in Badagry? How do you mean?
When Tafa Balogu was arrested, he was the Inspector General of Police. So when he lost that relationship with Obasanjo, you understand, when Nuhu Ribadu make nonsense of him and everything, he was arrested. Somewhere along the line, Tafa Balogu, who was supposed to be in prison, appeared in Badagry. How did you appear in Badagry? You understand? Nigeria. They do damage control. Oh, they say they want to move him from Ikoyi. They want to move him from Abuja to Ikoyi, from Ikoyi to Badagry prison service and everything. You hear all these things. So these things happen. Until we're ready to make our country well, you understand? We cannot continue to hammer on one of the small one when we have the big one. Let us challenge the big one. Let us look them in their face and shame them with all these things that is going on. When people talk about this Bobrisky, it's big.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Madam Luke, you wanted to say something? Okay, go ahead, Madam Luke.
Mr. Paul H. Somebody on the panel was asking me why I was so interested in this particular situation. And I said it's because it smacks of the hypocrisy in the Nigerian society. Nigerians are full of hypocrites. And I want to ask you, you are going about telling me that this man is a transgender. Yet he went for a competition full of females, designated as a he, and won the competition in a pageant for women. How do you explain that?
Yeah, but what does he address himself officially?
You said it. He said as a he. So what is his business in a female pageant?
Female dress.
This kind of confusion going on these days. How does it
matter? Maybe go. Things don't spoil.
Let's go to Ike. This guy Ike. So that the others can speak. They've not spoken for a while. Man of Prestige has been very patient. CN has been very patient, and So please, Oga Ike, please go ahead. Should people not stay in prison anymore? And should we just say because it's Bobrisky, we should not hold Bobrisky until we get bigger?
Father, sorry, before I even forget, even in our Nigeria, we also have official protective custody where you can pay for, and also to protect you. Like a notable person, you understand, where people may want to bring you down. You understand? They have it in the UK, they have it in the US. You understand? When you're so popular and everything, people may want to harm you. And you even pay for the service. Why don't we just do that one, that just break the rule to go the extra mile where you don't even stay in the prison, even in the protective custody? You know why? Because the protective custody, they still did not even keep it to even meet the standard that it's supposed to be. That's why people who want to say I'm in Lagos, meanwhile they're in South Africa.
But do you guys think that someone like Emefiele or Nnamdi Kanu or any other big wigs, they get this sort of privilege at all? Does anyone think so?
Of course, Bobrisky, that VeryDarkMan's is causing problem for this type of Emefiele, because those ones, they will never be in prison. If they say they're in prison, let them show a CCTV camera where you see people in prison and everything. Of course,
Isn't
they are
that
not.
violating their privacy? Who's going to show you?
No, of course.
Oga Ike, please go ahead. This one is a bit of a strange one. Nigerians are looking at it, from both sides. Please go ahead.
Well, I don't want to talk about Bobrisky. I'm not interested in the story of Bobrisky. I only want to talk about the lawlessness in Nigeria and the breaking of the laws in Nigeria. The question is for everybody, how many people that are in prison today really committed an offense to be in prison? That's the question. It's not about how many people that are in prison today that really committed the offense that they were jailed, that they're in prison. That's the question. That's where we have to start. It's not about, I don't want to talk about something that doesn't have cannot add any value to any of us here talking, right? But the most important thing is that if you want to make a reformation, if you want to make a transformation, you have to start from where it has been rotten already. Because even before your eyes, policeman, two people who goes to the police in Nigeria to make a complaint, the other person pays one. They will take the other person and put the person in prison and release the other person. It's a common thing in Nigeria. So it's not about it's the decay. The decay of the system is not because of what happened now. It has been with us generations up to today. So what is so strange or so what is so surprising about people, they are in prison, they are not in prison? It's normal. This is Nigeria for you, right? You are counting about big men. It doesn't even need big man. Common police problem, common police post in your local area, in your village. You have two fighting. The other person go and give police 200 naira, and the other person has no money. They put in prison and leave the person who is guilty to go. So it's something that is normal, right? So if you want to reform, if you want to, change the system, it's something that is rotten already. So what I want to say about the very dark man is that I just pray that they protect him, right? for what he's doing. My concern is for his safety, because yes, investigative journalism has gone in Nigeria, right? The people that are making investigation, the people that are doing investigation in Nigeria, the investigative journalism, they are no more, right? So, but if VeryDarkMan decide to do what is happening, what the journalists and people supposed to do, I mean, I just pray that they can be able to protect him, because he's taking a risk. It's not many of us that are here can do what he's doing, without being protected. So I think that God that gave him the grace and the strength and the ability to do what he's doing, that they should protect him, because 3 or 4 days ago he was talking about the spouse's house number on somewhere, either on the internet or somewhere, I don't know. He said he's now in hotel, So a situation like that, we should be able to protect him, right? So if it's a exposing thing that is happening, for all of us that are here in Nigeria, why are we surprised what he's saying? These are the things that happen every day. So it's sad. A lot of people that are in prison today, they didn't commit no offense.
Yeah, can I ask you though, is it a bit unfair that the VeryDarkMan is going after only Bobrisky? Because people feel like Bobrisky is being made a scapegoat for all the sins of Nigeria. First, he was the one jailed for the Naira. Now he's the one that's being dragged for not staying in prison
Of
when
course.
others are doing it.
He should be protected too. Everybody has the right to be protected.
Listen, I think that VeryDarkMan has been doing something like this. It's not only the issue of Bobrisky. He has been doing not only this. He has been fighting for people. Some people who took people's money. He has been recovering people's money, which is proven, right? That's what I'm trying to say. It's not only this. I'm not basing my argument about the VeryDarkMan based on this particular issue, but I'm basing my argument based on other things that have been confirmed that he's doing for people, right? That's my area of. I'm saying that they should protect him. I don't want anybody to be used as a scapegoat. I have no special interest on anybody to use anybody as a scapegoat. Just do the right thing. That's what I'm saying. What is good for Obi should be good for John. That's my point. If John and Obi commit the same offense, they should also face the same penalty. But that's not the system we find ourselves. Because if John has money, Obi will go to his own prison and go the one of John. So that's Nigeria for you. That's the decay of the system we find ourselves. That's my point of.
Thank you, Oga. It looks like I should jump you because CN hasn't said anything for decades. He's been here for at least 2 decades now. And
No, I think he has talked.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't.
Okay, but I think I've waited as long as he does. But you can go on.
That he has his money, no.
Yeah, he hasn't said anything. He's been backstage and everywhere. I've seen him backstage when I came. He hasn't said one word.
Can I speak now?
Yes, thank you for your patience, eternal patience.
All right.
Please go ahead.
Very good. My greetings once more to everybody. I don't know why we are speculating too much on this Bobrisky issues. And I believe one of the reasons is because Nigerians' criminal justice system, which often face some criticism, especially to the lack of rehabilitation and all that. I think the story of Bobrisky, perhaps offers some kind of glimmer hope and a potential blueprint to change. That's the way I look at it. And I don't see anything wrong in what she or he has done, because there was nowhere we have the report that he was favored. But what we had is that he paid. He was able to afford this kind of extraordinary arrangement where he or she instead was serving his jail term. And avoiding the normal traditional way of prison. So, and that is one of the reasons why we shouldn't speculate so much on this. But the only thing we are gaining, I can see us gaining, including myself, tonight as we discuss this and as you go to other broader space, is I think is helping us to exploit, the psychological and the societal impacts of, such a unique way of incarcerations. Otherwise.
Excuse me, CNN. Oh, Father, can you pick me at the back? I'll be back.
All right, man of prestige. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. All right. So I think we shouldn't, dwell so much into it, So it's just the kind of a place we find ourselves and the country where we all belong, So, and that's why an arrangement of this kind, as long as the person affords it, that's fine. So let's not dwell so much, because if you put Bobrisky in the normal prison, they will abuse him or her. You put him in the women prison, he will abuse them, or they abuse him or her. So I don't think Nigeria have that kind of a special provision. So this is a lesson. Perhaps in future they might find more people that is in his or exact form, so that they can get a better provision to make people like this to serve their jail
Well,
time.
isn't it the problem though that whenever in a case where somebody has committed a wrongful act, we just find a way to excuse it somehow, and when we know it's against the law, and if we are not following the law, is that not the recipe for a lawless state that we are having? We are saying that our leaders are making everything lawless, and we are also contributing to it to an extent because the leaders are doing it. Is that not a little bit?
Fathers, please stop patronizing us on this.
I'm just saying now.
With this your uncle, it's very annoying.
But it's not.
You're telling us that
when do we say it's enough is enough? Nobody should be breaking the law.
You cannot tell the foot soldiers to obey the law when the leaders are not obeying the law. How is it going to work? How is it going to work?
Start from somewhere now.
It's like that from somewhere. Now you're telling us that it's when the foot soldiers try to obey the law, it's going to make a difference? I don't understand you, please.
It does, because people are not breaking the law all over the place in Nigeria, because they know if they do, the police will come and arrest them and put them in prison. So obeying the law is important.
He obeyed the law. The people went to vote. The elections was stolen from them. What is the repercussion?
That is theft among elites. That is between themselves. They will settle their scoreboard. My argument is, okay, yes, maybe there's wrongful act. There are criminals that kidnap people that we have not caught today. There's wrongful act, but should we say, okay, because of that, the ones that we've caught, we should just
the ones that you've caught will never make a difference, and that is why you have Bobrisky today. Because those ones that you caught will also buy justice.
So, don't you think that Bobrisky being jailed for spraying Naira note, a kind of deterred people from doing the same thing?
And what did you be with Cubana High Priest?
Which one is Cubana High Priest? Sorry, I don't know.
Look at you.
Cubana Chief Priest.
Madam Luke, that is why we are unbodying ourselves. We are unbodying.
Listen to me. You are backing up a wrong train. You are backing up a wrong train.
Which train?
Listen.
Say they go kill me.
You are fighting for the
like country. These two are opposite.
I am going to rescue my children. Period.
Your children are selling their votes.
I don't care whether you call them. As far as I'm concerned, my children are queen. They are king. They are
selling their votes. They are selling their votes.
You are waiting on a turn at them to now want deliver them from una hand. So any person when get problem with that, make it go join them for Kirikiri. As far as my children are concerned, they are king, they are queen, they are priest and princess. Now I give the wrong identity, and I'm here to rescue them from una hand. And come 2027, we will carry political power for their hand. And from this very moment, I am putting economic power in their hand.
Madam Hecho.
Yeah, please.
Madam Hecho.
Yes.
Namio, I just want to tell you that I know they are your children, but this 2027 where you call now, it's not possible.
I beg you not send me message. So sit down and look. Una, 9 fellows. So as far as I'm concerned, me and my children, we have declared ourselves offer. We don't need Una anymore. People can leave us alone. We go become who we are created to be. If you they pay you, if you they sweet you, join us.
Thank you. Please conclude so that we can go to Kene. Kene can't wait to get into this one. I think Kene probably, I will agree with most of the stuff Kene will say. Maybe, I don't know.
I mean, let's just be very, very, very frank here, and not being, biased to ourselves. What Bobrisky did, if any of us is in position to do that, we will do it.
Does that make it right?
So you do it,
But
So
does that make it right, though?
It's right because she paid for it. They provided her a space, and she was able.
It's against the law, though. You can't advocate breaking the law.
No, it's not.
You're supposed to go to prison, not go to lodge.
And there was not even any crime. It's just that they just want to. I mean, our system is criminality. Let's just be frank about these things.
Okay, let me ask you now. If you now peradventure becomes a minister or president of Nigeria, will you advocate this type of behavior?
Why? We got to do things right.
So you got to do things right when you get into position.
Right, and we go with the right thing. Not Nigeria is a lawless place. Let's not just come here and start gallivanting, pretending that we don't know what is happening.
Mr. Singen, please ask him what government he's talking about.
I'm asking because he's saying that if he's a minister now, he's going to try to do
which government?
Right.
Yeah, which government?
Under his government now. Under his government, if let's say it's under P2B's government, he becomes a minister. Is he not going to look to do the things the right way? People like Bobrisky, you will have to jail him. But today you are saying that what he's doing is okay. So what changed?
Once the head of the fish is rotten, the whole body is rotten. So you cannot be part of a government that is rotten, because you will be rotten too.
I think we have to be consistent.
Nigeria, our forefather, I bet you, the moderator, say you go to Nigeria now and maybe they harass you, they hold you. You go pay money, whatever it takes, to make sure that they don't take you to where they want to take you to. All the pound sterling, the dollar you return with, you use it to free yourself. It's the same thing that this guy has done. Thank God that
I agree with you, but when you get caught breaking the law, you shouldn't get away with it. That's the point. I think there's a line there.
Naira spend money for party and all this and that. Where is it defined in your law? When was it implemented? I mean, let's be.
The law that they headed for was naira mutilation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mutilation of the naira, of the currency. That was what it was headed for. Look, sometimes,
where's the law?
Let's remove emotion.
Look, keep it brief so that Kene can go.
Okay, no, Kene was here before me. Kene fired and over.
I don't like to see my senior brothers waiting. Go ahead, I will go after you.
Kene is being so generous these days. He's being so generous.
Wait, I thought Mr. Ike has spoken and he's still in front of me.
Okay,
why?
I'll be very brief. Look, I think we are leaving the issue now, discussing about unnecessary stuff.
One riffraff in one corner.
The truth is, most of us here, 99% of us here, are always against corruption. Especially when it comes to the government, I mean the politicians, be the one perpetrating the corrupt act. We're always against them. We're always on their neck. But why is it that when it comes to us, we tend to support corruption? This is the same thing that we are fighting against. But when we caught doing it, we tend to give excuses because the leaders are doing it. So it is okay for us to do it.
Exactly.
Somebody asked a question. If I got caught in Nigeria doing, I don't know why I should be getting caught, but as far as I know, I try to stay out of anything that is illegal. But if Nigerian police caught me well, I'm innocent, I'm not giving you shishi. If they caught me when I engage myself in corruption, I shouldn't even have the guts to even talk about corruption. I shouldn't even have the merit to even discuss about, to go against corruption. But the fact remains that Bobrisky and VDM has been having issues. They are always against each other. VDM has been exposing corruption. Bobrisky isn't the first person, but because of the issue, the private personal issue that they've been having, VDM always look for a way to get Bobrisky in trouble.
Yeah,
and in this case, somebody reported Bobrisky to VDM, and it was an opportunity for VDM to get Bobrisky in trouble. But while getting Bobrisky in trouble, he tend to expose a lot of corruption going on in the prison system, corruption going on with the court system, and maybe allegedly implicating Femi Falana. I don't know, but the truth remains that the Nigerian prisons should explain why VDM was jailed, why Ijele was jailed, why a lot of Nigerian youth went to jail, but Bobrisky was given a private room. That is corruption there, and we must condemn that. The Nigerian court should explain why some charges against Bobrisky were dropped.
No, sorry, sorry. It's not the court's fault. It's EFCC fault for that one.
Okay, EFCC. Yes, EFCC. But I don't think can EFCC drop it without the court involvement? I don't know.
Yes, they can, because it's investigation.
Okay. So EFCC should explain. So you're correct. So I was wrong. So EFCC should explain why those charges were dropped. So this is the problem here. A matter of corruption.
Which EFCC? Which EFCC?
The one with your backyard.
DSS, whatever they call themselves.
The one in your backyard.
You understand? They should explain that. So a lot of people, a lot of Nigerians have been caught for naira mutilation. They went to the same system. They are jailed. They went to prison. So why exonerating Bobrisky? Why is it different from other Nigerian youths? And I know that politicians in Nigeria, they tend to spray money now. They spray money and nothing happened, right? That is fact, and we condemn that here. When the wife of Kogi State governor,
the wife of Sokoto State governor recently,
yeah, and Kogi State governor, when they were spraying money, we condemn it here.
Did they not report her? Did they not report the lady?
No, they did report her.
Yeah.
It was a TikTok video that her friend is a guest, invited guest, uploaded on TikTok. That another innocent boy just saw the TikTok video and reposted it and arrested the boy. So but the person that posted the video initially is still
and some of us condemn that act on this platform. So we shouldn't be selecting and choosing what to condemn, provided it is against the rule, provided it is against the law. We should always condemn it. I know, according to what's her name, Madam Luke, that Bobrisky is beautiful or beautiful. I don't know how to say that. But there are more gorgeous men in Nigeria than Bobrisky. Bobrisky was what's come close to him, you see the
rubbish Marco face.
There are more men with curves and female features than Bobrisky. Bobrisky is the small boy now when it comes to them. But those ones are silent. They don't make noise like Bobrisky. I don't know why he's making noise up and down.
It makes him money now. The fame is also profitable for him. I think his Tone. Welcome, Tone. Thank you for joining us. Been a while. This matter of Bobrisky is getting a little bit stale, but we're gonna go through it a little bit because I'm quite. I think we all know this is happening, and my take. I align with what Kenny said. I align with more with what Mama Ejo said, but I also understand why others are saying, why is it that they are just going after only the poor while the rich is getting away with everything? So yeah, Tone, please go ahead.
Okay. Without wasting much time, hello everybody, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. I'm not going to talk much about Bobrisky because it's not my cup of tea.
It's worthless.
Whether he's a cross-dresser or whether he's gay. And by the way, let's just be clear about one thing: being gay in Nigeria is an offense. You cannot be gay. You cannot be. Let's just get that fact. So we should stop celebrating nonsense. In the Federal Republic of Nigeria, it does. But then again, I will go from where we started, because people will say now obedience. They have started crying again and all that. When this man was allowed to steal the mandate, we were all crying, not because we hated him, that he was a Yoruba man, or we don't like his face or anything. We knew that he was going to open a portal of all sorts of evil. I mean, since Tinubu came in, all sorts of issues. It's like every week, it's one thing or the other. Why are we surprised? All sorts of illegality has been happening. Somebody wrote in the comment section, I will check that out. I don't know how far that is true, that they've now said that the lawyers to Nnamdi Kanu are not allowed to go see him again. Why are you holding an innocent man? You took the baton from Buhari and all that. A sensible person will look into that matter and be fair. If you need to retry him, retry the man. If you think that the first trial was not retry the man. Even if you want jail him, look, jail him, and at least the man will know here he's serving in jail, that he will know that at X amount of time and all that, I'm going to be here and I'll be released.
One day.
But you're just holding him indefinitely, and many other things. We have is it Zakasi, they call him in Zaria and all that. That see a lot of injustice left, right, and center. Yeah, a lot of injustice. There are many things I even will say, but because I'm on camera right now, whilst I was in that organization, there are people that are hanging very, very high military rank. They are not supposed to be there. They are not even qualified. They came with forged certificates. This thing is something that we know. JAMB, you do JAMB. If your cousin does not pass and all that, your uncle will give you a note. Go and see somebody. We went to school together, and we call it connection. That's part of this thing. Has been building up for years, and we accepted it as a norm. A lot of us have been beneficiary of the fraud in Nigeria. We've been given letters to go for interviews, and we jumped the queue. We did not actually go through the due process of the interview, and we got the job. Was that right? So how that one take a day different from Bobrisky? We go chill for one flat near the prison, and somebody that gave a letter to somebody that didn't qualify for JAMB, and he got admission into Unilag on Suka. Guys, the thing is, listen, at the end of the day, I keep saying it and I will continue saying it, and that is my position. And this is not, and I'm saying it based on my opinion. The only thing that will stop all this rubbish is real violent revolution. All this one that we come here, we start talking English. English is fine. Good English is fine. Dictions is fine and all that. That one will not save our country. But these people, we've been taken over by talks. So the only language they understand is Roforofo. I'm looking forward to the October 1st. I'm looking to October 1st. And I'm just going to appeal to everybody. I'm going to appeal to everybody on this platform, all the dear panelists, wonderful people. What do you call them? What is that your title? Forefather. What's that your title here?
What title? Security. Which one? The one
no, your title now.
What is my title?
Your title here now. What's in your title here now?
I don't know what my title is. Okay, moderator. Okay.
Moderator.
Okay.
Man, listen, all this English, they pass my mouth this evening. See, it is a time. It's a time. Listen, let us call a spade for what is spade. See, forefathers, you know, my brother, I love you. You're one of my favorites here. If we have to, I mean, because you stir up things when the way you moderate is unique to everybody. I know not everybody will. KJ too, when he moderates, a lot of people do not like how he moderates. Everybody is unique. But listen, if we have to kick out these people, we just start saying it as it is. I was in one panel when Madam Luke was giving the expulsion. They expelled her, told her to go to her house to go and sleep indefinitely because she was saying the truth. The day we will start addressing the truth and call it by his name, that is when we start experiencing change. But when we speak the truth, but when it comes home, we want to say, I know Uncle Femi Falana is really embarrassed. It's not a nice thing. It's not till now. The man never talk. We know say the man somehow is he doesn't just know, and it's not today he has started it. And this sort of thing has been going on. Now the APC people and all the Agbadorians will say, you see your life, you that is criticizing us. See, you are facilitating people not going to jail and all that. So listen, at the end of the day, I believe VDM did not do this because he had a grouse with Bobrisky or anybody. I think VDM has, remember he was in Kuje at some time, he has some grouse with the judiciary system, and he wants to really expose to Nigerians how corrupt the judiciary is. We're talking about 2027. That's what I keep saying. We're talking 2027, and we have not fixed our judiciary. We're all laughing. We're all dreaming. Peter Obi, for now, I don't change my stance. Peter Obi cannot take us to the promised land. He's a nice man. I still respect him. He's my respected senior brother, as he will say. But Peter Obi has not got the thing to leave Nigeria, except the swap position, except Dati is number one and he becomes number two. Let's speak the truth as it is. Abure, when Abure was caught and all that, people were supporting him and all that. Madam Luke spoke up. She was shouted down on a certain platform. And so few other people, and I was part of it and all that. We said, listen, this man, there's something on about it.
Look, so what they shot in everything. What happened? They always shot you down.
What I'm trying to say to you, look, P, what I was trying to say is that when you speak the truth, you don't have more. The truth had no gets plenty party. The truth don't have plenty party. So I am all I'm just saying is that for this platform, and why this platform is unique in the first place is because the truth is being sounded out. Let us keep saying the truth. I don't care who's or is it Ox or be God or whatever. I don't confuse me because English. Yeah. Until we say the truth and we are ready to go down and even die if we have to die. Listen, revolution is a very serious word. It's not a casual word. It is very, very serious word, people. Our country is in a mess. We need to wrestle our country from the... Look at Imo State, a great state like Imo State. I've been taken over by Uzodinma and his criminals and APC. It's such a shame. They say they want to come now. This idiot what was his name? He's saying that they are going to use the same template in my state, in Anambra State. We're waiting for them.
Let me ask this thing about this Falana thing, because that might be lasting damage, because Falana has been seen as quite a kind of icon of fighting for justice, something. So is there like concrete evidence that he was involved in kind of getting Bobrisky not to spend time in actual prison?
It's not involved.
Which kind of question Father they ask? You not listen to the tape?
Okay, wait.
I didn't listen. I'm not.
Okay,
look. I don't know. I will ask. And maybe a lot of viewers don't know.
This chap, what's his name? The leader of the Free Nation Church, the SDJ. What do you call him? You guys know who I'm talking about. He used to be a DJ.
Okay, that guy that is.
Daddy Freeze. He actually interviewed, during the interview, I got to understand that the second part, which he wants to release, is even more damning. He interviewed the guy, Bobrisky, because do you know Bobrisky called that guy on video? The guy recorded. He called the guy now when he was in that flat. He called him on video. That's the damning part of it, and that was where he mentioned Falana and all them places. So if video,
and it
say,
worked
him
for
make up
him.
the video, huh?
And it worked for the guy on video.
Oh,
on the
okay. Radio guard. That the idiot boy. Radio guard.
It worked for the guy.
So the thing is, yeah. So no matter how we look at this thing, it is bad. It is very, very embarrassing. You see, if I were Falana's son and daughter that is now threatening VDM has said, he has come out to say that he respects Uncle Falana. That is not about Uncle Falana. But unfortunately, Uncle Falana is involved and all that. He's just trying to expose the corruption in the system. We are all involved. We have been involved in one way or the other. It is now sobering time. It's not here for us. Even sometimes when we come here, we are bashing at each other, we're insulting each other. It is sad. Even us in the diaspora, it is now that we need to use our voices and start speaking the truth. Speak the truth. Speak the truth. Speak the truth. Be constant about. Let it be so loud and all that.
But is this not? See, I think maybe. Okay, just hear me out. Don't think I'm trying to be controversial. Maybe all these things we are complaining about is not necessarily the reasons why our nation is not doing well. Maybe other nations have them, but they also do have other distractions that stop them from focusing on all this because they have bigger problems to deal with. Like an example, if you look at what is going on in the Middle East now, this leader that is the leader of Israel, he was facing probably this in opposition, very unpopular. They could throw him out of office. But he starts another war somewhere. Suddenly he unites the entire country. Everybody's focused. So it tells you, and we don't have those type of gifts in Nigeria. We don't have the gift where leaders distract us. America is facing serious challenges in-house. And basically, I think America probably needs a war to distract the people. Otherwise, whoever comes out of this election, there's going to be a big problem.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Look at where those soldiers were killed. That matter don't die. Since then, those soldiers, those officers died. The villagers that were killed, that nobody knows the true story. Because if we start exposing, and there's no journalist that is so brave to go there and actually expose, because a lot of big men, a lot of so-called big men will be involved. The whole thing would die. Saraki had some people he employed to go on during election, to rig election, to even go after people. Some of them were so bored in 2018. They went on a robbery and killed about over 15 people. A pregnant woman was amongst them. Recently, the leader, they were just I think it was 2 days ago, they were sentenced to be hanged. The leader speaks English very well, very fluent. He said Saraki that even the car that they went with, Dr. Saraki owns that car. In a sane climate, that guy, Saraki should be in jail right now. He should be in jail.
Yeah, okay, that's
because
interesting.
He's accessory to criminality. It can be done to be as an accessory to criminality. He should be in jail. There are many of our politicians that their hands are not clean. Look at the one that was accused of a murder. That is a senator. He's a senator. They call him honorable. As far as I'm concerned, most of our senators, if not all of them, are all dishonorable. Plus the labor ones.
You said that they convicted some of those people that did the robbery with the death
all of them are to be hanged. All of them are sentenced to be hanged.
Are they ever going to be hanged? Nigeria never carried out any of these sentences. Now.
No, they will hang them. You know why they will hang them? They don't want them to talk. The big men
in this country, they will hang anybody. They don't hang anybody. They will not convict
trust
anybody.
Me, forefathers, they are going to hang those people because the more they are, they know a lot.
When was this sentence? When was this sentence?
2 days ago.
Okay, 2 days.
On Thursday.
It's going to be rare for Nigeria to ever carry out capital punishment. We've not done it for years, so it may not happen.
Well, maybe they will be in the condemned, or is it condemned exception? So
anybody they put in C, anybody that they put in CC, right? In the prison, they put in CC, which is that they condemned doing life forever, right? It takes the governor of the state to sign it before they can carry it out. The thing is that most governors do not want, they see it as like blood in their hands. Like the previous governor did not sign their debts, they are hanging. Why will I be the one to come and sign it? You understand?
Well, why do you believe that though? Is that not conflicting with the idea that
no,
let me explain now. When they are going for election, they are willing to kill people. What makes you think that now killing somebody?
Just listen. I'm telling you what they do, right? Those stuffs, before they carry out anything from the prison, they have to sign. The governor have to sign. Once the governor sign, they will do it.
Yes.
But the problem is why most of them still live long, even they are condemned to, like, maybe because they don't do firing squad anymore. They do hanging right now. Why most of them are still there? Because no governor want to sign, because it's as if it's the governor that is giving command for them to die. So
yes,
governors don't want to seem like that. But where you are coming from, because of by the time they ask people to go and kill, they don't really ask people to kill anyway. They only ask people to, harass their opponent, which are not governors but politicians, maybe like senators, House of Rep, whatever, like their opponents. But the governor do not really do that. They can only ask people to harass, but to go and kill for the governor do not do that because they know the implication. So it's easier.
You mean for governors don't make people go and cause people to lose their life?
They don't really per se.
You mean all these election wars that you are seeing?
The election war you are saying, look, forefathers, sometimes I'll tell you too, sometimes they are overzealous high service loyalists. Just to like, my chairman, you talk to my chairman here, I'll deal with you today.
Somebody ordered people to fire at NSAS protesters. Somebody ordered.
No, that one is not. No. That one is different. I'm talking about political whatever. That one is different. You understand? Like I said, most of these things are overzealous policemen, overzealous army, whatever. They just do because opportunity.
Okay, Mr. Lokopi, if they're overzealous, is that a consequence for bad behavior?
Hold on. See, okay. Now let me tell you something about consequence, right? When it comes to like exposing people, okay. Before you expose me, you might want to like, you don't want to expose me, self. Are you sure you don't have skeleton in your own cupboard to be exposed to? So by so doing, all of us will just shield the bad behavior. You understand? Because by exposing you, I might end up exposing myself. So because of that, they will just lock up the issue. But that is not an excuse for continuous bad behavior. It's a system that we are. So look, any policeman you see on the road beating his chest, collecting bribe, I don't care if you record me. Go and tell the IG, I don't care. There must be somebody behind you, like, because he knows there's somebody behind him.
Until it becomes a national or international disgrace, like those people that were taking money from Itsy Boots all the way in Abuja, then it becomes a problem.
I know, but you see, the truth is this, right? I'll tell you the truth is this. It's just that Nigeria, we are just doing
Lokopi, just hold on. I think
this operation. This is not for operation.
Hold on. No, you finish. Let him just say what
because he's a moderator. The operation, but not for operation. Trust me.
I think he wants to announce something or something like that. I'm not sure. Go ahead, Pastor.
Operating Minister.
No. Are you aware we're having the broadcast at 6 p.m. UK time? I mean, New York time?
Yeah, I'm very much aware.
Which one? See, come, look,
2 minutes to 6 now.
What you know to do? That's you.
Father, can you just cut it short? 2 or 3 minutes. Everybody can talk. Look, we've already spoken a lot.
You take that show
to relax.
You take it to midweek.
Look, let's allow Pastor to complete what he came for. You can go ahead and stream. I'm not stopping you from streaming. You can go ahead and stream, but you don't expect me to end this one.
Okay, my apologies. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you. All right. So, Lokopi.
Okay, I did not speak.
I think you are saying it will mean that Nigeria is one of the only countries where politicians are too scared to sign a document for capital punishment. They are not the one that sentenced them to death. It's the courts. And without fulfilling
not the court, is the court, is the like the law. The law. Because if it's not there in the constitution, they won't do it. It's the law.
Yes. Okay. The law sending them to death. You can't not fulfill it. That's your job, your constitutional job, to fulfill what the law has put in place. That's what you swore to uphold, and they don't do it because you know the core reasons why. Because they are being told internationally that we can't support death penalty. They don't do it. We don't get certain funding that we are supposed to be getting. This is why they are not doing it. Think these politicians, they are so repentant. These are people that allow their children and women to be kidnapped day in, day out. What do they care about somebody that has been convicted to death in Nigeria?
The reason for that, at least I'm giving you personal information from a governor that I know, that one of the reasons because the other person not doing. I mean, what can do? I beg, leave me jare, me there. No worry. You understand? That's the bet. The international amnesty, whatever they are talking about, that they are going around the whole world to condemn death penalty, this and that. That every criminal has a right to live and whatever. Yeah, that one is there in international court, but they're still battling the bet down to the states, Nigerian states, Nigerian as a state, the University of Nigeria. Their reason is they're not. The reason is not because of the international whatever amnesty, whatever. Their reason is the previous governor did not do it. Why would I do it? That is their reason.
Except it's because the last time they ended it, I think it was around 2009 or 10. There was an uproar because, and whenever they want to convince somebody that is like known all over the world, like a musician or something, then they'll say, "Oh, why are you sentencing them to death? You're not supposed to do that." You start having these arguments, and you know how Nigerians are. We sign on to climate, we sign on to only LGBTQ is the one we have not fully signed on to, and I think that's because of the North.
No, they don't used to have one move. This is the bishop that came in Abuja.
You see what I mean? If we sign on to that,
the bishop that came in Abuja
to not carrying out death penalty. They are doing these things behind the scenes and damaging our state. So my argument on this, people bear with me. My argument on this is that if you have a public space where people that commit crimes are not punished adequately, what do you think is going to happen? You are going to create a society where people that break the law are the ones that excel, while the ones with integrity will not excel. Guess what? The people that get promoted to become leaders are going to be those ones that break the law. And you wonder why we have delinquent leadership right now. And this is part of the system that is supposed to cure it, so that you clear the space of people that break the law and elevate the ones that have integrity and heal the system. But no, they won't. They just keep leaving people that have been convicted to death. People, all kinds of things that they are doing. Look, this is just another example. Somebody that's supposed to be in prison is in a private, this is a lodge. It's a decay that is tearing the whole system apart. But this is Nigeria. What can I say? Everything is allowed to go on. Have you finished? I think who was supposed to be next precisely? I think Tone has finished. Local.
We are more than everybody.
Jonaba.
It's Jonaba now. Uzo.
Yeah, that's what everybody now. You know who will be the next.
Long time Uzo. Long time Uzo. Jonaba. Welcome, Jonaba.
Because they mistakenly wait today.
Father, I will raise my hand, or you know.
No, you can. You see. Okay.
No,
you can
because
say
they are complaining that I'm interjecting, so I decided to raise my hand.
Okay.
Let
a minute.
Take a minute. Let her go ahead. Take a minute. Whatever you give to her.
Thank you, Jonaba. You see, when I look at the reason I was jumping in today, it sickens my heart. Because when it comes to my senior boyfriend, the president, una go come run ma ta 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 ta. When he reach hopeless Uzodima, una go come run ma ta 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 ta. When he reach El-Rufai, una go tie gele, balance with Ukwobi, una go run ma ta 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 ta. But when he reach us, una go come begin to select who they go punish and who. We are nothing but, I don't know how to describe us. Do we really want a new Nigeria? Do we? Oh, you people, are you happy with the state of that country? Are you happy with what my children are going through? Are you happy with the hopelessness you people have turned this young generation to? Are we happy?
Thank you.
Are we happy with the grandchildren that doesn't have that have lost it? Our children will give birth to in this Western world. What do you tell them about Nigeria? Can they wake up tomorrow and tell you, Daddy, I'm going to Nigeria. Mommy, I'm going to Nigeria. Listen and listen very good. If you have no reason for yourself, for Nigeria to change for good, I am begging all of you, for the sake of these children, change your mindset. If you will not join me to fight for them, be sleeping in your bed and be eating your kwabi and be drinking your palm wine and leave me and these children alone. We want a better Nigeria. My children, you give birth here, they deserve to go back to Nigeria. Did you all hear me?
Thank you, Mama Echo. Thank you. Janaba, please go ahead. This matter, you don't have to overlabor it. I really want to shift to other areas that I find a little bit fascinating, especially given all the stuff going on in Nigeria lately. And this protest that is coming in on Monday, there are other aspects I wanted to touch on. I think somebody said something about focusing on one thing. Janaba, please go ahead. You can talk about anything, but you can touch on the Bobrisky stuff too.
No, Bobrisky thing, I don't want to get too much into it again. I already talked about it. She or he, I don't know. What do you address?
It's confusing. It's really confusing. Okay, I can use this opportunity to start asking a different question then, because there was this idea that somebody asked a question that, does Nigeria lose money if our crude oil, we take it, give Dangote at 50% the price, and Dangote creates this in, gets the petrol and give it to us at 50% the price? Do we lose any money?
I don't. Before I can go there, but let me talk about the upcoming protest.
Okay.
I want to talk. I'll choose to talk about that one briefly. I understand the frustration of so many folks about the Nigerian space and what is going on in Nigeria. I don't think there is the hope is one thing that keeps us going. It's part of life. Wherever you drive it for, to believe that there is a better tomorrow is a good thing. The only thing that I don't trust in Nigerian youth, that they have a clear vision or they understand what it takes to take their country back. I believe that they don't understand what it takes. I hope through, and my heart goes to so many of them who are committed to this, and those that sit back at their homes and they think that freedom is free. They won't get the freedom. Freedom is not free. Freedom, you have to fight for it and get it by all means. And since they have convinced themselves that it's still a way of election or who wins, who doesn't win, come 2027 and they're behaving like this, they're still going to be bought over by the Nigerian elite, because they have used pain and suffering to control them for years. And sometimes it's easy for us to stay afar and talk into these kind of situations because maybe we have a better, we're in a better place where things are organized. Be a human being in Nigeria is not easy. It's so many things against you. So my encouragement to the youth, the last time that they protested, about the same time Bangladesh was protesting. The first day they killed 200 Bangladesh, 200. And the next day, almost everyone in the country flooded the street. And the prime minister, the lady, she escaped to India. I seek asylum in India. So Nigerian youth, I hope they begin to know that if you do not come out overwhelmingly, then you think that few scatter here and there, and they don't feel the impact, that somehow that will move anything. I mean, it's encouraging to continue to keep pushing, but the reality is that it's very frustrating to those who lay their lives, for those who come out. It's like a law in America. If the law is changed, it better every nations, every tribes in America. But majorly, it has always been pushed.
Okay.
My God.
I think they are coming to take him now.
I'll be right back.
All right, thank you. I hope you are right back before they take you away before the protest. All right, Uzo. I think he was talking about the protest. I was looking to talk about something else. My issue with the protest lately, the only issue I have with it, protest is good, and they really need to go out there and let this government know what they are doing is bad. Is that they don't have any specific demand other than end bad governance. Why can't you just say, give us security? Why can't you say give us electricity? Why can't you say give us our refineries? End bad governance, how is that specific? NSAS was specific, hence why they got what they asked for. But
okay,
go ahead, Uzo.
Okay, let me start from the protest first. What are they protesting about? When they have time for who want to do the protest? After looking at what happened in Edo State last week, Igbo State election last week, the youth come massively to vote and vote with their conscience, collected money and vote with their conscience. Are they the same you are going to come out for protests? For me, the protest will hold no rain because it's just like it's one-sided protest in a kind. Yes, the tension is right, but the youth are not ready yet, because if they are ready, they could have showed that in Edo election, and the same template according to Ganduje, they're going to use it in Ondo, use it in Anambra State. It's already a platform. It's already a template. You know what template is? They have the federal might, have everything. They can rig anybody and rig whatever they want, because nobody is challenging them. People are highest thing, they open up the central bank and share the money and tell the DSS and the police to look back. Don't arrest anybody. Let it go that way. That's the template. The template is in Edo State. It's shadow of money. And the way Nigeria is now, everybody now is hungry. Anybody give 20,000. According to the person we vote, anybody give 10,000, they're going to vote against their conscience. So protests, we should be protesting hard to secure 2027 election, because if without 2027 election, there's nothing protest can do. Let's protest hard to form a very good, strong party, or join any party that is strong. Give them a very big support, than protesting. End of the day,
can't you do both of them? Protest and prepare for the 2027 election. You can do both of them.
My issue that who are those that come for protest? Now, if people in Edo State protesting, the youth are protesting, you will what are they protesting against? The bad government who they voted in. See, the rig is start from local governments. Now in Imo State, now no other party can win Imo State. Both state from local governments, yeah, because APC have adjourned the local government to the state. So which other party is coming to win election there? It's not going to be possible. That's
let me ask you though. Let me ask you in that Imo State, because there's something I'm beginning to observe. We keep blaming APC for winning elections, but none of us are holding the opposition parties responsible for being so inept. They are the ones dividing themselves. Obaseki is fighting his deputy. Wike is fighting. In short, so the question I want to ask you about Imo, I said have that division too. Does Imo have division?
Let me tell you something. I said this thing 3 years ago. 2 years ago. Let me tell you what happened. All right. I said this thing. I'm on a speech. We testify this. I'll tell you this, that the rigging will start from the communities, from the villages. The governor already rigged out both the chief head. Like no chief can tell you no, you take out his staff of office. The PG, President General of the community, he already under the payroll of the governor. So they do whatever the bid from every like it was like this. Every PG, every village head must belong to the APC if you want to get anything from the states. So that's how it is.
Well, I
so
hear what you're
that being
saying,
in place,
but I asked a question about the other parties in Imo State. Are the other parties in Imo State, are they divided?
No, they're not divided. No matter your votes, no matter the vote you cast, no matter the vote you cast, who is counting it? We are not even looking at it just like this. The electoral commissions, the INEC, who is in charge? That was even like vote. End of the day, who's going to put that? Who's going to put those data? Who's going to put those data? Put everything in that little tablets that we call RF. It's not a tablet, it's a phone. Somebody is somewhere, yeah, you tech doing that. So no matter whatever you do, someone is going to put all those numbers, put everything as it is. The paper sheet is not. They will tell you go to RF. They are uploading everything. Somebody putting data. All right. So somebody putting data in there. So my point is, let's put our energy how to recover the INEC, especially the electoral law, so that it can be dependent. That's my own one. Two, about Bobrisky, I would just say, we just leave that guy alone because of one, here and Very Dark Man, they had their personal grudges. Then Shehu Kuti attached to it because both that Very Dark Man and Shehu Kuti, they spend days in Kuje prison. They spend days in Kirikiri. So they know what it is. And this guy came out, they're not be happy with him. And when they didn't spend, one, they have their own personal grudges. Secondly, our Sam, he's in his business. People forget that this guy's a businessman. He's not free. If it's just like here, if I have somebody that's going to jail, I will consult him. Hey, what do you want my assistance? Even though I know that what you did is wrong, I will give my assistant. I try to offer my assistance. So for him, for our Sam, they are doing their business. All right, they are doing their business. But where the problem is that where he mentioned about we know that we heard about the money laundering issue, which have been one major problem in Nigeria, major laundering, and they drop that in on the mid, or just on the. It's not even come to light. They drop it. Now they mentioned that 15 million, how many million was paid for EFCC to drop that case. That's a very big corruption in there. No nation will take that. No nation will take that. In terms of having room on prison, that didn't start today. In 80s, in 90s, I in Abuja. My sister is a controller, so all those things have been going on. They have been doing that already. That if you have money, then they will. It's not everyone that go to prison. Even I've got things happen. Things happen. So that's not bad. My issue is my main case is that 15 million, how much you paid for them to drop that money laundering allegations. So that's just my own issue. But every other thing is what have been going on like forever. And according to you, forefather, you are right, because it's time we stop it, because it's not normal. Most of us will come here and think that it's normal because it's a witch hunting Bobrisky. But you see that 80% they are not normal. And Bobrisky friends are blaming him, but because he talks too much. He's not the only one that went there that, by the way, out. But he comes out and was talking too much. That's what they're blaming him for. He talks too much. He just keep on, like, I wonder, he thinks that he's chasing a cloud. He wants to still chase cloud with what happened. He just keep on talking. And we also should learn our lesson in this thing also. Not everybody that you call our friends, that they are our friends. Some are your friends. They are not your friends. It's when the trouble comes out, you find out that people that busting the Bobrisky, they are his friends. The people he can tell their secret, his top secret to. There are people that bring him out to this ship. And for me, it's part of how Nigeria want to fix, the God want to fix Nigeria. Because if you want to fix that country, you're gonna use somebody to set an example. With this now, the prison people, everybody will start buckling themselves. They won't do that shit anymore. With this now, they will learn their lesson. Because many are going to get fired. Many are going to get fired. The innocent people are going to get fired from both EFCC and prison and prison service and correction center. Many people are going to be involved. And this will, if you are doing things next time, they'll be very careful. So the crime of that will reduce a lot. You're going to reduce by at least 60% of that. After this incident, the crime of somebody going to detention, they will tell you, I will give you a parlor, it's going to reduce. We all know that. Let's say that as a benefit of what VeryDarkMan have done, that will reduce. Anyone to do that again, they will lose their back, lose their front, and they will do this. It's not going to be as high as it is right now, because it's very, very high. Are you talking about capital punishment? My brother, what about capital punishment? People are dying every day. Just pray. People are praying. Let me go to Kirikiri. Let them go to Kuje. There's a place. It can be in Nigeria. A state can be. It's better for you to go to Kuje or Kirikiri than for you to go to some cells in state's home. They will bring you out, shoot you, and throw away you and waste you without even going through the normal process. No, not be like go to Oliko, Zone 2 Oliko, go to Lion BD. Hear all these names. Those names are just for nothing. Don't allow your enemy to carry you to Oliko or Lion BD. Don't allow your enemy to take you there. You better for you to take you to Kirikiri for you to know that this is your fate than take you there. And one day they will come out and say this cell is full. And people that are there are highly criminals. Like I would say, anti-robbery. They arrest, kidnapper, this one. So nobody even know that we are there. Some people, their family think that nobody know you are there. They join among those people. They can do what one day and just murder you and put you in a mass grave. They are gone. So let's just use this Bobrisky case as God want to do something for Nigerians, because the corruption that happens in the correction center will reduce. It's going to reduce. Why? Because those prison warders are doing that business. They're doing that business. They're going to reduce very, very well. And Madam Luke, you're not going anywhere. You say you don't like want to go to Nigeria again. You are in Nigeria plan every day.
I've told that several times. Stop coming here. Stop coming to this
platform. They speed up broken, they join.
I don't tell that several times. Not become the platform again.
Why do you want that not to be coming? It's good about
no, she said it. No, it's better now, because there's no point now. Because like you telling us you don't want to go to Nigeria. I mean, we are here dying to go back to Nigeria. Let Nigeria be okay.
That's not the love. That's not the love. The actions.
She cares about Nigeria. If she's here, she
cares. Forget about all this away there.
Okay. She's trying to deceive us. I'll be okay.
Please, we're all here for different reasons. I'm only here for the entertainment value, please.
Pop Daddy and entertainment.
Exactly.
I do that too. So I separate.
Pop Daddy now is the king of entertainment now. Man of prestige.
Bobrisky is the Pop Daddy of Nigeria now. Bobrisky is the Pop Daddy of Nigeria.
Man of prestige, long time. Thank you for joining us. You can go on anything you want to talk about, since it looks like it's beginning to open up to the protest. Bobrisky. I'm also thinking about this other thing because I'm maybe curious about why is it that Nigeria is selling crude oil at international market value to Dangote. I don't know why they need to do that, but that's a different thing altogether. Man of prestige, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not going to labor the Bobrisky stuff that much. Everybody know what transpired, about this online feud or the soap opera, like they call it. But I will look at it from a political angle. I think what baffled me. It's not what baffled me. Let me just say the Nigerian corruption system. So that's the part I'm looking at. The whole bribery, corruption. Everybody knew what happened. So that just going to show you the epitome, how Nigeria has been epitomized by corruption. I mean, from all angles. If we have EFCC, who's supposed to be the protection of Nigerian people, and they do all these things they're doing, that get to show you what's going on in Nigeria. We have a long way to go. I mean, I don't know if that country can be rebuilt. Can it be rescued? I mean, we can come here, want out everything that we want. Nothing is going to happen. Look at what happened to Yahya Bello, about a week ago. I mean, he was at the EFCC. He wasn't even arrested. So, can anybody tell me how that country can be savaged? I don't see any of that. Not anytime soon. We are just regressing to the banana island which we already are. So, but anyway, that's a very beautiful country, in my own opinion. Like Uza was stating, my dad was telling me about what happened in Imo State. That's just what happened in other states. purpose Orema has become Wike, 2.0, because he learned from Wike and has taken it to a different level. I mean, how can one party win, 27 local government and 302 councilmen, no contested? And I heard you say something about maybe because of the of some other party. No, it's not. He pretty much cajoled the whole state. That there's nothing you can do. No election is going to be held. It's just going to run it because he has, it's support of APC. APC is the machine that operates that country. So there's nothing you can do. All you can do, go to court. What court? APC court. So I'm just scared about where Nigeria is heading. Is it going to eventually become one party system the way it's heading? You heard about the guy from Anambra that said that they're going to take over Abia. Believe me, don't doubt that. When somebody shows you who they are the first time, believe them. That may happen even in the Southeast. We call our state to be very much independent. But it's not a matter of being independent of what you vote that come for. It's what the machine, how they run the machine. That's what it's going to tell. I mean, even people at Anambra say that's not going to happen. I don't know about that. Soludo can't do anything if he hasn't even defected to APC. That's just the kind of country we have that we're not making any headway. So I mean, all this quagmire going on from all angles, soap opera and all that kind of dark man and all kind of it's so just very annoying. I mean, as much as I love that country, but I'm not going to go there and live. So that just because.
But this idea that APC is it's like Thanos now. They can do whatever and do. Personally, I don't see it like that. I see it as a problem of the opposition party. The opposition party is a problem. They are too weak.
But
I beg, Mr. Damages, we have another show coming. This forefathers won't carry us into go mode.
Which one is the go mode now? I don't know.
See, you always try to bring topics that you already know the answers of. You're not blaming the opposition. APC is going to one-party mode, and you're blaming the opposition.
When PDP was in office, did you see APC when they came in, when they were fighting PDP? They were very strong, fighting PDP. That's what you do. The opposition parties, they are look at this in Edo one. The guy was jailing and kicking his deputy
you cannot
governor
fight
all over
APC
the
right now without bloodshed. You can't listen. Whatever you're doing now, you can't fight this one-party state without violence. It's all going to be total war. You can't do it.
I don't know, man. All I know is that the other parties are not helping themselves. They keep fighting each
other. No. Forefather, sometimes you talk like, when was the last time you've been to Nigeria? Did you get any information about what's transpiring in Nigeria? Or you just stay in UK and just Google? Everything
you know, I was in Nigeria just last month, so watch what you say.
What's your opinion about Nigeria? I'm not
my opinion about Nigeria, I'm giving you an idea that the idea that APC is such a great party. APC won 35% of the vote officially. No, 36% of the vote.
They did not win 35%. They rigged it. They didn't win it.
Okay, even if you say they rigged it, even if they didn't even have the confidence to rig it beyond 36%. They didn't have that confidence.
It has to be. You need a percentage that is going to be acceptable to you. For the rigging.
If you have that, you are saying they are very powerful. If they are that powerful, why did they not get 50%? So that they dominate the entire thing.
They are powerful because they are violent.
Then you need to get like that now.
Okay, I think what you are probably missing, people differ from APC to PDP. They are the same thing. We know this disintegration going on with the PDP. They are not united. We can function or some other thing. So APC has mastermind the act of corruption, the art of destabilizing the country for their own benefit. How many months Tinubu been in office? A year and 6 months, right? You probably had just 6 months of governing. The next 2 years is going to be about next election, because a year is not going to be enough for them. They're not going to spend 3 years governing. They're only going to spend 2 years, 6 more months of governing, which they have not done anything. Everything has been a failure. But the next two years is about the next election.
You have protesters. You have innocent protesters in jail. You have Nnamdi Kanu in jail. I mean, what are you talking about?
My point is that if the opposition party get their act together.
Excuse me, the opposition party is not what it is. You need to talk to the Nigerians. It has nothing to do with the opposition party.
Okay, if Nigerians form a party, like now you go and form a party, you have to be able to challenge, be united enough to go and challenge them. Because the other parties don't seem to be united. Look at River State now. They broke APC and PDP are basically one thing now in River State. They are creating another party there. Edo State, the PDP that was in office, they were fighting each other. Labour Party, they had this thing, leadership challenge. That is what is weakening. That's in short, they gave them the space to take
over. Do you know who is perpetuating the this integration of different party? The APC and PDP, Labour Party. It's APC. I've told you.
They are the ones
have
causing
mastermind.
it. Okay. If you put it like that, you are saying they are the ones causing it for the.
Yes, they have used violence, they've weaponized hunger, so that the country is in a total shutdown.
Maybe you are right there, but if you want to take power,
you are still in the maybe phase. Maybe.
No. I see. I'm not very definite about it, but all I see on the ground is that the other parties are not getting their act together. Many of them, you know what one lawmaker said? If the opposition parties gang up together, they shouldn't be. The government shouldn't be able to pass any law. They just like anyhow. But they are not even organized enough to do that.
But forefather, they don't have the impetus to do that. They don't have the impetus to do that. That is the problem.
So they are all corrupt then now. We don't have any hope.
No,
opposition and government are corrupt.
Deal with it.
That's the problem now. You have to start afresh then. If you are saying P2P is not there, Sowore is not there, there's no hope. Then maybe we should get Madam Luke. Maybe we should get Madam Luke over to Nigeria to go and challenge them.
So she will end up with you like Ruth or Koneye or Duneye. Not in your lifetime will this Nigeria be better.
We are all going to end someday. We are all going to end someday.
We will all die and depart this planet. Nigeria is not going to get better.
Don't be sure about that. Don't be too sure about that.
Anyway, look. If at you probably get to like 70, 80, 70 years, 90 years, right? Definitely you like, oh, okay. I hope you get to that stage where you like, yeah.
And you think that is where I want to go and spend it in Nigeria at 70 or 80. God forbid.
No, not
why you making it? You know, Nigeria gave you life. You know, don't be saying this is about Nigeria.
Nigeria gave us life, but it's giving us death now. So you want me to choose life or death? I choose life.
The world gave you death already. You like it or not? It's just what you make of it. You can go and enjoy it in Obodo Yibo, but still, it still gives you death.
You are 10.
See, I have light, I have water. I don't even want to ask you.
It's not even light. Okay? See, hold on, it's not light and water. There are some there's an age you attain, right? You see that probably there's
some basic comforts. There's some basic comfort that enhances your spirituality. So you don't go and be celebrating a 70-year a birthday of a 70-year-old fraud.
Not birthday. No.
That is just tipping of the iceberg. Without going to solve your problems, you're queuing up behind a fraudster and a 419 pastor and giving him more of your money on every Sunday because you can't feed yourself.
Must you do that in Nigeria? You want to do that in Nigeria now? You understand? You get where you go. You have to put your leg on your ancestral ground. Then you now know them.
Man of President,
no, you have pretty much had taken over my.
Yeah, go ahead, man of President.
You have pretty much had taken over my.
Pansat can sit on the Pansat has been patient. He's been telling me he's got a minute, and Pansat, please be patient.
Pansat is okay. Pansat already spoken before, so he doesn't mind staying. He doesn't mind staying here the whole day. My California man, which is like he's a cowboy. You need to move from California to Texas. Don't be coming here with your cowboy hat. We don't need that. We don't need that in California, okay? Please.
Wow.
Please, we have all spoken.
People like you are not wanted in California. You know, you know. So go back to Texas. That's where you belong.
Why? You look at what is that all about now? What you are all
because he's not. He doesn't represent California. Look at him. What is the resemblance between about California?
So
you know how California people are. California are very refined people.
Wow. Wow, is he just started another
So
diaspora
things
war.
that are not in fan,
Nobody should save man of
we are not in
prestige.
fan. I don't know what you're saying now.
Nobody should save man of prestige.
Man of prestige,
Man of prestige, you do so that person can go ahead. He has a right of reply that
No,
says
you cannot say Pansat, go ahead. I have to speak. You don't say Pansat, go
I
ahead.
thought you had said something.
Said
Okay,
what?
no problem, no problem.
Don't say Pansat.
But it's my
Go
turn,
ahead.
But
If he's
anyway,
not
let
ready
me
to wait,
summarize.
let him go to his party and come back.
Yeah. To be fair, I think Oga Ike was taken away, was called away. No,
Yeah,
it was
go
another
ahead.
guy that was called away.
I'm done. Okay, go ahead.
Welcome. Go ahead,
Listen,
Oga Ike.
I want to continue with what Man of Prestige was saying. The local government election, who started it with the governor of Oyo State? PDP win the whole local council, the whole councillor and chairman, right? After that, Delta State, the PDP win the whole chairmanship, the whole council. Enugu State in Kenya yesterday, PDP win everything. Imo State, APC won everything. And today in Anambra State, I am hearing that there is no beaver. It was manual hand. They are using hand to what do you
win
call
everything.
it? Huh?
To win everything.
Count the vote.
So this thing is just it is funny.
The parking power.
Right? It is funny for somebody like Professor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State, who is a professor, who is an economist, who has traveled far and wide, who is a man that people are supposed to be respected academically. But look at the politics he's playing in Anambra State. It is sad, You can imagine in the whole of in the whole eastern part of Nigeria, if there is any if there was even any local government election, PDP win the whole of Enugu State, 21 or 27 local government with all the councillors. Imo State, Omuma Magic in Imo State, right? You win everything. Enugu State. So listen, it's funny. This is Nigeria, right? So forefathers were talking about if other parties, why the forefathers know the truth. He knows that the crisis in every political party in Nigeria is engineered and masterminded by APC. He doesn't want to admit that.
He
knows.
will never accept it.
Even
knows.
if
He knows very,
it's
very
still
well.
a weakness of the party itself. You have to prepare for that.
It's not forefathers doesn't work. Let me give you a very simple example. Somebody like Aburi of Labour Party, for example. What do you think this man is fighting for? What has he not got through Mr. Peter Obi? What did he not get? They didn't tell him that you are not going to be chairman, but conduct free and fair, all-inclusive election from ward to local government to state to the national. They are not telling you are not going to be contest for chairmanship. No, but conduct free and fair election. But he said no. He wants to be chairman, right? So all these things that is happening in Nigerian politics is when your president said that, do you want Edo State back do you want Edo State back? They said, yes, I am going to give you Edo State. So when he said it, he was joking, or it was blabbing before you. He said it that you wanted those days. They said yes. Can't you see that after the election, before the election, have you seen Oshiomhole put Tinubu cap before? No. Immediately they declared the man winner. He got to arise with Tinubu cap. This thing is just, there is nothing the political parties can do. They have destroyed the PDP that was supposed to be a strong party that have structures in Nigeria. But they have broken PDP into more than 1,000 pieces, right? So Labour Party is the only thing they find in Labour Party is to infiltrate Labour Party. Give those hungry people, those hungry executives, give them 10 million, right? And they're telling you, no, Supreme Court of 2001, High Court of 2018, High Court of 2017 said that I am the authentic chairman. This is just the game. because they don't want these oppositions to be a strong political party. Somebody was saying establish a new political party. The day you establish a new political party, the same day all of them will troop into the new political party. So there is no escape, right? There is no running away from it. So the only thing is that Nigerians themselves should be able, people like us and some, few Nigerians should be able to join a political party and start from the scratch, because we know what is going on. We know what is going on, right? So we cannot run away from it. If you say, okay, Peter Obi, for example, go and establish a new political party, the same day that party is registered, the same day those people go back to that place, and the same problem will continue, because APC have decided that Nigeria is going to be one state. That is what is going on. It has nothing to do with the idea of the oppositions don't know what they're doing. No, they know what they're doing. But what are you going to do? They have the yam, they have the knife. If they cut the yam, you eat. If they don't cut the yam, you're not going to eat, right? They have everything. The judiciary, the police, the army, the INEC, they have everything. So what are you going to do?
The only thing you have to do is to jackpot like me.
You understand what I'm saying?
You see the guy on talk. You see the guy on stuff she's saying.
That's not the kind of Jackba.
My sister is making fun. All of us, after all of us are outside who are talking here. But at the end of the day, we want a better Nigeria, right?
Oh, you not see now? You're outside talking about Nigerian politics.
All of us that are talking here.
The righteous man can come out here from Nigeria. Most Nigerians cannot even dare come out.
See, if opposition party
they don't have electricity, my sister. Do they have the electricity to go online?
Oga Ike, if opposition party cannot defeat a party that halved the Nigerian's economy GDP in 1 year, that depreciated the Nigerian currency by over 100% in 1 year, that increased the price of fuel from 200 to almost 800 to 1,000 naira within a year and a half. If you cannot defeat them, then you are a useless opposition party.
Yes, but for further, look at
you are
it
useless.
Now. But look at now, they say Edo no be Lagos. You understand? We are saying that Edo no be Lagos, right? But look at what happened in Edo State. Was there election in Edo State? Was there any election conducted in Edo State? It was a merchandise. It was, you bring ice water and I give you ice cream. How much are you going to buy? It was just an open merchandise, right? There was no election. It was who can rig highest, because APC brought federal might. Obaseki saw it 2 weeks ago. He began to cry because he has perfected his rigging, and the APC came with federal might to rig. And when he saw that the federal might and the state government, they cannot rig together, he began to cry all over the place that the APC has come to rig the election. But already PDP themselves have perfected the rigging in Edo State. But because these people came with a federal might, so my brother, is a problem. Is a worm. Is a canker worm in Nigerian politics, right? These people want to make you to succumb. They want to make you to believe whether you want or you don't want. They give you what they want you to take.
As they right, well, they want to make you to believe that they are kind of
Mr. Ike, there's an election in Edo State. Just that there's a lot of vote buying. People say people voted.
Exactly. They went and sold their vote. They rigged against their own party.
There was not like natural rigging. They sold their vote.
But that's what I'm telling you. That is the strategy of APC, because they have the federal money, right? They have the money. If PDP pay 10,000, they pay 50. That's what is going on.
Yeah, that who paid highest bidder?
Remember that Oba was in Edo State. The Obama magic man, the governor of Imo State, he was in Edo State. The governor of Kogi State was in Edo State. Don't riggers in APC.
One at a time, please.
Edo people finally got smart. Now, Tinubu has already come out, told you, and you know that Jagaban doesn't fail on his promises. It's not like Buhari. He already told you that he was going to deliver Edo State to APC. And then people were not going to lose always. The only thing is that collect your money, give them the vote quietly. Simple.
Yeah.
My brother answered, okay, you can talk.
No, that is not true. Look, I would always tell people, when people you ate something, you will say, and Nigeria would say the bin, but you aided it. If none of you stand after collecting the money or didn't collect money, decide to say we will not vote it. You understand? I've always said people this, look, the voters are the ones who are aiding INEC to do what they want to do. You understand? Without the voters, INEC cannot do what they want to do. Without the voters. You understand? Like I was saying some assertion the right time. Look, if people did not give INEC 40% of their votes, maybe naturally, or 30% of their vote naturally, INEC will not see anything to build on and turn it from 30 or 40 to 70.
Yeah.
You get my point? You understand? So those people are forced the problem that is giving the 30% or 40% vote, which is not a pass mark yet. Then by the time you give INEC that vote, INEC will not see something like, okay, we have 40%, now we can increase it to 70% after we got something. Then we can argue about it. But by the time there's no vote up to that, maybe 20% or even 10%, 10% will be difficult for INEC to turn to 70. You understand? Because you see this last election, right? They did, right? In Edo State. I was expecting that
Labour Party
to do that 71, OB, 72, like everybody, because I was even expecting to see videos of the election. Those who saw videos in the president election, videos coming out, everybody, as you get your polling votes, whatever, post it online. Post as they're counting, you are videoing, you are posting it. So those will be difficult to challenge, you understand? But there was no video, there was no like they were saying that they were collecting
from what I gather, Edo voters are quite sophisticated and it's very hard to rig. And this is why Madam Luke is saying they bought the vote. It's not like this is
I agree.
The INEC members of political parties betray their party. Some of them betray their party because they took money from the other party and helped them get the numbers that they want. Because when I saw the results coming in,
okay, now look at what happened, right? You said they were collecting at the ward. They now stopped. Everybody said no. Let's take it to the state to go and collect. And the PDP, the PDP and the Labour Party.
Okay, let's allow Pansa to say
something. They stand their ground to say no. We're not living here.
Don't ask for his indulgence. Just mute him.
You want me to remove your cap? What's wrong with you?
For my
leave him.
Look,
Pastor, you've been very patient. I really appreciate it. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me very well?
No,
loud and clear.
We can't hear you. No, we can't hear you.
Now, there was a statement Madam Luke made earlier. Obviously, I've enjoyed listening and watching the show today. I have an engagement somewhere to go to. But let me say that what she just said, that Tinubu keeps his word, that's not true. That only obtains in Nigeria. I know that Tinubu tried to force the reversal of the coup in Niger Republic, and he couldn't do it, right? And so many other things. And he settled down, right? There's a lot of things that he said he can do that he cannot do. Now, we have Sowore. This is the main reason why I stood back to talk about that protest, fearless in October, in a few days here. Imagine, look at the posture of Nigerians, especially those in diaspora. And I know it's the same thing the ones back home. Sowore is fighting to do a protest in the country, and that's the only thing that we should begin to pay attention to. We have to take that country back. Now, people like my brother here, Ike, who I agree with politically, but they don't respect people in the United States anymore. I'm here in the United States, $30 trillion economy. Ike is in some island. If it's to jump off and we're going to spend the money, he doesn't want to. He wants to talk and have a lot of conjunction after conjunction, just like a local P. When it's time to finance taking back that our country, how much are they going to contribute? My neighborhood, my street here, we have the same GDP as Ike's island over there, but he doesn't want to hear from me every time.
But what have that got to do with anything? What are street?
What I'm saying is that
got to do with anything.
We here in the United States, we're going to have some respect. right? I don't like the way they did YouTube. You come in, a lot of you, like you, forefather, you in the UK, you come in. It's our platform, for crying out loud. This is United States, right? My state here is bigger than the UK, the whole of United Kingdom. But anyway, I have to go. But what I'm trying to say is that we have to take that country back. It's not going to be anything else. I'm against Sowore's approach. It shouldn't be a protest thing. It's a war thing. That's. But the first time I came in here, people say, no, we don't want to talk about war. Tinubu is not like Buhari because he doesn't have a coercive force. He has a cooptive. He can co-opt. If we challenge these elections are a charade. It's a joke when you are here asking the oppositions to do the right thing. Like, how many is opposition parties? It's a plural. We don't have one opposition party. Madam, look, you're muted. Did you want to say something?
Please, what are you challenging? What are you challenging and how are you challenging, Biko?
Exactly. That's a very important point. You have to first look at a problem and then you find what is the solution. Tinubu did not win the and he's gone in to ruin our country. So the cure is not going to be legal. But I've given those who want to do election, I came in online to say to my people, we have to go to war, right? And everybody say, no, let's go to the election. Okay,
but you can't come here and say you want to go to war now. Yeah,
who's going to fight
when you say war, are you talking about peaceful war?
But you see, I said that's what I said before. So let's not actually discuss that.
You need to choose your terms carefully.
No, listen. I said that's what I said the first time I came online, right? Now people convinced me that was 2022. Let's try the election stuff, right? We did. I urge people to go and register, get their PVCs and vote, right? But now
let me ask him something. Let me ask you something, Bansat. You have this mantra you came here to talk about all the time. I'm not against that point, but can you just tell us how you're going to take the country back? I want to know.
Okay, what I want to do, I want to exhaust all remedy, right? Sowore, during the elections, he says, "Look, I'm different from Peter Obi because at least I have courage," and he's gone a few times. This time he means that he wants to protest until he wins, right? And I support that. I'm urging people to support that. But I already know that what we're going to have to do in that country is that we're going to do it the old-fashioned way, the way other people do it. The Constitution is not legal. It's not from the people. The people are sovereign, right? So what we're going to have to do is to just take that country back by force because there's nothing stopping us.
But you can't, I don't think you can say
how
that.
Now? They're asking how
I'm saying it.
I don't think you're allowed to say that. If I'm not mistaken, you can't advocate using force against a nation.
No. Listen, who stops me? Why can't I? Tell me why I can't.
No, Mr. Penster,
it's illegal.
You need to ask Mr. Forefathers when the elections was taken by force. What did he do?
You are saying as if I'm the one aiding it. I'm not aiding it. I'm just saying that you have to not break the rules. This is Dr. Damage.
But when you break the rules, you force others to break the rules. Do you get it?
That's the point I'm making, is that the Constitution itself is not from the people.
Even if the leaders break the rules, it's not a yardstick for others to break the rules. Stop saying that.
Yeah, no, I know.
There's enough for that.
Also, why don't you make your point? Let me just finalize mine. That is a discussion. I'm here. I'm not here to have that discussion. What I'm saying is that, number one, I've looked at the situation very well. I'm not just here talking, right? I'm saying to Nigerians, don't kid yourselves. Don't. You could sit on this platform talking all day. I've always had one constant message since I've been coming online, but I cannot asana madana agafe toko in Igbo language, right? One person cannot. I'm appealing to Nigerians, not the people on this platform. I'm not trying to obey the rules of eBay, YouTube, or disobey it. I'm just trying to tell you from my observation, our country It's flailing because we do not have a constitution from the people, right? So now they've exacerbated it to where if we go and have an election, after spending 400 billion naira, they thwart it. So we here in diaspora, we have to put the United States on notice. We have to put the United Kingdom on notice that this is unacceptable. None of these elections are credible. They're not transparent. They're not credible. They're violent, which is not up to international standard. And all the observers can back that up. So what we're not going to do, I know some of you think we're going to do that. We're going to keep talking and letting them take over our country and ruin it. Inflation is at over 30%. So I'm saying to Sowore now, I'm willing to wait a few more days because he wants to do this, and I support it. It's not my way. I don't believe that it's a protest thing. I believe it's something that we have to do by force. Period. There's no intermittent. You could say whatever you want, forefathers. A lot of things you say here, when you are criticizing Nigerian government, it's the same thing. You should be prosecuted for it, according to you or anybody else here. We're saying that the elections are a charade, it's a joke, right? So now, who's gonna bail the cat? Let's give Sowore all the support that we can give him. I wish I was back home. I'll be out there. We'll protest, but at some point, we have to take that country back by force. Now, we could talk about my region. I'm an Igbo man. I'm a Biafran. I'm from the southeast. And Local P, I'm glad you're here today because there's something I want to remind you, right? I know you're from Edo State and you have no respect for Southeasterners, and whenever I'm talking here, you're on your mouth. I want you to know that
keep quiet, my friend. Keep quiet.
On August 9th, 1967, we came over there and took you over.
You're a bloody liar.
Let me lie.
You're a bloody liar.
It was a 24-hour operation by our boys.
You're a bloody liar.
Did you meet this
guy?
Bloody liar.
Local, please now. Local, let's keep it orderly. Let's keep it orderly.
Oza will say that we're both Igbos, but he and I, we don't agree on anything, including man of prestige. Meet them all, because here's what I want to say before I go. Local P on August 9th, 1967, and I've given forefathers a link to that biography and everything, right? Historical. We came over there, we took you over in 24 hours, a few of our battalions, and then we went ahead and made you a republic, but you couldn't keep it. You're on record today as the shortest lived republic because you're monarchical. You have a king.
What are you talking about even? What are you talking about? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm learning to say that
it's easy.
All
these
minorities,
you can make Benin State, you can make Benin State or Edo State become a republic, but you cannot make your own self a republic to obtain your own Biafra.
Are
you like coward?
Oh, let's not do that now. Local, come on now. Let's not do this.
It's what I said now. The guy go beat everybody now. We should not go there, please.
I'm almost done. I'm not sensitive.
But Uzo, he's lying.
Will you relax? Please relax. I'm almost done. I'm saying to you, why am I invoking that historical thing there? Because we're coming back, Local P. We're gonna have to take that country back. But the problem we have are minorities. Not the Fulani.
Okay, Pansa, you can't.
Hold on.
Saying you're done. You're talking about minorities again.
Ojuku made a mistake. Going to fight.
Ojuku lied to you. Ojuku lies to you.
Look, let's let him be. You are making him worse.
Let's get order. Yeah, please. Forefathers, what I'm saying is that this time around, it's Ojuku made a mistake. He's going to go fight Fulani somewhere in the north or whatever. Our problem is to cut off their knots with these minorities, especially where that oil is. Take that oil, right?
Oh, you want to say something that doesn't belong to you?
Hold on. Let me land.
Hold on. Local brother, let him talk. You are prolonging. You are making him talk more. Let him finish.
Yeah, Pansa. We don't want you to become another Otapia woman. Don't go and start talking about people oil. Don't go start talking about taking up oil.
All right. Anyway,
before they start going to carry Passat in California, I don't know where they will carry it from.
I'm taking off what I want to talk about, because I can't stand Lukupi. I gotta be honest with you. When we're here talking about taking our country back, right? You have these minorities injecting all kinds of little stupid stuff, right? Instead of discussing the main issue. If Sowore is going to be doing this protest, I should see it in your faces here, right? But I don't see it. You know why? I don't see it in your faces. You know why you're not concerned about that protest? This man left his young family. He's gone back home to fight for you guys. But you wanna hear talk about what is this guy's name that is a cross-dresser?
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? What are Sowore's demands that can be met while that process is happening? What are his demands?
He is saying that we have to take our country back.
How?
He is saying that he's gonna do it until he wins this time. There's no date certain.
There's nothing there. You are going to take the country back for what purpose?
What is it he wants to do? Listen, the country back. How to take country back? You have not answered that yet.
Okay, let me
take it back.
Let me tell you, from you weren't born yesterday, right? There are certain things that you can wink and you know exactly what taking a country back means.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm very serious. Listen to this.
You can't go on the protest that.
There is nothing, not one. Okay, give me one virtue about this present administration in Nigeria. Tell me something.
I'm not talking about the virtue. I'm talking about you have to hold the people that are claiming to represent you into account, because if you are saying they're going to protest, what are they protesting for? Is it for our refineries? Is it for our steel manufacturing? Is it agriculture, security? What are they protesting for? Electricity?
For Bobrisky to be released.
You have to demand for something specific. You can't just go there and say, this thing, we want to take the country back. For what purpose?
You have the luxury to be sorting those things out. We don't. We're going to take our country back, right? What he says, if you go and look at the list, I've seen the list, and I can actually give you number 1 or 2 in that list. One of them is we need a new constitution. That's one.
Wow.
Okay, so let me just land that there are others that concern me that are sectional. They want Nnamdi Kanu released, and the last list was number 5. So now, what you have to understand is that this is an illegitimate government. Illegitimate. Not only that, we have inflation at over 40%. That's what they accept. Over 40%. There's nothing they're doing. When you talk about refinery, right? Let me tell you something. We have 5 refineries, modular refineries, and state refineries. They've already destroyed those. They have a fraudulent Dangote refinery, fraudulent, where they took over $4 billion of our money to buy 20% of that refinery. Now, single-handedly, Dangote says, I'm going to cut it down to 7%, right? On top of that, it's not
the federal government that cut it down, not Dangote.
Who? No.
The federal government, that they refused to uphold their 20%, so it came down to 7%.
For one thing, that's a small topic. We want a nice, old-fashioned revolution through this particular protest. We don't want it to be violent. We're saying that people should obey the regular rules, international rules, right? Not necessarily Nigeria, because we don't have a constitution. We cannot keep doing this. It's what I'm trying to tell the minorities.
Can I ask you one other question that I think you might be, you pride yourself on intellectual this thing regarding this Dangote refinery, because I'm very curious. I'm not sure if I'm not sure about something, I like to ask people that might have an idea. If Nigeria decides to say, you know what, our crude oil, we share it with IOCs, about 40% they take, we take the rest. So if Nigeria says, okay, we'll give Dangote refinery crude oil at 50% the cost, and Dangote refinery takes it, processes it, and gives it to Nigeria at almost 50% the cost that it would have cost internationally, is there anything wrong with that?
Yes.
Okay, what is it? I want to know.
Why should we give him anything? But you have to understand that those oil, that the crude oil has already been mortgaged way in advance. Now I want you to pay attention to this, because By the way, this is small talk. I don't even want to get into all that nonsense.
And I want to understand whether we are going to lose money if we did that.
Yes, one of the worst citizens we have in that country is Dangote. There's nothing he's going to do to advance the country. I want you to get that straight now. You could go historically, you look at cement, you look at anything, he has no value added anything, right? So, but he likes to, you see a lot of minorities come here and they're
oh my God, you keep going on about minorities. I want to understand whether we are going to lose money if that happens. If we give him this crude oil at 70% of the price, and he decides to give us petrol at 70% of the price you would normally charge us, how much is Nigeria going to lose money? Because there's something there. If there is nothing Nigeria is going to lose, then why is Nigeria selling to Dangote at international price, even if it's in Naira?
The answer, the economic answer that you're seeking for, it's not a political answer, it's an economic answer. It's impossible. There are no free crude. Buhari use those crude to borrow money. So they both opaque, they play. That's never going to happen.
Okay? No, can I say something, Pascal? Pastor. Yeah. Now, the reason why they are selling in the dollar price is because, first and foremost, they want to make it a little bit impossible for Dangote to keep up. And then secondly, because they've already said that crude oil is traded in dollars. And so they prefer to sell in dollars to him. But above all, what I want you to understand is this. They have already, the intention behind it is to make sure that the Nigerian people keep believing that the price of crude is so high that there's no reason to bring down the local price. So keep it at the price where it is. We have to measure everything by dollars and make sure that you see it and you're not able to say anything about it. But we all forget that we are told that, you see, why the price was going up, when the international community price is coming down, our own will come down. But it never came down right from the very go. It always
you know why? But you have to know why, right? It's a market, demand and supply and all that stuff, right? There are things that are supposed to happen when there's supply. Right?
So are you saying that there's more cars in Nigeria than you have in California?
Pardon?
Are you saying there are more cars in Nigeria than you have in California?
Of course not.
Then why then are we having more fuel used in Nigeria than they have the one they use in California?
Of course not. The point you're looking at it economic terms. We don't have a free market economic thing in Nigeria, right? We have imperialists. You have people who've come down and they've taken the oil from these minorities, right? And they don't know. We went to war from 67 to 70 because of that.
How did you end up in that?
Hold on. Please, let me give you the nexus, because you know I've come here and I've told you the only problem.
From crude oil price, you ended up in the minorities and civil war.
I'm gonna give you the nexus, because I'm telling you the biggest problem we have in that country are these minorities. One of you being one of them, forefathers, right? What I'm saying to you is that they came and they took that oil.
I seriously want to understand.
They have Dangote go down to the south and take every free crude oil already has been given to him. You have to understand. And they gave him $4 billion United States dollars. Do you know what you could do with $4 billion? You could build, you see that refinery he's got there, you could build one in every state with $4 billion. That's how big $4 billion is. $1 billion is a lot of money. He's talking nonsense that he built the refinery with $20 billion. That is a blatant, stupid lie. Do you know how much $20 billion?
That's the estimated price.
Hold on. You got a bunch of pipes there, right? This oil, now look at the price, the way they have distributed the price in Nigeria. They have Lagos to pay the least because it's close to the refinery, according to him. But what about where he's getting the oil, the crude oil from? Right now, do you know how many shiploads of crude oil they're giving to Dangote? Shiploads. Now,
they're not giving it to him for free, though.
Look, he hasn't put a dime in that thing. It's our money he's using to buy it. He says he pays $100 million for the land in Lagos. Where's the receipt? Who did you pay? Lagosians have to go to court to try to force them to be transparent. Dangote says he pays $100 million for land. Where is it?
my
wait, who did he pay to?
If he didn't pay land in Lagos, somebody will come out and say he didn't pay. They
went to court. It's in litigation. It's in court. When you go to court, there should be discovery. You cannot. It's a public land. The state owns the land.
Don't we have Freedom of Information Act in Nigeria?
Okay, so you take that up. I'm with Sowore. We're gonna find out when we take our country back. We're gonna go in there and find out what's there.
If you are anything like Sowore, no wonder that movement is not going anywhere.
What is it?
If you're anything like Sowore, no wonder that movement is not going anywhere.
No, listen to me.
It's like all over the place.
Another people speak.
Let somebody else speak, because I'm not on a dick measuring contest with anybody who's speaking, right?
My brother Pansat, I have a
Let's keep it clean. Let's keep it clean.
But don't show what it means business this time now. I want you to know that. We're going to take that country back.
I have a question for you, my brother Pansat.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Before you were asking forefathers, you have a party to attend. So my question is, are you attending the fundraising of Democrat in California? Because Kamala is in California, is in San Francisco today. Is it where you're going? Are you going to be part of the fundraising for the Democrat in California today?
Can I answer that for him?
Answer for me. Man of prestige.
Yeah, no. He's not going, because Pansat is a Trump supporter. So we already have enough money.
He's a Trumpy.
Yeah, we already have enough money.
The people that are eating cats and dogs, he's a part of the people that eat dog and cats.
That's a very good topic. So I will transition and I'll leave the stage. I will listen to you guys as I'm driving in my mind back, right? But listen to this. I was a Trump supporter. Trump was good, right? And I supported him the last time, and he was actually the best president anybody could have had, right? And the last time he did very well. But unfortunately for him, now we have a better candidate now, because Trump has two mistakes he made. Number one is that there's no difference between him and the present administration when it comes to Israel committing genocide in the Middle East. And I think that Kamala might bring a new perspective. Now, believe me, I'm against Islamic terrorism, and I'm actually against anything from that tradition when it comes to politics and violence. However, I'm totally 100% against genocide. I don't want what's happening there to continue. So we think maybe Kamala will come in there and do better. And also, here in the United States, there was some guy that the police accosted, and they knelt on his neck, and he died, right? And instead of Trump saying, as a president of the United States, that's unacceptable, he said he supports the cop, and then he lost a lot. He committed unforgivable sin when he did that. So because of that, I'm out from his man of prestige. It was a very difficult decision to make. Look
at that man of prestige. You need to stop it, man. What is this thing about Democrats? Democrats are evil.
He's good.
Democrats are evil.
It's a toss-up. So Kamala,
evil party that party of slavery.
No, but look at all the bloodshed going on in the world because of these Democrats.
Yeah. Oh yeah, by the way, you know that Mr. Nasrallah was assassinated in.
But Pansa, I have a question for you. My name is KJ, the guy, the Igbo man with the Fulani hat, according to you. Why are you considering the action against George Floyd, as against what happened? You didn't think of what happened in Libya and what the Libyans are facing today, but you rather will consider what happened to one man as against what happened in Libya and even in Syria and under that administration. You didn't consider the 20 children they were killed in when Obama ordered for that action that took place in the Middle East, but you are considering this one individual to make your decision. Do you think that is wise?
No, I think that Obama, one of the best things he did was removing Gaddafi from Libya, right? With Clinton.
So I mean, on that issue, you can forget the rest. There's no need to consider.
Yeah, all right. But I'm your
argument that Pansat, you made an argument that because Trump supports this in Israel, and that Kamala Harris might do something different. Hence, why you now moving to Democrat? That doesn't seem to make sense. Democrats, you know, they were in office when the First World War, Second World War, Vietnam War, Korean War, all these wars started. And look at what is happening now: Ukraine, Israel, all of them. They are causing all kinds of chaos all over the place.
Is it? What I understand is the fact that an African can tell me that what happened in Libya is something you can support.
I mean, can I answer that before I go? Let me tell you something, KJ, right? Hold on, a lot of people, just 1 second. Look, that nonsense that we go, Libya is part of Africa and all that stuff. Libya was a very bad actor. Or you see that when he was killed, then there was a blowback in our country where a bunch of returnees started causing a lot of mayhem and killing a lot of people in our country. Libya was fighting the West, but he was doing it trying to create some kind of African Union, and he was using us, basically. But he is an Islamist, right? He's a terrorist, and he's created all these cells. A lot of these Northerners who went over there to get trained, they finally came home when he was removed. His people removed him. His people, United States was able to divide them. But let me tell you something. What's good?
Sorry.
For Libya is not good.
Pansa, I'm a bit surprised. One of the famous saying of Madam Clinton is that we came, we saw, we killed. That's one of the things she used to describe what happened in Libya. And you can say this, bro.
AJ, I don't think you were sophisticated enough to know what the lay I'm talking about. If Libya had succeeded, now you have to understand something. What's good for Islamists, including the ones in our country, northern Nigerians, right? Both the Shia and the Sunnis, but especially the Sunnis, it's not good for us. There's two traditions, right? Me as a Biafran, as a Nigerian, right? If these minorities are listening to us, imagine where would have been today, right? So, but you growing up in northern Nigeria, it doesn't mean anything to you because you're used to that tradition. But I'm trying to tell you, it's not gonna work. You better go and check it out. If these people have a chance, they're gonna kill all of us in that southern Nigeria. We Christians, we have to make the country secular. We have to make it a secular country. It's not a Christian country. It's not an Islamic country. But if you think we're gonna sit there and have these Muslims murdering our people cannot go to the farms. Go to Jos Plateau. Okay, go to the Midwest, right? These people are in IDP camps. Now, the protagonist of the war that we fought against them is Gowon. He's from there. His people are in IDP camp, but he's too stupid. He doesn't even know how to come out and say, you know what, Biafrans, I'm sorry, right? That they talked me into fighting my Christian brothers, but now look at my people, they're in the IDP camps, right? He's too stupid. Gowon, for example. And a lot of people from that Midwest. But I forgive them.
Yeah, calling people stupid. Pansa, you're going to go viral one of these days, and they will put you on the face of this newspaper. And Bike Daberi is going to come out looking for you. Because of the things you say, you're going to cross the line one day.
When I talk, right, I do not say anything that is my opinion, right? I'm trying to tell you the facts, right? I'm telling you the facts.
Hold on, Pansat. KJ. Yeah. Can you and I have a debate one day, 10 minutes each or 15 minutes? I would like to debate you, KJ.
You want? Why not just do it today?
By all means, be my guest.
We can have a break.
Bring it.
And you guys have it.
Choose your day.
I have to leave in about 10 minutes, so it's not going to be enough time. Let Dr. Damage only instead of 15 minutes debate. So go do your fact check. Just don't come here and spoon anything that that is not fact check.
What's the debate about? What is the topic of the debate?
The Republican battle Democrats now. That's it now. What does?
Okay, we can do next weekend. Ask Dr. Damage next week Saturday.
Bye guys.
Thank you for coming in. Thank you.
Is that okay?
AJ,
be my guest any day.
I want you to come and visit the United States.
Are you inviting me to California?
Yes, I am. Try to come maybe before the election or during the election. I will sponsor you to come.
Okay.
That would be nice.
I will talk to you about it in the back.
But next week I'm going on vacation for 1 month, for 1 month and 2 weeks.
Oh.
And I'm not trying to come to the state, right? I'm trying to go to somewhere that I've not been before. I want to, explore the world for this 1 month and 2 weeks, right?
Cabo San Lucas is good. Just get back from there. Cabo.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we celebrate. When Kamala become president, we celebrate.
We'll pop the champagne, a very good one.
Yes.
I'll be listening in the back.
Why would anybody celebrate? It's okay, but if you want to celebrate, because the other okay. Good for you. Good for you. We're gonna go for a break. Then when we come back, there's something I want to talk about all this jackpotting thing that we are doing, whether it is worth it actually. Because one thing I noticed when I went to Nigeria was that people that are in Nigeria, some of them are doing relatively well. Nigeria has some middle class people there, and their children are well, it kind of, how do I put it, for want of a better word, they are more in control of their children's lives in terms of the aspiration of their children, what they want to go and do in the future and stuff like that. But most of the children you see that go on to the West, that's the parents that go to the West, and let's say they even have their children there. The children go on to become westernized, and their values tend to alter, and their ambitions tend to even lessen. So you begin to wonder, did you just trade off comfort, a bit of better job, and all those things for the next generation? Did you trade that? Is it a good trade? Because many of the students, they don't return back to Nigeria. They will never return. So you are lost to your people. So from my observation is that when I was in Nigeria, I felt like, I don't know whether leaving the country and going and staying overseas was worth all that. And I'm not sure, and people are doing the calculation of what they are losing when they go over. But we will talk about some of all these things because I'm open to being educated about it, because I know I mentioned it to somebody. Somebody say, you want to stay in Nigeria and die? This is all kinds of stuff. So, but that question still remains, because I know of a lot of parents here in the West that their children don't listen to them. Their children don't go back to Nigeria. Their children go and do their own things. And when their children go and marry, they go and marry Oyedepo, and after Oyedepo, another Oyedepo, and that's it, they are gone. You trade you travel overseas for comfort, but you lost the next generation and the next generation after that. But we'll talk about that later. And obviously talk about anything else that comes up again. Let's see whether we can go on a break for now. Where is that? Cool. Yeah, let's do this.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Onye ọma zoro bio, akwa nwa zoro bio, Max ịbịa bunye gokwanụ m n'ofube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịa zigo, mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịa zigo, akwa nwa nwilochi o biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya. Onye ọma zoro biko, abọmma nwatara ndasari, ịbịa wunye n'ịgwana m ụlagado n'ịbịa zigo, mma ụlagado n'ịbịa zigo, abọmma nwilochilo biko rapụ zoro ọ na-abazi ya. Mazi welcome Odogu no kwere zineka onye ọma na ị ga-adịlị m maazị n'ịbịazi na m ibugo with melody ike chukwu wee chọfọ odogwu nachala n'ọka ezi nwanne m na ị ga-adịlị m Olagado ni bezigo no Mo olagado ni bezigo Amama wilo chilo Bigora muzo Anabazi Te Onyama zoro no Amama wazoro no Sorry Ibya muya no kwa na mo Ofube naro Olagado Ulagado ni biazugo, nazaboy. Ulagado ni biazugo, amama wilo chilo, bigora puzoro, anabazi. Ayes. Odogu kenano bikechofo, ama kwa mnika gogodia. Waligwe kwelo no. Get your mobile back here. Hey, you want? Eku kampune kene Omogo ndị nsọ Chukwu emekalumo ike Chukwu negaji Esi nwanne m ekene ịlapụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa ka gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom ga-adị ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu isili maxi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na-echọlụ na ngeme wisdom onume ekene gị gbamanwe ihe ihe biko lapụ na-abasị ya zoro 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 Geduru joy na bugwa Hausa Sokoto Ujembe nwilo Anu solo nwe ma n'ọfịa n'ara Onye nwụrụ zuru ike
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, this conversation is will be interesting, even if it's a gentle one. I will try to, because I think there was something Madam Luke said about jackbarring and people jackbarring. You know, my visit to Nigeria recently, from my observation, you know, I was like, man, all the children there are switched on. Like, you will meet a young man of 9, 10, 15. They all know what they want to do. Some of them are like, I want to be a doctor. I want to be a pilot. I want to be an engineer. They take every opportunity to better their children. I saw a taxi driver that built a house, has a family. His children are learning. They all are ambitious to the extreme. And when I come to the UK, you see a lack of ambition. Some of them, they grow up and say they're not going to have children. Some of them will be like, I'm thinking whether I'm a man or a woman. It's like the trade-off, is it worth it? Because I mean, I was forced to wonder whether coming over to the West, you get good salary, good health care, but what is the point of life if not for the next generation?
Can I ask you something, forefather? It's just like this is what you're saying now. You're talking from you came back from UK. I don't know where you live. I don't know the state you went to. It's just like somebody coming back and you stay in Banana Island and take some survey. People that live in Abacha Estate, Banana Island, Omoyele Estate. All right. You don't go to Ajegule. You don't go to Oshodi. You don't go to go and take survey. Then you conclude from people you are around with that how it is. Go to the downstream, the 80% of the population where they are, and get this interview. Not like you went to like those places that they are way to do, like at the middle class.
But I use a driver. I use a taxi driver example.
You can't use a taxi that just carry a boba or boat that carry one place to judge. Go into the street and take a survey.
I know the children.
Not in place that people are doing good. Just go to like where you have people. You know, my point. I'll give you an example in Lagos. You don't travel from the state. You go to Lagos, you say you want to change your lifestyle. You stay in Lekki, you stay in a rental hotel, you stay in Abacha Estate, then Banana Island. After you come, you say Nigeria, you come back here. Oh yeah, this thing you say Nigeria is good.
Who told you? Who told you I stayed in this thing? I didn't stay in Banana Island.
No, I don't think you have people. I don't think you have people.
Any Ajebota area.
I don't think you have people reason. I believe you have people reason. Those that travel, when they stay on those places, they didn't come down to the mainland, see how people are living. They thought that what they see, that island there, where all the state place, that's how Nigeria is. If you want to go walk through the street, go into the towns, go ask people, you want Japa or no Japa? Then you can conclude this you're saying.
See, the reason
I have a question for you, forefathers, please.
Okay, please go
ahead. I have
a
question for you before you start this topic. Question: yeah. Are you married?
I'll answer for him. I will answer for him. No comments. No comments. No comments.
I don't dare to disclose.
You don't need to. Listen, this is the problem. You want to talk about children. I want to ask you. That's why I ask you a simple question: are you married? I'm not trying to make fun. We're trying to discuss something important.
Okay, you never born the wife when forefather won't marry. So
you're not even asking the right questions. It's not about whether you are married or you're not married. Have you been anywhere where you have been opportuned to participate in bringing up any human being?
That's where I'm coming.
You're married or you're married is not.
No, but that's where I'm coming because when you want to talk about this,
people can be married and they have children. You're raising your niece.
Let's say I understand how that is. I know how that works.
I don't know the basis of this discussion.
No, that's why I'm not going to be part of it. That's why I just asked him a question because he did not answer me the question.
Let me tell you, Mr. Let's his basis. He tells us that Nigerians are good. He had no reason to leave Nigeria. That's everything is ended.
No, the reason why I'm raising it is because we have to weigh what we are doing here. Because some of us, I know of a lot of people that are doing relatively well in Nigeria that packed and went overseas, and they don't necessarily fully grasp what they are sacrificing. That is my concern. Because if you say, okay, I just want to go and live a better life for good, good hospital, good this, good that, but you sacrifice the next generation. You sacrifice your whole heritage. Is it a fair trade? Is it selfish?
Mr. Favadas, is this supposed to be a discussion or is it a free for all? What exactly are we doing?
It's
here?
free. No, okay, it's a discussion. Okay, I can start. You know, you are the one that reminded me of it because when you were talking about people should be jackbarring, so you reminded me of my experience in Nigeria, what I saw, and it really shook me, and I had to ask that question, whether it is worth all that. Because I know in the West here, many of our people are overrepresented in the court. You saw the other day when the police in the UK was telling Nigerians, stop calling, Nigerian women, stop calling police for your husbands. You know, they were telling them to stop calling police for their husbands. Because the whole thing, our people are stressed in the West. And those children that are going to grow up there, many of them may never return again. So, Tone, okay, if you want to say something briefly, because we really need to go order.
But forefathers, the truth, you and I know. See, most people that have come from Nigeria, you know, there are a lot of them in London. By the time they spend even minimum 2 months, listen, things that look like luxury is standard here. They will be, see, they are ready, they have no business. Few of them that I've spoken to, they return to what country? They will just ask you, return to Nigeria? They'd rather be here and be treated badly. Because the thing is, Nigeria is so bad. Time is it's to 1 now. I can literally get out of my road now and walk and even catch a bus. I don't even need to have a car. I'm not worried that some policeman is going to shoot me. I don't know whether you saw some video that went viral the other day. Some students that were driving a Mercedes, just because they were driving a Mercedes, they were attempting to shoot them. I mean, it's everything that can be wrong is just wrong in Nigeria. That's me.
Yeah. Yeah, Madam Luke, please go ahead. Then Mama H.O.
Thank you. We were supposed to have a section. I don't know if it was cancelled or whatever, but since this is the best we can do, once again, panelists, I greet you. The whole Dr. Damage's family, I greet you. So you're telling us, see, we all left Nigeria for a reason. Whether be it in the 80s, 90s, 70s, something drove us from Nigeria. Me, it was getting married. Because once I finished school, the only thing for a woman to do was they were like, where's your husband? And where's your wife? And where's your... That was the only thing left for me to do. And I graduated at 22. I didn't even understand myself. I didn't understand my body. I didn't even understand. So it was not even an option. I knew that there was something else for me to do. And the only way I could realize those dreams was for me to leave Nigeria. So whatever you try to do here, you need to understand that everything everybody does is a personal choice. It's a personal choice. You cannot speak for people. Whether you went to Nigeria and you saw it through your own eyes and whatever, I don't share your views. I would rather allow my kids to be here, rotten to death, than take them back to Nigeria. For one simple reason, Nigeria is not a country for women. Nigeria is not a country for children. Because you don't have men who are supportive, role models to build a home. That is my understanding of that. Okay? So this your nostalgic views about children not learning, people going there to do fairly well. Honey, I'm a professional. When I go back to Nigeria, there ain't no daggone profession that will pay me to give me the comfort I have here in this United States. And I will put it lastly to you. The only people that would dream of going back to Nigeria are men. There is no woman in her right mind that will leave this country and say she's following any man to go and stay in Nigeria. I don't care how much they pay her. Number one, is very boring. Number two, is very filthy. Number three, there is not a whole lot of ways for you to even socialize, except you go to parties, spray money, come home, eat every Saturday, Sunday. There is absolutely nothing for you to do. Not to talk of the ungodly insecurity in the place. So when you now say you stop in Lagos, you stop in Abuja, people are doing fairly well. Do you know what they do? That is how one of you left London only to go to Nigeria. All he was doing was harvesting female organs from people he was transporting from Ghana and everywhere. And then you will come here and tell us they're doing fairly well. Did you see what they were doing? How many Nigerians are doing fairly well? So please, when you speak, Mr. Forefathers, speak for yourself. I, as a female, I'd rather die in a foreign land than have my corpse in Nigeria. Thank you.
Bam, insurance has taken over.
Thank you. I wasn't saying that they were doing very well. That's exactly my point. They're not doing very well, but I saw light in the children's eyes that you don't see here anymore. But
well,
it's okay.
You talk to your own children. My children have light in their eyes. So please don't generalize, please.
What I consider, okay, fine. It's a kind of light. It's not. I want to refer to it. Sorry. Let's let Mama Echo is our turn, please. Mama Echo, please go ahead.
Please, don't interrupt me. If you have your point of objection, wait till I finish. My sister, look, something might have happened and you found this your opinion. I studied social work for a reason. As my second degree. Because when I came into this system, first, I want to know the system. Second, I want to pursue my passion. And I know I have passion for humanity. And I wanted to know it. I'm a strong advocate, as you can know. I'm a great counselor. But I wanted to do it in a professional way. I wanted to go for guidance and counseling. But my wonderful uncle, Nigeria uncle, Uncle Gido, Shegu Gido, having heard me, he said social work will be the best. Because it will expose you to all broad of field of knowledge. Science, social, law, it will expose you. So you'll be able to grasp every field and it will help you to practice well. I think that's the best decision I make for myself. Because it exposed me to the system. It exposed me to what happened in the system to a black child. It was then I learned, if you don't fix Nigeria, your children, my children, you give birth to, they are born away. When I now mingle with the African community, African-American community, I realize they dislike us that are immigrants. And I try to find out why. And I found out that first they are envious of us for one reason, that we know our roots. But they have to do DNA tests to trace their roots. Then the question I want to ask Madam Ruth is this. Because your children will go to Nigeria. You will go, you will live long, you will live. Your children will give birth to children and they will give birth to children. A time will come in that generation of yours. They will be like this African American, wanting to trace their root through a DNA. This is applicable to a lot of us. So when we are not getting it right for the reason why we should fix Africa, fix it for these children so that they don't end up in generations to come to start tracing their root through a DNA. If Nigeria was conducive, a lot of African America would have been going there. But Ghana has welcomed them. Thousands of Black Americans, they are relocating, having family in Ghana. And yet, we are proud of ourselves. My children, we are not born for here. I go repair Nigeria for them. They will find their way. We don't know what we have. Our culture, I don't mean the barbaric one, no. I don't mean that. Our culture is the envious of this whitey, the West. Don't you see how they dance like Ogolo when they marry your people? When they go wear those, your native. Don't you see how they are happy? They are working so hard to get our culture from us. They are working so hard to learn our language and speak. That is why in exchange program, 9 months, exchange program between US and Ibadan in Nigeria, 9 months, they will know how to speak Yoruba fluently. They will know how to speak Oriki in Yoruba. They will know how to speak parable in deep Yoruba. They will know how to dance in Yoruba. They will know how to play the talking drum in Yoruba. 9 months. If it has no value, America does not put their money where there is no value. Get that right. So if they are taking time to do this, and we that have it, we are commonizing it. We are trashing it. If you want to talk to a Nigerian child, just because of the picture we have painted down, and we are the architect of this evil picture, you will tell them, I want to take you to Nigeria. They go sit up by force. Because we have painted Nigeria to them as hellfire. I met a child from Liberia in a group home. The white children, all of them gathered around me. Miss, I said, huh? Where are you from? Where? I said, I'm from Nigeria. Is Nigeria in Africa? Of course, yes. Then, when I left there, after we had the discussion, then they asked, is it true that you guys live on a tree? I said, no. They only told you that so that you will think we are monkey, just as they told you. And I opened my phone and I showed the beautiful houses in Lagos, in Abuja, in Port Harcourt. And they say, wow. I say, yes. And I educated them. I say, your leaders, they show to you people the bad side of Africa for political reason and political gain. And our leaders, and then in turn, they will show to us in Africa the beautiful city of New York. But they never show to us there are homeless people in every part of America. I said they are all doing this with deliberate attempts. And from us, our leader will show to you people the Kwashoko child on the street, they will not show this one because they are beggars. So that they can come here to collect loan, that at the end of the day, they will ask them to forgive them. So they are beggars. All is for political reason. Then when we are done...
Sorry, hasn't she talked enough?
If you don't want here, make you
try to
madam, you can talk all night. Is it necessary?
Oti, let me just handle it. Oti. Mahecho, try to keep it brief so that others can be able to speak. I agree with most of your points. Please round up.
If I'm speaking trash, let me go.
I didn't say that.
Not trash, not trash. I think he just wants to also have his own say. Don't about. I think he probably agrees with you. Who knows?
I don't like people talking too much. I'm afraid.
That's all.
Who is talking too much? Am I talking rubbish?
Anybody talking too much?
It's not rubbish. It's just
am I talking
it's
rubbish?
long.
It's OT. Am I talking rubbish? If you can't listen, go to the comment section. You don't belong here.
Mama Hecho is
Mama
okay. Try to keep it brief now.
Keep it brief. What you say?
Am I speaking rubbish?
There are other people here.
Am I talking about myself?
It's okay. Just use 1 minute to round up.
You guys don't make me sick.
No, sorry,
you men that square Nigeria. You men that destroy my children.
Oti, leave it. Madam Hecho, try to understand what they are saying. He's in support of what you are saying. He wants to be able to respond. You know, he told them not to ask any question. You told them not to ask any question. So they can't even interact.
Am I talking rubbish? Am I talking?
No, that's not what they are saying. Now you know that.
Wait and let me land.
Well, they don't want. If it takes too long, you have to remember some of them want to go somewhere.
Excuse me, Mama Echo.
All of you destroy Nigeria for
Mama Echo.
You are innocent. Now you are innocent.
Mama Echo. You had that to laundry the money.
Mama Echo, just listen. It's okay.
Mama Echo, please, Mr. Fofadas, wait. Mama Echo, please. Nobody's saying you're talking rubbish. I will want to appeal to you personally because anytime we have this kind of situation, sometimes things get out of hand. But we have to be conscious of time. Other people are waiting to speak. That is all they're saying.
Very soon, my channel will kick up.
That is okay, but let us respect other people's time.
You won't see me here to disturb you people again. Did you hear me?
You shouldn't take offense. It's not about you.
I am fucking taking offense because these children every day, they are wasting their destiny. They are supposed to be the human capital of Nigeria. But what did you people turn them to? Yahoo. Who come?
We understand that.
And you people are fucking here telling me bullshit.
No, there's no need to swear. You see, they are on your side.
Baby here, nobody's a baby here. Nobody's less than 40 years here. So you can't come here and keep on calling we're talking about bullshit.
No, I hate you. Take it easy.
Election, did you see?
Nobody's less than 40 years here.
Mama Hecho, all that argument you made now, how are you? See, Mama Hecho, you made a lot of good points. Why are you trying to use this to?
No. I want to ask you one question. After election, did you see me coming to join you people?
No. Thank you.
So if I'm coming here not to fight,
it's okay, Mama Echo. Just
Mama Echo, calm down.
Round up.
You people hurt me.
Upset over nothing.
We don't hurt. That's not the intention.
Don't care about these children. You people don't care whether they are wasted. You people don't
Mama
care.
Echo, they don't intend to hurt you. They don't intend to hurt you. Okay. Who is next? Let's see. The next is
Father, maybe it's better you time
now,
them.
Tone has said something about
anticipation
this.
of talking longer than this.
Tone has said something about this. Let's ignore Uzo. And
God, I mean, why ignore?
Uzo, you first spoke on this topic. Uzo.
Let's ignore. Okay, I think it's Uzo. I think it's Uzo's turn now. What can we do now? Uzo,
can you?
No, I didn't buy it. It's a joke. I was just kidding.
Listen. Let the elder speak first before we the children go speak. Jonaba is my elder. I can't speak. My elder is here.
That's reasonable. Maybe you should time it forefather for everybody.
You want us to be timing
it? Prevent confusion.
For 5 minutes. For 5 minutes, then. Okay. Let's do for 5 minutes. Jonaba, you're welcome.
Thank you. The rule of this place is for you to sit right. The one you are sitting like you are inside your bed.
Don't mind him. Don't mind him.
I said that correct me. The man take correction.
Thank you. Now you're a good citizen.
Exactly. You see, following rules.
Yeah, thank you. And I don't even want to talk outside here. Mama Ichio, please. This is not a personal issue. They are trying to tell you to limit the time so everybody can quickly talk and come back. And I understand the way you feel. It's the way everybody feels. Just we express it in different ways. So it's not like anybody is obstructing your vision not to speak to your children. And so on. On the issue that Paul Father raised, it depends on the upbringing of every home. Children in Nigeria can be rude as well, especially the Gen Z there, and they can be respectful. All depends. Even here in America, the children can be disciplined and they can behave themselves, and they marry the people that you guys share the same values. So, and anywhere in the world. And when it comes to the issue of culture, of their trying to live their heritage, immigration is part of life in a big ways. The people that are in America today, they are not always there. And there will be a time you see how Nigerian too change when everything is working. The issue is that the insecurity there and so many challenges that are there, I scared even the men that they said that don't want to go back there. I don't think any man want to